understand. We must defend the position at all costs.
In every corner of the city, signals are rising. Commanders prepare their next move.
We move in silence, strike in chaos. You won't hear us coming, but you know exactly when we've arrived.
我们不慕名利，只为登峰造极。我们的斗志将击碎一切。
We've waited long enough. This is the moment we step out of the shadows and into the spotlight of this battle. Watch closely. It's time to be seen.
ครั้งนี้พวกผมจะลงมืออย่างเต็มที่ พวกผมอยู่ที่นี่เพื่อเอาคืน และจะไม่กลับไปด้วยมือเปล่า
我们不顺从秩序，我们改写秩序。每一场战斗，每一次选择，每一次冒险，我们都能以我们的方式塑造新的局面。
名声なんていらない。騒ぎもいらない。欲しいのは結果だけだ。周りが注目を追っている間に俺たちは勝利をつかみに行く。シンプルに正確にそして揺るがずに。
정확함은 우리가 나아가는 것입니다. 한 걸음 한 걸음이 자연스럽게 맞춰지고 내리는 모든 결정은 이 필드 위에서 함께 만들어집니다.
집중할수록 우리는 더 강해지고 서로가 함께하는 순간 우리는 결코 무너지지 않습니다.
This is our city. Every corner, every echoes, every breath belongs to us. You are not just fighting a team. You are fighting on our ground.
Orders are clear. The battle begins in Hanoi. 8 teams march in, each with their own code, their own pride, their own reason to fight. There will be no hiding, no hesitation, only precision, willpower, and the hunger to outlast the rest. Welcome to the Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2025. Stand or fall.
Xin chào đón toàn thể người hâm mộ cộng đồng Delta Force Việt Nam và cộng đồng Delta Force trên toàn thế giới. Chúng ta đang cùng đến với Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare.
Hello, Delta Force in Vietnam and all around the world. Welcome to 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare.
Chúng tôi là Phương Thảo và Lucia. Rất vui khi được đồng hành cùng với các bạn trong 4 ngày thi đấu của giải đấu năm nay. Giải đấu vô địch thế giới đầu tiên dành cho chế độ Warfare và cũng là giải đấu quốc tế đầu tiên của Delta Force được tổ chức tại Cung Thể thao Quần ngựa, thành phố Hà Nội, Việt Nam. Và tại đây sẽ là nơi tranh tài của 8 đội tuyển mạnh nhất với tổng giá trị giải thưởng lên tới 200.000 đô. Và các bạn thân mến, chỉ có một danh hiệu cao quý nhất mà thôi, đó chính là biệt đội Warfare số 1 thế giới.
Hello everyone, we are Tao and Lucia. It's our pleasure to accompany you throughout 4 days of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. It is the first World Championship for Warfare and is also the first international tournament of Delta Force being held in Guan Sports Palace, Hanoi, Vietnam. Here we have 8 best teams that will compete for the total prize pool up to $200,000, and there's only one title of the highest honor as the world's first #1 warfare team.
Stand or fall, chiến thắng hay khuất phục. Đây sẽ là chiến trường của những tài năng, của những cảm xúc bất ngờ và những chiến thuật đỉnh cao. 8 đội tuyển mạnh nhất đã sẵn sàng để bước vào chiến trường và họ chắc chắn đã không dễ dàng một chút nào để có mặt tại đây ngày hôm nay. Họ đều đã chiến đấu để giành từng chiến thắng và hoàn thành từng nhiệm vụ để có được những tấm vé quý giá đó.
Stand or fall, win or conquer. The battlefield of talents, unexpected emotions, and top tacticals. The 8 strongest teams are ready to enter the battlefield. It was not only easier for them to be here because they fought for each victory to get this precious ticket.
Và giờ đây thì chắc chắn là tất cả đã sẵn sàng cho cuộc đối đầu đỉnh cao cuối cùng trong năm. Và chúng ta sẽ có 8 đội tuyển tinh nhuệ nhất, đại diện cho những bộ óc chiến thuật bậc thầy và phản xạ nhạy bén nhất của Delta Force trên toàn thế giới.
And now, all set of the ultimate showdown of the year. We've had 8 elite teams representing the most tactical minds and the sharp reflexes of Delta Force from all over the world.
Với khát khao đòi lại những gì đã bỏ lỡ tại giải đấu Asian Champions League 2025, một tập thể đang khát khao chiến thắng, đại diện đến từ Delta Force Global League Season 3. Xin được chào đón đội tuyển đầu tiên bước lên sân khấu, Project One.
With the desire to reclaim what was missed at Asian Champions League 2025, a team hunger for victory, representing Delta Force Global League Season 3, let's welcome the first team step onto the stage, Project One!
Với tư cách là Á quân giải đấu Asian Champions League, đại diện đến từ giải đấu Delta Force Global League Season 3, với quyết tâm giành lấy chiếc cúp vô địch và tinh thần không khoan nhượng, hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển DFIW.
As the runner-up of Asian Champions League, the representative from Delta Force Global League Season 3 with the determination to win the champion trophy and with the uncompromising spirit, here it comes, D9!
Well, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome into the Delta Force Invitational. It's Warfare Stand or Fall Day 1 quarterfinals. I'm Goj. This is Vivid, and we are live in Hanoi, Vietnam. So excited to be here. A fantastic intro from our host down on the stage. Got to meet two of our teams already. Vivid, how the heck you feeling, my man?
Feeling absolutely wonderful, Goes. What's going on, Delta Force gang? It is an absolute pleasure to be back here with you all, and especially back with my boy Goes, man. We're feeling good, right? Couple of long travel days for both of us, but we made it. We're feeling good, and yeah, excited to get into the competition.
Yeah, I mean, look, we literally flew 31 hours to be here, I think, in total, both of us. So, insane stuff. Really pumped to be here. We've already been here for a couple of days, and I gotta say, the energy is actually electric from the players. Everybody is dialed in. They've been practicing, they've been scrimming, they've been preparing for this moment to figure out what they can do on land. You've got to remember, with a competition like this, to set the scene, all of the teams qualified for today. This is Warfare, folks. You've maybe watched some operations events. Warfare LAN event, 20 players per team under a commander, all qualified in different competitions to be at this stage. Everybody earned a spot. Really, really cool stuff, Vivid.
Yeah, exactly. And I like the fact that you go ahead and point out that everybody kind of qualified, because that just kind of speaks to how tough the competition is actually going to be over the course of the next 4 days, right? Everybody here being earned their spot, fought for their spot to come all the way over here to Vietnam to go ahead and fight for a little bit of that $200,000 prize pool. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, 200K on the line. We'll break it all down here shortly. But to set the scene again, we've kind of got this bracket we're going to be working through. 4 days of competition, by the way. So if you watched our DFI competition that was not too long ago, a couple months ago, that in the operations category, that was 3-day LAN, and it was a grind. This is a 4-day LAN because we've got 8 teams in a double elimination bracket, okay? So just because you lose doesn't mean you're necessarily out. Today is not an elimination day. Let's take a look at those teams and take a look about what kind of is going on in this competition. I'm going to break it all down for you. To start, though, like we said, here are our 8 teams. Obviously, they chose their team names, some representing orgs, some not, and they all come from different qualifiers. Of course, if you're paying attention to the English broadcast that you're watching right now, you probably remember No Mercy. They qualified through the Delta Force Global League Season 3. You and I actually casted over that competition. It was a very fun one to watch. You can see all of our teams from all over the world qualified for each of their individual qualifiers. You see the Winter Warfare Master, the Delta Force Winter Frontline, Delta Force National Championship, and so on and so forth. We'll break a little bit more about these teams down as they go up in play today, because we will see all of these teams compete today. We're going to get through all of the quarterfinals today. Let's take a look at that prize pool you were talking about, $200,000 on the line.
I mean, this is what it's all about, right? If you've been a competitor at some point in your life, you know that really at the end of the day, all you really care about is that trophy. But the prize pool, right, it makes it all possible. It makes you want it just a little bit more. And if you take a look at it, after the course of these 4 days, our champions being crowned will take home their share of $60,000. And if you actually take a little bit, a little bit further down the graphic as well, ranks 7th through 8th will also be taking home $10,000 to each one of those teams. So, coming all the way out to Vietnam, you will be walking home with at least a little bit of something.
Yeah, everybody's making something because they earned their spot here. But again, let's talk about these teams. They have traveled from all over the world to be at this stage, and I'm so pumped about them. Of course, we're going to highlight No Mercy a ton today. Yeah. This is a team we know very well. We know some of these players very well. But I also need to shout out several of these squads as we get into the matches for today of who we'll be seeing, because when we look at our bracket, we told you it was an 8-team double elimination bracket. So here's a breakdown of how it all works, and you can already see some of our matchups. We're going to see all of those quarterfinal matchups today. Each of those are a best of 3, and if you win your best of 3, you move on to the next stage. Of course, it's nice to stay in the upper bracket, the winner bracket. If you do go down to the lower bracket, not all hope is lost. You can still make it to the finals, and that finals is a single best of 3 matchup. It's going to be insane. Stakes couldn't be higher.
Yeah, I mean, being a fan of esports, sports in general, right, we know how cool some of those lower bracket runs can be. So we will definitely be keeping an eye out on some of our teams if they do find themselves down there in that lower bracket. But like Goj is already going on and mentioned today, the cool thing about this bracket and the way it's going to work is that we are going to get an opportunity to see every single one of our teams today, which I think is very, very cool. Project Project 1 versus DNI, as you can see, named Dead Dog and Idol, will be our first matchup. And this is going to be an important one, right? I feel like I would be a little bit nervous if I was a part of one of the two teams that had to go up on that stage for the first time out of everybody that's going to be playing here this weekend. And what a tall task it is to actually show up to this type of event, right? Not really getting that many games in with your teammates, right? 20 people to know is kind of crazy stuff. Showing up on stage, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and here's a breakdown of that match schedule. Again, these times are kind of set in stone. We're going to be here for a long time. However, again, these matches are best of 3. So if a team does win 2-0, there's a chance we could be moving a little bit quicker than maybe our schedule says. But here's a breakdown of all of those matchups in a kind of larger way for you to view it at home. Project 1, Dead Dog and Idol will be up first. We will then move to RRQX7 Sins and Ting Long, and so on and so forth. So you'll get to see every single team today live, all in a row. And Vivid, it's going to be me and you all day casting all the matches. It's going to be a ton of fun here on broadcast. And as we take a look not only at the matchups, I want to talk about the way the format works.
Here we go.
Okay, this is going to be the same as what the folks at home watched during the Delta Force Global League Season 3 that No Mercy qualified through, okay? The way this works, it's a best of 3. The map is randomly decided by the admin team. It's going to be randomized each matchup. However, they will play that map twice, aka each side will attack and then defend, or vice versa. But if we do go to Game 3, if they trade wins in those 2 rounds, the tiebreaker, a little confusing on the side, the simple version of it, and I'll explain more if we get there, is basically whoever does better in the tiebreaker gets to priority select if they want to choose the side or the map. If they choose side, they will not choose attack or defend. They'll just say, hey, we're going to choose side. The map will be chosen by their opponents, and then the priority team, the team that did better technically in the tiebreaker, will be able to choose if they want to attack or defend on that map. So you definitely, if it does come down to a tiebreaker, you definitely want to do better than your opponents, which is either advancing further in the attack or holding better in the defense.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it sounds very, very complicated, and, you know, like Coach said, we'll go ahead and break it down a little bit better, but, you know, there are some cool little strategies that are pulled out. You know, it sounds simple, just straight up picking a map or picking a side. It sounds simple, but sometimes there are some cool strategies. Now, Project 1, as you can see, we do have our commander. Anybody kind of familiar with the warfare as of late, the competitive side of things? Victory Unite is what it is all about, and the commander is a very important role for every single one of the teams. This is the player on their teams that the teams have kind of decided, hey, listen, this is who we trust the most to communicate with the entirety of the team, and that's what it's all about. The commander role is all about communicating with all 20 members.
Yeah, and I think talking about this team more, you may recognize a couple of familiar faces if you've watched some of the other competitions we've casted over the last year even. Again, these players are from all over the world. They represent different regions, etc. But this is Project 1. We are calling them Project 1. They may have come from different teams. They may have come together through individual even qualifiers to earn their spot as maybe a squad of 4. Like, every qualifier is different. But today they are Project 1, and it's about putting it all together on main stage. So let's take a look at their opposition, though, because you talked about how important the commander is. And when you look at Dead Dog and Idol, I think we know who the commander is. I mean, his name's in the title. It's Dead Dog. I've casted over this guy. I think we've casted over him like 3 or 4 times. Had a chance to cast over him in a bunch of other competitions. Dead Dog is, at this point, a household name, I think, in Delta Force. Really excited to see him back as the commander. He's a content creator as well. But I just because he's a content creator doesn't mean this guy can't command a squad. He's been doing it a long time in Warfare. I really think this squad's going to be pretty solid. I will say about this team, Wansa is a player that sticks out as well. Traditionally speaking, has been a high-level player for this roster. He's technically a team captain underneath Dead Dog as the commander, but the team in general is saying their star player, the player that does the most, it's Artyom. So watch out for Artyom on the map.
Wow, yeah, there you go. I mean, Team DNI, they are looking like somebody that is not to be trifled with. Of course, they did, you know, make it to this event by going ahead and winning out in the Delta Force Invitational Warfare qualifier again. So one of those teams, you know, similar to all the other teams, of course, that went ahead and fought for their opportunity to be here. So it'll be very, very interesting to see them go ahead and tackle it. And, you know, listen, we got some notes here, Goj, and I think this is kind of funny, right? One of the notes on Team DNI, they enjoy eating mango. There you go.
I enjoy eating mango too. Maybe this is a front runner team for me. But no, I'm really pumped about it. Again, it was really cool to kind of talk to some of the players, see how excited they were. And it's been really interesting with Warfare because you've got to remember, I'm going to say this a lot today, I think, that each of these rosters were put together in totally different ways. They all qualified as a team, but some of these rosters have a lot more experience together than others. So a lot of these teams was actually a squad-based qualifier that they then came together as a team at the end based on the top teams to get there. So some of these teams don't have a lot of chemistry yet. And I would even say you're going to see some of these squads, these teams, build chemistry throughout this competition, get better as we go along throughout this 4-day marathon event.
And I really like the fact that you went ahead and pointed that out. Again, because we kind of already talked about how the bracket works and everything like that. And we were kind of talking about those runs in the lower bracket right now. You know, hey, listen, if it takes you one of those matches to go ahead and build that chemistry, you can start that run after you go ahead and pick up on that.
Well, let's take a look at the map for this first matchup, folks. We are headed to Trench Lines, the tried, the true, the classic. Good grief, I love me some good trench lines. You get a chance to see pretty much every single thing under the sun when it comes to trench lines, from CQB, long-range encounters, and of course, plenty of vehicle warfare as well, Vivid.
Goes, you know, we've had a couple of opportunities to go ahead and cast together. I specifically remember the first time that me and you casted over trench lines. Do you remember what I said?
I think you said that this wasn't your favorite map.
This is not my favorite map at all, yeah. So very, very excited to go ahead and see trench lines put up there. Listen, I mean, the trenches themselves are just very, very tough for me to get in there and get a flow going. But these players, they're going to have to do just that if they want to come out on top.
Well, I think it's actually a really good shot. I think the trench lines you experience in public lobbies versus the trench lines you experience in competitive lobbies like this is like a totally different animal. Like, it does require a ton of coordination to work your way through the trenches, specifically on B1, B2, of course, which is where you see the trenches for the first time. It takes a long-range encounter fight into a short-range encounter, scenario. So it'd be fun to see operator selections and everything like that. But it's time that we have to already rip the Band-Aid off and give us a chance to be wrong or right. It is time to talk about predictions, my friend. Vivid and I cooked up predictions for every single matchup today, okay? I'm not saying that we're going to be right because we have disagreed on a lot of them, all right? And let's start off right now. You can see the predictions on the screen. Vivid, talk to me about a prediction. Talk to me about why you chose what you... We both chose that it would go to Game 3, by the way.
Yeah.
We just chose opposite sides.
Yeah, I mean, Game 3 to me just seems so likely, right? We've talked about it a lot that, the defensive side just feels very, very strong when it comes down to Warfare. But, yeah, I actually went in favor of DNI on this one. And, I mean, maybe it has something to do with the fact that they like mango. I'm not really sure. I just kind of felt it, right? DNI kind of rolls off the tongue. I was liking it. But you went ahead and like you already mentioned, opposed me, right? Completely opposite, 2-1 in the opposite direction in favor of Project 1.
Well, what's hilarious about this, too, is that as we take a look at some of the notes, that we get both teams labeled themselves as either dark horses or underdogs.
Wow.
So that's why I think we both decided that it was going to go to Game 3. I think both teams are kind of like, hey, we'll just kind of see what happens for our rosters. And not to say that neither of these teams are a front runner in the overall competition necessarily. I think this will be, as per usual, a litmus test for the competition. But I do think Project 1 is going to have a slightly upper hand. Hazmat is the star player of Project 1. Casted over Hazmat before as well. This is a dominant player, and I think a roster that is going to feel a little bit more cohesive than the DNI roster, the Dead Dog and Idol. I will say, though, there is one point that we haven't made yet about DNI. I believe DNI has the only female player in the entire competition on their roster.
Yeah, you are absolutely right, and that is just awesome to see. I got to go ahead and mention that. And, I actually believe, right, we saw a little bit of information on her a little bit earlier on. I do believe that she likes to actually play into the vehicle gameplay side of things. So it'd be very, very interesting to see how she, contributes to the team and how well she does. And gosh, listen, we could talk about her all day long, but for all 20 of these players, right, the pressure that they must be feeling up on the stage, I feel like it's got to be settling in. Right? As we can see, shots of them right now kind of settling into their setups, warming up a little bit. And we are just that much closer to actually jumping into the game.
Yeah, and to shout her out specifically, you see her on your screen right now, Hodu on your screen, the only female competitor in the entire competition. Yeah. You got to remember, we got 8 teams, 20 players. They also brought a substitute squad. They also, most of them have coaches. We're talking 200 people on land right now. This is insane stuff. seriously like setting records here with Delta Force. So I'm excited to see these players compete. Now, while we've got a moment and we prepare our players, they're going to be loading into the very first lobby here with the next 5 minutes, I believe, Vivid. Let's talk a little bit about strategy. Yes, strategy is dependent map to map on how you should play. However, these teams, as we take a look at it, I want to remind the people at home as we talk strategy that you all at home can also vote on who you think is going to win. We've seen already some predictions come through. If you think Project 1 is going to be the winner, which it looks like most people do currently, maybe if you're a Dead Dog and Idol fan, you should type it into the chat right now. DNI is their abbreviation, and then Project 1, you can type in PO for Project 1 and shout out your favorite team. Strategy-wise, though, while we watch this audience prediction and see if anybody changes sides here, vehicle gameplay, we've got to bring it up at the top of the show. I would be remiss not to. It is a game-changing feature and, frankly, a game-dependent feature for these teams to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like the fact that you went ahead and brought up the fact that vehicles will, of course, play a major part. We know that. I think momentum will as well, and I kind of want to transition to talking about momentum because, again, this is the first match that they're going to be playing on land, right? This is for the competition and everything like that. I feel like momentum-wise, I would want to be on the defense first, right? Because we know defense is usually favored in these types of scenarios, so, you know, kind of in your head, you're thinking at least that you have the quote-unquote easier side of things to go ahead and start building momentum. But I'm not going to lie, I feel like Trench Lines is actually a very good map for both teams because, again, you know, hey, listen, the team that goes ahead and gets, you know, defense for their first side of things right here, they're going to be feeling comfortable. But the cool thing about Trench Lines is that the attack side actually starts off with that tank, right? It starts off with a vehicle. So the momentum can build very, very early on for the attack as well, which I think makes it, you know, pretty equal in terms of which way I think the momentum is going to shift. So it'll be very, very, you know, cool to see how that tank gets involved very, very early on.
Yeah, and I think it's about keeping your vehicles alive. Obviously, we talk about role delineation. The fun note about this is that we are in Victory Unite, so we've talked about the commander. They have an opportunity to earn extra score based on giving orders to their team and the team completing those objectives. Of course, you can use that score for normal things that you can call in support system-wise, talking about vehicles, but there's also some kind of nuanced things inside of Victory Unite, like urgent deployment times. It speeds up the respawn to almost instantaneously, a game changer, by the way. And so that's a big part of it. However, the commander, one thing we don't talk about often, the commander is basically in voice chat, in-game, with all of the other squad captains. So it's constant communication, but it's also constant communication from each of those squads, and it's the reason that most squads are delineated by role as well. So you'll have one squad that's a mostly medic squad, you'll have one squad that's engineers, vehicle operators, etc.
Yeah, I really like the fact that you go ahead and bring up roles because, of course, you know, we had the opportunity to go ahead and you know, cast over an event before, but when we did that, those teams of 20, they were kind of thrown together, right? Those squads of 4 players kind of qualified together, and then they were thrown on a giant team of 20 players. Now that these teams have kind of known that they're going to be going into this event as this set team, I think it'll be very, very interesting to see the step up in which we will see how roles are kind of divided and what kind of, you know, what numbers they invest into each one of the roles, right? You want more medics, you want more engineers, you want more assault characters. Like, how is that going to break down for each one of these teams? And the differences from team to team will also be very, very interesting to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think general flow is going to be mostly the same, but absolutely the map will be dependent, and what point of the map that we're on too. I think that's another key factor. Obviously, with trench lines, we all know B1, B2, that's when you're actually in the trenches, and it can get real messy down there, a lot more CQB, and smokes are going to be everything today. So vehicles, we're talking revives are everything, and as well as smokes. The other thing, for those that haven't watched a lot of Victory Unite, 180 tickets total. Every map, every single time we play the map. That is not a lot of lives. It's why you have to prioritize reviving. It's one of the key factors. You've got to have some support characters on your team. You got to have some players prioritizing that, especially on the attack side, to make sure you don't run out of lives too quickly. When we talk about metrics of success, Vivid, it looks like we're about to hop into the game. The big one for me is making sure that we complete a point get our lives back, and we're at near max, if not at max lives going into the next point. It will be counted as a win, mostly for the defense, if that does not happen, if that makes sense.
Yeah, bouncing back to that 180 total tickets is going to be important for the attack side of things. Starting off with match number 1, we're going to have Team Dead Dog and Idol going up against Project 1.
All right, DNI, PO, gonna be a dang good time, folks. Of course, you can keep spamming those predictions. Who do you think is going to win? Is it gonna be DNI? Is it gonna be PO? You can type it in the chat throughout the course of this matchup and the matchups to come, and we'll show those audience predictions. And of course, we're live all over the place, not only on the Delta Force official socials here with the English broadcast, but we also have global feed from all across the world as we head into trench lines. Now, to talk a little bit about this map, you brought it up already. The attack starts with a tank. You got to keep it safe. It's more about shelling these first couple points. However, it's still a huge advantage. And I gotta say, I haven't seen anybody in esports competition ever hold at point A. Do you think we make history today?
Well, you want to know something? You were talking a little bit about, my experience in the pub matches. I don't think anybody in pub matches has ever hold point A as well, right? You would think there would be a little bit more leniency there. So jumping into the competition, yeah, it would be a very big surprise to see Sector A right there actually be held on to by the defense. But again, like Coach already mentioned, sometimes it's not necessarily about holding the sector in its entirety, right? A win for the defense can mean multiple things. Of course, holding it, yeah, you would want to do that. But dwindling down on the tickets, right? Those tickets that are actually available to the attack side, that would be a huge one.
Yeah, and we'll take a win at basically around plus or minus 60. So if you're spending about 60-ish lives per point, that's about maximum you want in order to go into these last points. Especially for a map like Trench Lines where you're going all the way to point. I mean, it's a long map. You're going to point E. I mean, you're going the distance on this map. You got to go in with near max lives going into the last point, especially because we know E can be fairly difficult to capture with how close the spawns are for the defense. So some fun talking points. We're getting into the game. Players are loading in, and I know that they're selecting their commanders. Already pre-selected, of course, by their team. It was fun to talk about some of the commander selections, why they selected those commanders. Some were the most experienced, and then some were just selected because they had the best languages to communicate to their entire team. We have multiple languages that technically on a couple of these teams representing multiple regions. So it's pretty cool to kind of hear why the certain player was selected. But looks like we're about to head into game, folks. Here we go. The matchup between DNI and PO, our first matchup of the Delta Force Invitational Warfare side of things. And PO are going to be your defending team as of current with DNI on the attack. And there's a look at that tank just shelling the point.
Yeah, and as soon as we kind of jump into the game right now, you can see the action is immediately kicked off. One of the cool things about Sector A right here, right, is how close you actually spawn. So that action does kick off very, very fast. Now, one thing that's very, very annoying for the attack side of things, right, there are a lot of head glitches that the defense can go ahead and post up on right now. But I'm not going to lie, it looks like Dead Dog and Idol, Team DNI, have made quick work of what seemingly seems like a bunch of the defenders, right? If you can see right there in the middle of your screen, Sector A is getting captured at quite a pace.
Yeah, and I gotta say, that tank is finding a lot of value. It actually looks like one of their star players, Wansa, I believe, running the tank from the distance, shooting the mortar shots up and over the top, and actually finding quite a bit of value on the point. So a nice contest early. Defense trying to find some sort of headway to get back onto the point quickly. But right now, the attack finding a lot of footing very early. I mean, we're down 3 lives, folks. I mean, talk about sweaty warfare gameplay. DNI is not blinking as point A is already about to falter.
Yeah, I mean, the instant just bombardment of the tank from the attack side of things just backs up that push so super well. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, new addition to that UI when we are on that specific camera, you can actually see the vehicles that are alive, and me and Goj kind of already talked about it. The attack is the only one with a vehicle, right? So you can imagine that's going to obviously play big favor towards the attack side of things, but that one was quite quick. If you take a look at the top left of your screen, that took less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was kind of ridiculous. I usually A falls fairly quickly, but I haven't seen it fall that quickly in a while. DNI on a roll already, finding a lot of value with the mortar shelling over the top. You can see Wansa in the tank currently, and again, Classic kind of meta here. I mean, I know we've got a lot of sweaty players in the chat. You all know this, but just for maybe those that are tuning in for the first time in a while, meta play in esports, you gotta have engineers. Engineers are absolutely vital in order to keep these vehicles alive. You can see the engineers popping in and out of the tank to heal it up, keep it rolling. That will happen across the board. There's some fun moves from Tempest there, zip it across the map too. Some fun operator choices across the board as we get into the trenches here for B1, B2.
You know, Tempest is actually an interesting one to me, right? When you're kind of in a 20v20 kind of scenario right here, Tempest is kind of hard to justify sometimes because I feel like you just get a lot more value out of the utility provided by a lot of the other classes, right? Tempest is definitely one of those that is very individual, but, you know, kind of paying attention to some of those POVs right there, the ability to kind of roll around, right, extend your life with those ropes in the trenches specifically actually looks quite good because the trenches are all about gaining space for the actual boots on the ground, right? It's going to be very hard for the attack side to get that tank involved directly on top of one of these points just because of how they're actually set up. And you'll see the tank's going to be just, you know, posted up way in the back and just kind of, you know, firing shots in because they don't want to risk losing it.
Yeah.
The push on the B1 though goes, it's looking very, very clean early on.
Yeah, and of course we know that this is going to be extremely coordinated, but it looks like Dead Dog and Idol are getting pretty much whatever they want on the map right now. They make a fairly well-coordinated push over to B1. It looks like it's going to completely fall. The defense is kind of scrambling to take this back rather than setting up well for B2, and because of that, I actually think both of these points are going to go fairly quickly. Look at this. The defense are swarming onto B1 trying to retake it right now. You can only assume that the attack has set up a flank to move over to B2. You actually see a full squad already playing Route Man on the right-hand side of your screen there, moving over to B2 to address it. The defense is trying to take back B1. I gotta say, this is a pretty bold move from the defensive side.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And you got to imagine, right, they were feeling good, right? Like, it looked like B1 is going in their control, and then they kind of look up on top of the hill that actually oversees B1, and the tank is actually here. I just made the point that usually the tank on this B sector, it usually stays off in the distance. This is actually an incredible investment in terms of positioning from the tank, and it is paying off well.
I mean, I think Watts has already got like 20-something kills at this point, just raining hellfire over the top into the trenches. The problem is, the people that should be shooting the tank can't find room to breathe. They're getting shot by the flank on the backside of B2, and anybody on B1 just in the trenches running to the point to try to get legs on point to retake it. Because of that, they've completely lost B1. Everybody's respawning and sprinting to B2, and momentum is entirely on Dead Dog and Idle side.
That was actually a very good little stretch of kills coming out from Project One right there. Looked like there was about 7 of them in a row that kind of went into their favor, so kind of thwarting that attack for just a little bit. And as you can see right now, Wanza is going to have to back up, right, get that repair in from the engineers. And like I was saying, right, that position on top of B1, you can pretty much be seen from the entirety of this sector. So it was a very, very risky position to go ahead and be in. But, you know, that quick retreat behind the hill that does poise a great position for the tanks back there. Going to keep them safe.
Well, shout out PO. We've been talking about Dead Dog and Idol all day today already. We are down, it looks like, about 25 or so lives at this point, so plenty of room to work with for the attackers. I will shout out Alpan, though. It does look like he finally fell. Maybe a little bit of self-inflicted pain there to finish him off. But Alpan is picking up 5, 6, 7 kills per life there for a moment on the point. Alpan putting in big, big work. I think oftentimes when we talk Warfare, we talk about the macro, but sometimes individuals can make a huge difference. And it looks like the defense is actually trying to retake B1.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Project One can kind of make a bounce back right now. It did seemingly look like, you know, Team DNI, they were getting pretty much every single thing that they wanted. But Project One is actually looking quite good. I feel like they're holding on to B2 very, very strongly. And then they're also kind of getting these pushes onto B1 that are making the attack kind of think about, hey, listen, we got to go back. We got to keep B1 under our favor. So this is a great rendition of Goj's coined phrase, the tug of war.
The tug of war has begun, and I will try not to overuse the phrase, but it's a good one between these double-sided sectors, B1 and B2. Tug of war meaning the attack will control one side, the defense the other, and they're just going to be pulling back and forth. If the attack full sends to B2, of course they could win that game of tug of war, but often those teams will just swap sides and trade points. But right now, I think the attack's actually doing a very good job. They've set up a stable stable point on B1, held mostly by the tank, so that they can push up to this B2 position. Now, we've lost about 50 lives at this point, but frankly, that's not too worrisome, especially when you've got the momentum right now and you got a lot of bodies on B2. And here's our vehicle all the way up on the point, dodging missile, dodging strikes, dodging the mortars, trying to stay alive and keep the pressure on B1 so that the boots on the ground can be the ones to take B2.
Yeah, this is a great push out of DNI right now. You could see when you took a look at B1, there's only actually a couple of attackers on it, right? If you go ahead and quickly count right there, actually there's more than I thought. There's like 7 right now, but prior there was only actually a couple. And just like that, quick work of Sector B, Dead Dog and Idol. Took a little bit longer than Sector A as expected. But we're going to be quickly on to Sector C. And Goj, I know you want to go ahead and point it out, 180 tickets available.
Yeah, I mean, again, nearly flawlessly executed. Maybe took a hair longer than we maybe expected with how fast they got to B1, but it doesn't matter. It's still a perfect game thus far when you think about the amount of lives you have going into the next points, and of course, they've kept their vehicle. I think traditionally speaking, this is why you save the vehicle. Going into point C and then D1, D2, you're going to see a lot of value from the tank. It's sometimes hard to find value on the actual trenches, but I got to say, Wansa, I think, picked up nearly 15 to 20 kills just on B1 and B2, finding angles to help out his team. So we'll see how much value they get into C. This is traditionally a hard point to hold.
Yeah, it's super, super hard to hold, especially when that tank is still alive, because the tank is literally just going to blow up all of these buildings. They're almost all entirely destructible, right? And if you take a look around, the buildings are the only thing that provides cover for the defensive side of things. So as these buildings just get blown up, the defense just has nowhere to actually hold this point from. So it is one, like Goj says, a hard one to go ahead and hold. It's almost like a gimme sometimes, it feels like. And as we're actually going to see, right, we kind of talked about the female player on DNI. Hodu is actually going to be calling in a vehicle of her own. Going to be making work happen.
Yeah, we got a tank destroyer on the map, folks. That's bad news, Bears, for the defensive side here. Hodu and it looks like Wansa have moved over to the tank destroyer, whereas Dead Dog is actually the one commanding the main tank, which is pretty cool, and an opportunity with a couple other players inside the tank as engineers, I assume. Raining Hellfire from a distance, like you said, blowing up all the pieces of cover, and then, of course, boots on the ground will move in. But I think we all know at this point, and if you haven't been watching a lot of these competitions, the wheeled tank destroyer is, frankly, the most powerful vehicle on the map. It does a lot of damage, but it is also hyper mobile, so you can get really aggressive like that, where you kind of just roll up, blow people apart, and then drive away. The hit and run strategy is everything. If you go in and sit on a point or get too aggressive, you're going to lose your life because it's not necessarily very, tongue-in-cheek tanky. It is a tank destroyer, though. It does a lot of damage and very mobile.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy plays happen with that vehicle, so very, very cool to kind of see them make that swap. One that kind of seems planned, right? That was an easy transition, and now with that tank destroyer online and active, with the tank all the way off in the distance, raining shells into the point. Sector C is all but halfway fallen already, and as you can see, that mobility you were talking about, look at this, the health bar of it is not moving at all.
We're splattering people. We're running through buildings. We're blowing people to pieces, finding so much value with these vehicles. You're seeing a couple different things called in on your screen. An artillery strike from the defense, not finding a lot of value. You're seeing some strategic beacons dropped as well for the team. This is a new thing, or not new, but for Victory Unite, it's a unique thing. Instead of a squad-specific beacon, this is a team beacon that they can use. Very, very valuable for respawn. But look how many kills Wansa just picked up in the feed. We've got to check out some of these flank positions. I think Wansa just picked up a 6-piece with like 2 shells. Good grief, they're finding value with these vehicles.
Look at the position from Artyom, right? That's actually going to be the star player going to be on the Tempest right now. If you take a look at this rock that he's actually currently sitting on, this is actually on the verge of, pretty much out of bounds for the attack. He has pushed up as far as you possibly can be. And as the star player is just seemingly winning out all of the gunfights that are kind of happening on this rock, so much so, right, this rock is actually used to go ahead and contest Sector D. We're still on C, and Artyom is pushed all the way up there, picking up all of the kills from any of the defensives that are trying to actually rotate into C. Yeah, I mean, just all around the board, DNI are looking very, very clean. And oh my gosh, Coach, did that say 162?
Yeah, they're chilling.
18? That's it?
Yeah, they lost 18. They were chilling. They really did a good job of staying patient on point C. They know it's a basically inevitable thing. No reason to waste the time. C goes down, and we move into D1 and D2. May finally see some resistance here, but I gotta say, Artyom is looking in final form right now, picking up several before finally getting cut down in a moment where it frankly doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, I mean, I can't lie. You keep mentioning how effective the vehicles have been for Wanza. And, you know, obviously that bodes to how well he's going to be doing in terms of the scoreboard with the kills. But I can't lie, every single time we tune into Artyom, he is picking up frag after frag. So it'll be very, very cool to go ahead and break down that scoreboard.
Yeah, and I gotta say too, I know we just got started, but my prediction's not looking too good. I gotta say, I mean, maybe this is the one map that I thought DNI would win. Dang, they are looking so strong. DNI really showing up today. But job's not done. It is only counted a win if you win the map. It doesn't matter how far you gotta get to the finish line. I will say I love this overlay that we see at the bottom. Obviously get a chance to see some of our player cams, but also 3 vehicles to 0. It looks like maybe we just called in 2. Finally, the defense has joined us in some vehicle warfare. It took them long enough, but they earned enough score to be able to call those in. And finally, we should see some resistance from the defensive side going into D1, D2.
You know, being a bit of a pub stomper myself, usually the kind of strategy, for lack thereof, right? You're in a pub, there's not much strategy that kind of goes in there, but you kind of usually just run it D1, right? That rock, that hill that kind of oversees it is usually what you want to play for. But I won't lie, DNI, there looked like some amazing coordination coming from them. None of them were kind of running up to that hill. They all kind of went off to the left where that giant warehouse kind of is, and it overlooks D1. It's actually a great vantage point to look over and pick up some frags. It looked like the entire team was pushing up on that left side, and then they flooded the point after they got all of the kills. So early on in this competition, match number 1, we're already seeing some insane coordination from DNI.
Yeah, and a similar strategy here. It looks like Kalua down at the bottom. I believe it's technically actually pronounced Karua. Karua is the commander of PO. We got to remember that. Similar strategy, put the commander in a tank. They will issue the orders that they need to, but also play a back position where they're going to be alive for a while and utilizing the vehicle, hopefully at a good value. We'll see if they can get that value from it. It is 3 vehicles to 2. Numbers aren't everything. It also takes skill, but so far, so good for both sides, both making sure they maintain health. Now, Wansa gets a little low there, but you got to remember that Wansa tank is the one they started with, seeing so much value.
Yeah, got very, very low right there. There was actually a tank and the tank destroyer from DNI that were actually pushing up along that dirt road all the way along the left side. Wow. And I thought they were going to be able to take out some of the defensive vehicles right there, but maybe a little bit of an overextension. And there we go. Finally, Breakart is going to get the credit for destroying that tank. Finally, we're equalized. 2 vehicles on 2 vehicles now.
Woo, all right, finally some resistance. Like we said, I will say at the same time, Attack did fully capture D1, which is bad news for the defense. We've started our tug of war, but we finally lose a tank, and we see an equal battle right now in vehicles, and with a little bit of momentum on their side, the defense is going to get a bit more active. Karua coming in for a little bit more blood right now, trying to pick up more than just 1 vehicle. With the help of the team, we actually saw Uluru guided missile. Uluru's missile was the thing that actually ended the vehicle, so it looks like finally we're getting some infantry help as well, taking down some of these vehicles, but now the defense in a bit of trouble. As you can see, a flanking squad also raining down some fire on the on the defensive vehicles.
Yeah, shout out to Project One for kind of bouncing back, right? You know, A, B, C, they kind of fell quite quickly right now. And as I say that, wait, the tank is under pressure right now. Sarajin in the tank destroyer going to make quick work of that tank. And as we kind of say that, right, the tank destroyer on the defensive side of things, it's also low. And there we go. We talked about equalizing the vehicle game right back in favor of DNI. They are up 2 vehicles, and D2, woo, it's probably going to start crying soon because it knows what's coming soon.
That was a really well-coordinated strike. I think you've got to remember, again, that all of these squad commanders are in a voice call together. That was a coordinated strike. They moved as a unit, and it paid off perfectly. You're going to see a huge momentum shift, I can only imagine, here for the attackers moving on to D2 here shortly. With a 2-vehicle advantage, you've got to utilize that advantage, and yet again, we see a tank destroyer getting so much value with the mobility that it has. So we move forward. We also see it looks like Aribia is going to be the main revive support player on that team, PO, was just running around keeping people up. You got to remember in Victory Unite, these respawn timers are actually fairly long if they don't have the urgent support system called in or the urgent deployment time.
Yeah, absolutely, and there it is, right? Kind of the onslaught has already started for D2 shortly after those vehicles were lost for the defensive side of things. We talk about how impactful the vehicles are. The fact that the defense has none of them right now is going to make it quite easy for DNI to go ahead and roll over D2. Gosh, is it time for us to kind of start talking about Sector E already? I mean, Dead Dog and Idol, they just look so good.
Well, the problem with talking about Sector E is that if this continues, which it looks like it absolutely will, I mean, there's hardly a defensive player even near the point right now, and we've got so much firepower. This is going to be an easy take of D2. Here's the problem. E is traditionally the hardest point to capture because, well, of the spawn points. The defense just spawns right next to it. The issue is it looks like, barely getting down into this tunnel. We almost lost our defensive vehicles, both of them weak as they fall out of the sky, but both maintained. They needed this firepower. Here's the issue. Our offensive side has been stocking up a ton of points. They have a huge advantage right now. They've got a lot of kills, and I think the only thing that I've seen called in from the attacking side has been an urgent deployment. And because of that, we could see things like guided missiles come into play. The momentum is on the attacking side. Let's see if that momentum is cut out by the defense.
I love a good old classic trench lines guided missile that comes in on Sector E, right? I'm kind of used to my pubs where, yeah, you usually get to that last sector and finally you've been playing for long enough to go ahead and accumulate enough score to go ahead and call that guided missile in. Coach, I can't tell you how many times my guided missile has smacked right into that giant windmill right now and just done absolutely nothing. Hopefully, we will not see that happen. And you were kind of talking about the streak we might see happen, you know, kind of called in because they don't have to invest their score into vehicles because they've done such a good job of keeping them healthy. Artillery barrage kind of getting called in right now for Team DNI. But now, Team DNI is actually going to be at their biggest test so far this game in the sense that the defense actually has the most amount of vehicles they have had yet. They've got 3 online.
Yeah, 3 online on the backside of the map. Gonna make sure they stay alive. They're shooting a few mortars up and over to try to find some value right now. Already the attackers, by the way, putting pressure on the point. You see a couple players playing routemen on the right-hand side of the screen, but also a vehicle for the attack pushing up. This is Wansa's, I believe, original tank. I don't think, oh no, Wansa did go down. This is their second tank, I believe. But either way you look at it, finding a lot of value still. The attackers getting very, very active as you see our tank destroyer on the right picking up several kills, opening up this point. And we already see some motion on point E. The attackers definitely using their momentum effectively. Holy cow, look how aggressive we're getting.
Wow, kind of taking your tank into the face of 3 of the defensive tanks, and I can't lie, right? Look at the position of the Project 1 tank. How passive is that? They're not even close to the point. It's getting captured right now, and we're not just driving the tanks onto the point to try to put some sort of, you know, covering fire down at all. It's getting captured, Goj.
All right, it's getting captured. We did see an artillery strike, I believe, from both teams get called. I want to see how much value they actually get. Of course, you can take control of this tower above. You can also...
How annoying is this, right?
I also believe you could blow it to pieces if you have enough guided missiles. And it does look like our first guided missile of DFIW will be called in here shortly. Let's see how much value it gets. The sirens are ringing. Will it land on the point or on the back side of it? It will land dead center, it looks like, and it is Wansa, of course, picking up a 2-piece with it. But the best part about it is that it cleared off the point. We should have been able to make a push. The defense was able to back up and then move back on as we do finally lose a vehicle. The attackers, that momentum, guided missile alone, not doing enough to open up the point completely.
Man, I'm really surprised right now. Kind of blinked and seemingly missed it. 2 of the vehicles for DNI actually went down, but, you know, of course, we saw with that little graphic at the bottom, Project 1 did actually lose one of their own, and I think DNI was actually able to call in another vehicle, but that push was looking really, really good for DNI. The fact that none of the vehicles were kind of on the point for Project 1, I thought DNI was going to be able to take it, but they actually bounced back, right? They're defending this sector very, very well right now.
Yeah, a great respawn beacon there for the attackers. And another guided missile. This one's coming from Sarah Jin. This is our wheeled tank destroyer's operator. And a vehicle gets blown up before it lands. Very well done for the attack to make sure that we don't get another vehicle on the defensive side. Here's the momentum shift. The attackers can make a play here with the guided missile. Where will it land? It lands on the backside of the building and gets absolutely nothing for it besides pushing a few people off the point to make sure they stay safe.
Sometimes that's kind of enough, though, right?
That's
also,
right.
that urgent deployment being called in as well, right? The troops are going to be flown in. I believe that is from the attack side of things. Yep. It's going to be for the attack side right now. The fact that they've already got to stay called onto Sector E right now, on top of that respawn, on top of the tank being destroyed, on top of the flag, this right here seems like this is going to be the push to go ahead and lock down match number 1.
Yeah, the guided missile is so valuable for a lot of reasons. One of the reasons is just zoning the point. It opened up the attack to move through the building, which has the most cover, and then move on to the point already. E is being put in the neutral zone. This feels like an all-in from the attack. They can afford to go all in this early. They still have 140 lives and counting. Unreal. They have so much time for this last point. The all-in proving successful, but it's not going to necessarily be enough to complete this match, as it looks like we've stalled out a bit of progress on the point.
How in the world are Project One kind of bouncing back on some of these pushes right there? It looked so good for DNI, but as soon as we kind of get this view of what the point looks like, it looks like all Project One inside of that building. That is one of the most important pieces of landscape for this point. It's obviously going to, have the windows up top that have the vantage point over the entirety of the point. It's also a very good spot for these strategic beacons that, of course, we've seen put down plenty of times on Sector E right now. Now, Goj, Project One have successfully defended what looked like that all-in from DNI, right? The score has kind of been invested that they've been saving for the entirety of the game. What can they do now at this point, right? I mean, 2 guided missiles, that's a huge investment. I saw a ton of strategic beacons, that's a huge investment. The deploy, right? That's a huge investment. I feel like all of their score has kind of got to be gone.
Yeah, it was definitely a big all-in. I think they could afford to do it. You're going to see plenty of score be tallied up here, even on this point itself. I think you should see another guided missiles from some of the players that weren't the top fraggers. You got to remember that was both of our top fraggers from the game so far. That's Wansa and Sarah Jin playing the point. I will say I'm pretty impressed with Theo's resilience here. But this hold right now, only Saniva, my friend. I mean, listen, Saniva gets a lot of flack sometimes when it comes to this game. Whether you're playing Operations, whether you're playing Warfare, there is a lot of value for a true bullet sponge. And that shield putting in huge work to hold this building nearly as an individual with some of your backup shooters behind you. Wow.
Yeah, that is definitely a team play right now, kind of hopping on the Saniva. I personally, listen, I need a gun in my hand, right? I want to go out there and get this, but we saw how good that was. And look at that, Hyper Attack's actually going to be destroying the tank destroyer from DNI again. 2 tanks still available for Project One and only 1 now for DNI. That one that's actually alive for DNI, by the way, is so far off the point that you actually can't even see it on the screen right now, and you would think that we can see almost all the map with that view right there.
Yeah, you also see that the defense has called in an artillery strike to hopefully help out this push that they are honestly lagging behind on. If they don't get bodies on the point right this second, might be a little bit too late. They know that. You see a huge force coming in, as well as the vehicle should be fine to be able to neutral this back out, hopefully, as another artillery barrage is called in. Seeing a lot of value from the vehicle from the defensive side as they finally have a vehicle advantage. This artillery barrage, though, it looks like it's being called in from the attacking side, and maybe the defense also has one called in as well at the same time. Look, I thought the momentum was going to be cut. We got to get on the point. We got to get on the point now. 75% capture thus far. Remember that number. If it gets stifled, that will be a tiebreaker number you got to remember. But right now, Breaker can't even get on the point, just being harried by everybody in between. We got to get on the point. We got to get there now. We are barely getting enough bodies on the point to stop the bleeding. Good grief. It looks so free for the defense to retake, but almost just lost the game because we were moving too slow and we couldn't get past some of these infantry members, and down goes another attacker vehicle, but they have called in a couple more and they're back up to 3.
And with that little bit of a push right there, it looked like DNI, they wanted to take full advantage of the sliver that was left for them to go ahead and win that point now. They actually called in an urgent deployment, but if you take a look at that, there are absolutely no bodies on Sector E right there. That, to me, is going to be a waste of an urgent deployment for sure. Look, they all have to run all the way here. There are no more beacons left on the point. There's nothing left. And we were just kind of talking about the ticket, like, economy, that it looked so good. They were at like 120. I feel like we blinked, boom, 80.
Yeah, that was their second all-in. We saw the beacons on the point. They had everybody there. They had the urgent deployment time called. That was their second all-in, and it was another failure. They only have time for one more all-in. You spend all your resources, you go for it one more time. Everybody lock in, everybody load up, and move together. And I'm sure that's what the commanders are talking about. You can see them all kind of moving together on the other side. Our defensive vehicles still mortaring the point, still calling in a few vehicles on the side. We got some artillery barrages still coming down, and a new beacons drop as tanks continue to spawn and barely stay alive and hit the ground in time. Ooh, and it took another shell as it hit. Look how low that thing is. Both sides picking up a couple more vehicles. The final push is coming here shortly. 81 lives and counting, and this point's still in jeopardy.
Urgent deployment now is going to be called in for Project 1. That momentum was looking a little bit scary right there, so the commander's going to call that in right now. And yes, scary indeed. You can see E is actually getting captured right now. Where are all of the Project 1 members? We can see DNI actually lost the vehicle in the process of this push right now. But if you take a look at the bar in the middle of your screen right now, it's seemingly all DNI on the point. That reset seems to work out so well. They're halfway to captured Sector C.
Yeah, this is, and it doesn't even look like an all-in. It just looks like they kind of made their way to the point, cleared out the defense. And another guided missile. Here comes a huge investment. This one coming in from the attack. This could end the map if it's well placed. They needed to land on the point to push everybody off. You don't have to see a crazy amount of value. While we have a massive vehicle fight on the offhand side, the attackers win that as well. The guided missile lands. I don't believe it connects on anybody, but the good news is it continues to push people off the point. The attackers still have a foothold, even with an artillery barrage landing on their faces.
Every single one of these pushes that's come out from DNI, Project 1 has done such a good job of keeping all of their vehicles alive. Take a look at the bottom of your screen, goes no vehicles for Project 1. They lost all of them in an attempt to defend off that push right now. With no vehicles left, with 2 on the attacking side of things, this push looks like it might be the one to do it.
Oh, this is just the nature of the game, man. If the defense would have done just a little bit of a better job on the earlier points, they could have held here. 120 lives were spent on this point, 119 to be exact, and it was enough. 61 lives remain, and DNI win the first map. Not without some trouble, but they win the first map regardless. The success they found on the earlier points set them up well for the last one. We talked about at the top of the show, DNI finally execute on their third all-in.
And you can kind of see it right on their faces. I was actually hoping to kind of tune into them and see kind of like some celebration. It looks like a sigh of relief, right? I feel like they were feeling the pressure. They did such a good job through all the way through Sector E. But yeah, Sector E at the very end right there, it was very, very close. And I feel like we can see it in their faces. We know it, they know it, everybody at home, you guys know it too. But at the end of the day, Team DNI win their first match. And that's the first match of the event.
I know. And it was a banger, frankly. It's honestly something that I would even call stereotypical of trench lines. We've seen that happen many times where if you're able to steamroll most of the points, get to the final point, it's kind of a matter of time that you eventually take it, which is why we emphasize so strongly at the beginning of this broadcast, and we'll continue to do it throughout the course of these next 4 days, that you've got to, as a defensive team, you have to hold on some of these other points. Let's take a look back on some of the highlights from that last match, though, because there were a ton of them that we want to take a look at, specifically from the attacking side, how well they did on the early points to set themselves up well for the end point.
Absolutely, and listen, we know exactly what this highlight reel is going to be filled with. Obviously, we know Wanda did very, very well in the vehicles, but listen, like I was saying, Artyom, I feel like every single time we checked out that POV, that M7 in hand, Tempest being the character of choice, it looked so clean throughout. I am actually very, very excited to look at the leaderboard and see how it is all broken down.
Yeah, and of course you're going to see Sarah Jane, you're going to see Wansa near the top of the leaderboard from the kill category. They were absolutely slaying out in the vehicle category. That's what they're here to do though, right? These teams pre-select vehicle operators based on who they believe is going to give them the most value. So this is going to be a team effort. Even if you see a single player at the bottom of the leaderboard, it doesn't mean they did something wrong. It just means they had a specific role that they were trying to complete. So seeing a lot of value from that tank destroyer, of course, Sarah Jin being the player that was leading the charge inside of the tank destroyer when first called in. But then Artyom from DNI, I mean, putting on a show for us, like you said, in the Tempest operative category, was just like, hey, I'm not here to go frag out. I'm over here to open up some sight lines for us by picking up multi-kills.
Listen, we're in match number 1, but hey, listen, I can't wait to get home and copy that loadout from Artyom. Right? I want to go ahead and jump into Imagine myself and see what this M7 build is all about, because it looked absolutely clean. And yeah, listen, this was, Trent's line is awesome because it looked like throughout, we were kind of just saving score up, right? It's kind of like they knew what was going to happen on Sector E, and even after a couple of times where it seemed like they kind of did this all-in guided missiles, beacons, all this, it didn't work out. I think it was like 2-3 times, and then finally, obviously ended up capturing it towards the end right there. Incredible work from DNI.
Yeah, I got to say, Mumazako there from PO was doing a great job with our Saniva operator with shield, just soaking up so many bullets. The final push comes in, though, and the final celebration. Some sighs, of course, of relief, but also some celebration. Job is not done. It is a best of 3, but you certainly give yourself an advantage with a win already on the attacking side, where traditionally speaking, the defense has a slightly higher win percentage. That's a big win for DNI to set them up well for swapping sides, because that's where we're going next, Vivid. We're going to swap sides and run it back.
I didn't even think about that, right? We're like watching how awesome, that was from DNI. I forgot how strong it is to actually win from the offensive side of things, right? We talk about it all the time. It seems like the defense just wins more often than not. So to actually see that win from the attacking side is, something that I'm happy that you point out, because I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just so locked in to all of the gameplay right there. But yeah, incredible win there, even more so.
Yeah, and I think it's not 100% like defense is going to win a majority of the time necessarily. Just statistically, it's a slightly higher percentage. So something that we'll definitely keep an eye on throughout the course of this broadcast to see if that maintains to be true on LAN. Things are a little bit different. You don't have any conversations around ping. It is everybody in the same building. We have so many matches for you today, folks. That was game 1 of the first match. We have 4 total. Insane stuff. But I'm excited to look at this leaderboard whenever it's ready and talk about individual heroes as well as, of course, the team victory. Of course, we know top slayers, but I'm really curious to know who are going to be our top medics, who do the most damage to vehicles. A lot of those score lines really are difference makers when it comes to the macro conversation of a team win. So it'll be fun to highlight a couple of those individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy that you went ahead and pointed that out, right? Because even I myself was kind of looking at those highlight reels, right? And almost all the time, or all the time, there were just engineers that are not going to get that credit for all of those Wanza kills, but they were the ones kind of keeping those tanks alive. And yeah, like you asked, goes, the scoreboard is finally here. Taking a quick peek at it, and yeah, there it is. Look at that Artyom on the left side for Team DNI. Had the most kills and was almost exclusively with that M7, 74.
Wait a minute. This might be the first. I mean, I've casted so many Warfare competitions. It has been an insane. It's probably been years at this point since I've seen a boots on the ground infantry player out-frag a vehicle operator. I mean, that is insanely impressive. 74 kills there for Artyom on the left side for DNI. Of course, there's Wansa, Sarah Jin, both our vehicle operators. Sticks there with them as well at 67 overall. Really impressive stuff from DNI. Let's take a look, though, at the revive category. We had 2 players with 98 revives on the attacking side. Huge shout out to DG Delta and Yancy. That is an insane stat line, and it is paramount for this team's success. Of course, you see a couple 47s, 52s, big numbers. 98 apiece is unstoppable. Compare that to the defensive side. A couple big numbers, maybe not quite as important, arguably, on the defense, because you don't have lives, but Arabia, the top medic there on the PO side at 76.
It's super incredible as well because, kind of talking about how the roles were going to be distributed, it looks like there's very few medics on the side of DNI. What is that? I'm kind of taking a quick look at it. It looks like there's like 4 maximum, right? And the value value that you get out of a medic is so insane that usually we do see more. But yeah, complete trust to go ahead and pick up 98 revives. And that's why it goes. Sometimes we were kind of looking at some of those pushes, and then we take a look at the tickets, and they're just not moving. It's all to do with that insane amount of revives coming out from Team DNI.
Well, and to be very clear, too, like, revives are an impressive stat. In PUBG, you can do that pretty well. But to revive a lot, you have to stay alive as well. I mean, you take a look at the amount of revives per life that some of those players were able to put up. That's what's most impressive, and that's the reason they were able to get up to 98. Because again, that respawn time, it takes a little while in Victory Unite. Of course, some of the stat lines that we don't get to talk about that often when it comes to Warfare is that vehicle destruction category. It's going to be the third from the right. If you're looking at the category, it looks like 2 vehicles or a vehicle maybe cut in half or 2 vehicles, colliding. That stat line is really important, and you see massive numbers in that category for the DNI side. You don't see a lot of big numbers on the PO side.
Yeah.
And the reason for that, you got to remember, PO basically did no damage to vehicles in the first, all the way to point D2. It wasn't until we got to E where we finally saw some of the attacker vehicles really start to drop.
And of course, we did mention, big shout out to Hodu on Team DNI, the only female player here at the event with the most in that category right there, the most in that column with 125. Kept seeing her kind of involved with repairing all of the vehicles as well. But this is kind of crazy to me because we didn't really see vehicles online for Project 1 into what felt like the last sector. So the fact that so many people on Team DNI have so much in that column in terms of that vehicle destruction is really, really crazy, right? You would think that since the tank was alive for almost the entirety for Team DNI, that Project 1 would have been able to kind of pick up a little bit more score with the fact that it was kind of always available for them, right? But yeah, that just was not the case. So for Project 1, definitely need to take a look at that vehicle destruction. And look at this. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Look at that dog right there. The center of attention.
Yeah, quick look at the team stats while the war room is going on right now, discussing strategies. I love this way they set up the stage with 2 war rooms kind of the size of the stage. We can actually look back and see the players.
Yeah.
Quick look at the team stats, though. Obviously, insane amount of total points from this team. This is the reason they were able to call in multiple guided missiles. We talked about that. 688 kills, over 1,000 assists across the board. 7 total vehicles that they were able to take down. And then 185 revives. I don't know if this technically takes into account everybody across the board because we had 2 players at 98, I think. But maybe it was another stat line. But regardless of the way you look at it, really impressive stuff. There's RDM, by the way, in the back. He basically said, hey, I don't care about the...
Yeah,
put me in the back. I'm not paying attention to the front side of this because just put me on the map. I'm going to kill everybody, dude. He's talking to people in the back. He's like, Dead Dog, you just tell us what's going on. And, of course, RDM is going to be our MVP. No questions asked. 74 kills, boots on the ground. Vehicle who, bro? This dude was crushing it. 37K total score, top fragger, top scoreline. 55 assists, was everywhere. Even picked up 2 revives for the fun of it.
Look at that, RDM, right? A little bit of a team player proving that, yeah, he can do it too. No, but seriously, this is super impressive, right? Goes was kind of very, very flabbergasted by the fact that RDM was actually able to pick up more kills than a lot of our vehicle operators, and this is a well-deserved MVP, right? Kind of that meme where people are like, oh, we are kind of like so good and everything like that. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? Like, we, like, I feel like this is one of those we conversations where I want to say, yeah, I love RDM because, me and him, we're just so good at not playing the vehicle game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. No, yeah, really impressive stuff. Boots on the ground, crushing it. But generally speaking, the DNI team looked more cohesive. Were able to put it all together. I think all the way up to point E, I was like, oh gosh, this is like not even close.
Yeah.
However, we did finally see PO come alive towards the end, and on that point they were able to hold 2 all-ins where they had the disadvantage, frankly. And so I will kind of call to question that something I talked about at the top of the show, chemistry issue. It felt like it took them a little while to get their feet underneath them. The momentum was entirely on the attacker side. However, they found some momentum at the very end. Could see them carry that forward here on the attacking side. And who knows, maybe it'll be attack victories today, and we'll see what PO is able to do. Here's our best squad from the NI, and for good reason. I mean, good grief, RDM and Sarah Jin, both on the same squad. No wonder they're the top, and also Stick's stats also were in like the top 10, I think, or not even top 10, I think it was top like 6 for their team on the overall leaderboards. Definitely the best squad on DNI when it comes to the score category.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually really love to take a look at who the second best squad is, because I feel like the gap between you know, them and this squad right here has to be huge because I feel like the MVP was just extraordinarily earned from this squad. I mean, just so much value, right? I would really love to see, you know, Stacks and Six kind of where they were in the mix, kind of like the roles that they were playing, what operators they were kind of choosing. So I'll make sure to go ahead and take a look at that in our next match because, hey, listen, they put up a very huge amount of kills as well.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I want to say Styx was, I think, top 5, too.
Yeah.
I mean, all 4 of those players were over 30K score. I mean, obviously it helps that they won.
What?
But
One squad?
Yeah,
Like, what are you talking about?
That squad's different, man. And again, some of these teams, the way they qualified was via a squad. Obviously, that's one of the best teams on that overall team, one of the best squads on that overall team. So cool to see them frag out. Obviously, crush on the attack. We'll see if they're able to do it on the defense to set the scene for what we're about to see. Playing trench lines, doing the exact same thing, but swapping sides. DNI is going to be your defending squad. By the way, we are on a tournament server. We didn't say this at the top of the show. We are actually 1 patch behind, so if you're wondering about a couple things, we're on the War of Blaze season, and this is a tournament server on land, so obviously everybody's going to be on 0 ping, essentially. But they're also, you'll see the attackers will always be in red, the defense will always be in green while we're watching. So you don't have to think about who's who or look at the abbreviations or anything like that. Green always going to be your defending team, so you're going to see that DNI team in green where they were in red in that last matchup.
Yeah, perfect. Really cool to see. Now, a little bit of a reset here, and I love the fact that you were kind of already talking about this a little bit, right? The fact that Project One was actually seemingly picking up a little bit of momentum towards the end of that defense there for them. I feel like that is actually going to mean a lot. You know, kind of switching over to the attack side of things again, you know, sometimes argued a little bit of a harder side to actually go ahead and take down some of these maps. The fact that they were able to go ahead and pick up a little bit of that momentum, I think that's going to do a very big thing for them, you know, coming into the attack side here on Trenchline.
I think I have to see them prioritize vehicles more. I think they have to prioritize taking down defensive vehicles whenever those do come up, but also prioritizing keeping theirs alive. Obviously, they struggled in that category leading up to the final point, where finally they started playing together as a unit and seeing some value, but they were still losing the vehicle fights. Every single time we saw them for the most part. A couple strikes did find them successful. I think it was on D2 they saw a successful strike. But of course, that was the original tank that I think Wansa started with. So it was like, oh, they were just calling another one. No one cares. Like, you got to get more active on taking down vehicles. But that doesn't just come from your vehicle operators. You have to have infantry firing missiles at those vehicles, whether it's the Allura missile, whether it's an AT-4 from something like D-Wolf, doesn't matter. Get missiles on the board and get those vehicles down ASAP. If you can do it before they even hit the ground, perfect. Sounds good to me. It's difficult when they've got engineers on the backside, but it's certainly possible. We saw the DNI team do it.
Warfare is so funny. The fact that some of those vehicles kind of falling in from the sky. The fact that you can destroy them is always just so funny to me.
Yeah, really fun to watch. Well, folks, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. The teams have swapped sides. We're about to hop into Game 2. Could be the last game of this matchup. It's a best of 3. You're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational Warfare. Stand or fall. It's day one. It's quarterfinals, and we have already started our matchups. Goj, Vivid, and I gotta say, game one, a lot of fun. It was kind of a banger. We kind of got to see already a lot of what Warfare has to offer.
Yeah.
We had some steamrolling and then a really good hold at the end on point E.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's for, pretty much, so if you were to show somebody what Warfare is kind of all about, that would be a perfect match for it, right? Kind of like the tug of war between who's actually seemingly winning the match. Of course, we all know DNI are the ones that ended up coming out on top from the attacking side as well.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, a lot of fun. We're going to be swapping sides. DNI obviously got the win. As we go into the next matchup, they'll be swapping to the defense. Now, I want to go ahead and explain this because if PO also wins on the attack, it will come down to the tiebreaker that we talked about earlier. It will come down to how many lives they had left. And as a reminder, DNI, they had 61. That's a lot of lives left, but it's not insane. Like, they lost 119 on the last point. They had max lives going in. If we see something similar, there is certainly a chance we can see a priority selection going into Game 3 from PO. It is not out of the question.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, listen, we're kind of on the back foot of things here if you are Project One. We know we got to go ahead and win this attack side of things. But then again, yeah, like you're already kind of mentioning, that tiebreaker, they also maybe kind of have to think about winning in such a fashion that is good enough to go ahead and win out that tiebreaker. Because I feel like that tiebreaker is also very, very important. Making sure that you're comfortable, whether it be you want to be comfortable on a map, whether you want to be comfortable on the side. We'll have to see how that goes. But Goj, we are, just one step ahead of ourselves right now. I feel like Project One, of course, does actually have to win here to tie up the series if we are going to see that tiebreaker come into play for match number 3.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I mean, you got to win. Attacking, very difficult. We just saw it. Certainly a chance. You can see our timer in the top right-hand corner. Players loading in, about to get started here in the next 4 minutes. So as we swap sides, the big question in all of our minds is, can PO get it done on the attack? It's going to be difficult, impossible. I think it really is going to be showcased at what happens in the first couple points because, like we said before, trench lines almost always comes down to the final point. I've seen holds on B, I've seen holds on D, but they're not that often. It's usually the final point. It's just a matter of how many lives do you have, how many tickets do you have going into the final point. With max, usually attackers will pick it up. Anything less than max, usually not. So if the metric of success is have at least 120 going into point E, that's something I'll be looking out for.
So one of the things that we did talk about with that win there from DNI was, seemingly looking at the scoreboard, watching how the match was going, how good they were at destroying vehicles, right? Now, they're actually going to have the opportunity right out of the gates here to go ahead and destroy that tank that is going to be instantly spawned on the side of Project One. And I feel like we are going to kind of see, hey, listen, was DNI really, extremely good as a team, as a cohesive team at destroying their vehicles? Are they going to be able to take out that tank pretty much faster than we've probably ever seen? Or was that kind of like one of those effects of the attacking side, right? The kind of the vehicle momentum that they had on that attacking side, was that like that main contributor to how they were actually able to destroy the vehicles for Project One? Or is it just going to straight up come down to how good they are as a team? I feel like it's going to, tell us a lot about them as a team identity-wise if they are actually able to go ahead and damage the vehicle economy early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, let's think back on that last map. Where did we see the vehicle have a surprising amount of value? I think on point B, B1.
Yeah, B1
right?
was crazy.
B1, we were able to get a tank that we started with all the way up on top of the point and not lose its life somehow. That is pretty abnormal for the point. And so something to watch out for is how much value you see that tank get on B1 and B2 could potentially be a difference maker on how much value they'll actually see as we get into the deeper points as well. And frankly, I think that was less about how well it was executed and more about how much of a mistake that was that PO wasn't able to punish them.
Yeah.
That's usually a moment where it's like PO says, tank's vulnerable, take it out now, and they've got to put more rockets down range to get that tank down early if somebody makes a risky play like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, playing back some of those moments in my head right now, and yeah, you're right. I feel like, sitting up there on that V1 point, I didn't see any rockets going towards the direction of the tank. Yeah, and like you were mentioning, like I was kind of talking about too during that that game is, yeah, you are very exposed up there on the hill. It's a great position for a tank. If you could just sit there the whole game, you would love that. But you are just so exposed. So yeah, we will see if Project One are able to go ahead and pull up a position like that with the tank, how risky they're going to get with it. But I love the fact that you actually kind of bring that up, because if you start thinking about the match entirely, I feel like there was only like, we're kind of arguing that B1 hold from the tank was a little bit risky. Outside of that, we did see the tank destroyer from DNI get a little bit involved, get a little bit deep into enemy lines. But outside of that, there was not a lot of risk from the vehicles for DNI. Yeah, right? So, played it pretty safe and still kind of stomped the map seemingly.
Yeah, no, it's a really good shout. It's kind of fun to talk about the vehicle gameplay because it's such an important piece.
Yeah.
But as already improved, it's not everything. And some people argue it's everything, but in competitive Delta Force, competitive warfare, it's not everything, but it is a linchpin piece of the puzzle. It is super, super important. We'll see how they utilize it, folks. We are jumping into the game. Timer getting to 0. Players are loading in. It is still DNI versus PO. And it's back against the wall. Let's make or break here for that Project One side. They've got to get a win here to force it to Game 3, where they could be the first team to drop into the lower bracket. Project One on the left-hand side of your screen, they're going to be on the attack. They're going to be in red the entire time. DNI on the right-hand side of your screen right now, they're going to be your defending roster. This is a double elimination tournament, folks. If PO loses this map, they are not done. They were headed to the lower bracket, but it certainly will make their travels all the way to the finals much more difficult.
You really want to win this game if you are Project One. Eventually, if you do go down in the series, right, you lose out the series, winning this game is going to be very, very important for team morale, right? Winning this one is going to make it feel like if, unfortunately, you do go down to the loser bracket, who's like, hey, listen, what do we do right this game? Something for you guys to kind of look at on a personal level that just feels good, right? Getting a win on the stage is going to be very important. It's kind of crazy, right? Traveling all around the world. You land on the stage, you're all the way here in Vietnam, and you are faced with trench line attack. Can Project One bring it back in game number 2?
Gotta watch out for Karua. He's gonna be their commander. What value will he bring leading the charge for this team? We already see the tank getting in and throwing mortars over the top. The other person we didn't see that much from, their quote-unquote star player, was Hazmat. Where is that player right now? Watch out for Hazmat on this map. Maybe an attack specialist. Let's see how much value they can get as we start off with point A.
Yeah, and remember, a lot of people like to say comparison is the thief of joy. Not on this broadcast. We're going to be comparing all day long. And if we remember the attack side for DNI, it took them less than 2 minutes. So I'm going to keep an eye on that clock and see if Project One can go ahead and match that pace.
It certainly could be a thief of joy for Project
I
One
guess
if
so.
we start comparing them. But again, looking at vehicles, of course, we know the attackers start with one, the defense don't have one. And right now, a bit of a bloodbath. We already see a little bit of motion on the point. So far, so good. Nothing crazy to write home about. Defense should find some angles here. But, it's fun to talk about, too. You and I were talking about this before the broadcast. Something that we don't bring up often on the broadcast. I'll go ahead and bring it up now. It is very cool that our vehicles have loadouts themselves as well.
Isn't that crazy?
You can change the weaponry that you're bringing in with some of these vehicles. So making sure you have this mortar shot on the tank is actually pretty important. Of course, everybody will because they're pros, but it is pretty cool to make sure that you specialize the vehicle the way you want it going into this point, especially with a vehicle you start with. It's very, very important.
Yeah, go ahead and pick what you want on the vehicle. But if you're a pro, that's usually standardized, and you actually don't get to pick what you want. You just have to pick what everybody is that has, right? Yeah, exactly. But as we're kind of mentioning that, approaching that 2-minute mark, and finally some progress is being made onto Sector A right now. Looks like bodies are on the point. They have cleared out a bunch of the defenders. Project One is making some progress here to Sector A, not necessarily as fast as DNI did it, but hey, they'll get the job done, and we'll keep the boat rolling here. And as I say that, DNI is actually pushing back on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, and I will say, as much as we're hyping up that mortar, we're not seeing nearly as much value from that mortar as we saw from the opposition. DNI was picking up triples and quad kills from a distance. and we're not landing much of anything on the point. Because of that, we don't really have an opening. I mean, we're trying to smoke and run. You can see a couple of those drone smokes coming through from Stinger operators thrown down lines to try to get to the point. We are putting a little bit of motion on the point, but not a lot. And because of that, we're actually seeing, it looks like, a really good hold right now from the defense on what would arguably be one of the hardest points to hold on the entire map.
Absolutely, yeah. This is one of those moments when, you know, I'm very, very thankful that, of course, I get to watch these sort of competitions, but I start to get nervous. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, are DNI really going to end it here? Are they going to hold out on... That's how I start to feel.
Right?
And I felt that way multiple times while watching Warfare tournaments, and it's almost like, you know, these sort of things never happen, you know, knock on wood, for Project One right now, but this would be an absolute statement of a hold if they were able to pull this off.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there from Widow from the tank with Mortar over the top. Finally finding some value. It's another two-piece landing on main. We're seeing some serious value coming in from Widow, who's getting a bit more aggressive from the tank position, I think, to try to find some right angles rather than just kind of guesswork. But we see an urgent deployment coming in from the attackers already. Apparently, they needed to push onto this point, and they've already got that assault vehicle, which I sometimes call the armored transport, because that's really what it is. It's not tanky, but has a decent amount of armor, and you can support several players inside. And it looks like with a crazy amount of range, Wanza getting a little active here.
Wanza is not interested in going anywhere near that point right now. He's like, guys, what if? Hear me out. What if I just drag out from all the way across the map and just pretty much just spray and pray with that turret? That's awesome to see right there. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, he's picking up kills with it, so no shame there. But finally, Project One, on the back of picking up a second vehicle and an urgent deployment, have finally started to make progress on this point, and we're almost 5 minutes into the match.
Yeah, that AA gun is actually putting in work. I mean, we're seeing kills from Wanza, but also just shelling the point. I mean, this is kind of smart. I like the play. Nobody's shooting at him either. Finally, a lot of value on the point, like you said, Vivid. Looks like mostly I was going to say the attackers had this. They get to about 70%, but the defense has completely resurmounted. They put a bunch of bodies on the point, and we're seeing some information over the top, but that's just about it. The attackers can't find a true entry point, and they've been forced off again on point A. What am I witnessing? This could be history in the making here on land in Vietnam.
I mean, we're already approaching a win here for the defense, regardless of what happens with the point itself, right? 115 tickets. They are currently dipping into the supply that they would have had come, you know, actually end up capturing this point, right? So, yeah, I mean, Project One, this would not feel good. I was talking about needing this win. I tell you what, you just straight up do not want this specific kind of a loss at all.
Dude, I love this position right now for Wanza. Like, something I just don't think about when you're playing pubs that often is just like, hey, I'm gonna poach back. Usually if I'm that far away, I'm sniping, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just trolling. So actually seeing a decent amount of value. There's also, you also have infinite ammo, so I mean, it's not a bad position to just shell the point, especially when you think A is kind of a gimme. But you're right, we're now into a position where this is already a win for the defense in terms of value. Not gonna go into max point, even if they get it right this second, you're not gonna have max lives going into B1, B2. So I like that call out from you. We're seeing a lot of value from our players on the point. We are not getting an opening right now. Our assault vehicle trying to find anything, just running around the backside, at least weaken the numbers a bit. They can't hardly buy a kill right now, and they're just trying to stay alive.
This is crazy. I mean, DNI are looking very, very strong. I mean, this hold...
Oh, no way.
I mean, look at that. Hodu, again, finding value in the vehicle game of things. So, incredible stuff right there from her. Awesome to kind of see that on repeat.
I think she also, by the way, I think Hodu, we actually heard a little bit from Hodu earlier, and we've been highlighting Hodu, the only female competing today. Hodu's also an Aluru main, and also I think only plays Aluru. Like, it's like, if I'm playing the game, I'm playing Aluru, and that was actually an Aluru rocket that got the finishing shot on the assault vehicle. So, I mean, Hodu's putting in some work right now.
I've got to tell you right now, you know, I mainly play operations, and I've seen some Alurus do some nasty things with that rocket. I'll be sitting there like, did what with that thing? So yeah, there is a big skill gap there with those Allura rockets, but finally Project One, they have seemingly got a foothold onto the point right now. Now again, we've seen this before, and DNI was able to actually bounce back, and as soon as I go ahead and talk about this happening, look at this. It's actually happening once again. They get onto the point, they seemingly take everybody out, and then DNI, after respawning, they just come back in and they're able to take it right back.
And you're still seeing Juan. If you see Juan's name in the kill feed, see the icon, that's the AA gun from a metric mile away. Finding value. And that was actually one of the best players on PO, one of the top fraggers on PO getting cut down by that thing. I mean, these are big moments of cutting down the momentum and just weeding out the numbers of the attack. We quite literally could see history here. I have not seen a hold on main in an esports competition. I've only seen it happen twice ever on trench lines of all the casts I've done in Delta Force, which is a ton, and it was in showcase matches with a bunch of influencers.
Yeah. Okay.
Not in esports. This is unbelievable.
I mean, not that it really means much, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure I haven't even seen it in pubs. Literally, you know what I mean? Like, this is incredible stuff right now. You can actually see they're actually investing now into the tank destroyer that actually just got blown up.
Oh my gosh. I mean, everything that could go wrong right now is going wrong. You do still see, I think there's still a vehicle. Widow's still in that tank right now. It looks like they're repairing it up. But good grief, we can't find any value on the point. And our assault vehicle backing up. This is one that's already gone down. That's going to be Karua, who's going to be your commander, trying to figure out how do I even get my team to follow orders. It feels a little bit unorganized right now, I gotta say. Not just getting out fragged, not just getting out positioned, but we're not seeing an organized push come through from the attacking side. At some level, this first point is just about getting bodies on the point, and they can't find an entry point. And with 65 lives remaining, here comes Widow getting extremely active because, frankly, you have to. You got to get to this point.
Yeah, I love the decision. Maybe a little bit too late, but it seems like as soon as the tank kind of got all the way up to the point right here, look at that. Instantly turned the tide of the point right now. Maybe this is just what they needed. Of course, this is harder said than done because, again, yeah, those rockets are going to start coming in. He's exposing himself quite heavily with this position, but the fact that this is what it takes to go ahead and take Sector A, this is crazy. I will say they got to keep this tank alive if they have any hope for continuing on through trench line. We're at the 10-minute mark. It took 8 more minutes for Project One to capture Sector A, but it's finally done.
They've finally done it. And as you can see, the top left, kind of top middle of your screen, 127 lives. They did pick up about 60 from that. You'll pick up about 60 every single time you capture a point. Because of that, they're down nearly 60, about 53 from what is a maximum going on to this point. So it's not necessarily back against the wall. It's not game over, but they've got to be nearly perfect going forward. If they're able to save some lives and push through B1, B2 pretty quickly, you could see this kind of what I would call a mistake on point A nearly be erased. It is still technically possible, but to fully erase it, they'd have to take both points with 7 lives. I mean, that's not happening, but you could kind of bring back that margin to something more reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be cool to see this, right? Again, we were kind of talking about Project One, maybe need a little bit of time for them as a team to go ahead and pick up momentum. Ooh, come on. Now, again, this is one of those moments where it's like, oh my gosh, this is so funny, right? You play Warfare, and you can kind of invest all of your score into picking up a tank, and then you could just sometimes get to watch it get blown out of the sky before it even reaches the ground. But luckily for Widow right there, able to kind of swap into the tank now. We did see him in that armored vehicle that you were kind of talking about, that transport vehicle that kind of serves as that. And you know what's cool for Project One right now? We saw DNI. They went straight at B1. Project One is doing something completely different. They're wrapping around using the river, and they're going to try to go for B2 first.
Yeah, I like this strategy. I mean, we kind of noticed that the head-on approach hasn't been working for them. So let's play a little bit more strategic here. We're taking the classic route. This is not like abnormal for trench lines. We've seen a lot of teams do this in the past. We're actually seeing pretty crazy value in the trench lines right now, picking up 2-3 pieces. Full squad. Look at that. Actually, 2 full squads moving together, running the trenches, clearing things up. We do lose one of our attacker vehicles there. Not an incredibly important one, but still a vehicle nonetheless. And a big push over to B2. Maybe a feint, as they have swung back to B1 and may try to go for both at the same time. The full flank on the right, swing back to B1. All the defense has been called over to B2. Now that right there is a pretty good strategy.
finally we're kind of seeing something that looks like some chemistry being found there for the team right now. And I gotta say, right, that bunker on V1, right? The defender is able to kind of just hold up in there. It's very, very hard to push. And, you know, you were kind of talking about the value of the Allura that we saw. You can see right there, Blake is actually on the Allura right there for the defensive side of things, walking in there and actually being able to flush out some of these defenders. I see Dead Dog in there as well. It's going to be really hard for Project One, and oh my gosh, this is something that we definitely did not see in the last game. This is an early tank in terms of, you know, just the sectors in general, a tank for the defensive side for DNI.
Yeah, because they were able to hold so long, they were able to get a tank pretty quickly. I think you're right. They did say, I think we got the tank for the first time, maybe it was on Queen D?
Yeah, I think it was D.
I think it was D, which is ridiculous. So we have a tank from the defensive side. Not going to get too aggressive with it right now. It's really not a big deal if they lose these points. But if they're able to hold it here for a while, you're going to see a ton of value. Now, attackers do have their tank destroyer. They have 3 vehicles to 1. They should see some value with these vehicles. They do take B1 very quickly. We talk Allura, we talk engineers. Seneva holding those buildings, the underground areas. Seneva has a history of making highlight. There's a look at Blake, by the way. Seneva. You see highlight level plays from the Seneva operators in the trenches because of the value you can see from those shields. Very fun to watch. So many fun moments over the years that we've been casting over Warfare, but right now it's just guns a-blazing on the point. Blake trying to hold nearly by himself on B1 to just retake, and they're just kind of going to let him chill for a moment because they don't have to take him out. It's the only player, looks like maybe 2 there with the Johan there as well, as the team tries to address B2 here shortly.
Now, I feel like we have actually spent a decent amount of time on this B sector already from the attacking side of things, specifically on B1, right? There's been some players over there that are just constantly trying to attack those defensive players that are in that bunker. They've actually done a pretty decent job of maintaining their tickets, right? Only 20 being lost so far. Again, if they could go ahead and actually capture B2 right now, they would, you know, make a giant swing back into a healthy ticket economy if they're able to pull this off right now.
No, it's a really good shot. This artillery barrage could be a difference maker. If they called it in on the backside of B2, as these players are roaming in, you can see a ton of kills from the artillery strike. So far, picking up 1, several weakened from it. They've also got a tactical respawn beacon down for the entire team to spawn on. The defense making a huge push right now with the artillery strike. The attacker's artillery strike only picking up 1 so far. We thought we might see a bit more value out of them, but so far, these missiles just not connecting the way they should.
That respawn beacon is actually going to get broken. That could be huge for Project One. The vehicle is actually on the point right now on B2. Kurua right there, who's going to be the commander, going to be straight up in the action. And the fact that that beacon got broken, look at this. There are no defenders. They weren't able to spawn. Oh my gosh, Project One with what seemed to be impossible after that performance on Sector A. They made quick work of Sector B. And again, look at that, 150 tickets. If they do that one more time, I think they'll actually go into D with 180, and they'll be actually looking pretty good for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what we would basically call a 30 life swing, okay? They had about a 60-ish so spread. They went into 120-ish going into that point. They cut it down to only 30 away from maximum. You're right, this is a big, big boon. And I will say, too, reminder, we're going to point C. This one is hardly ever hold for very long.
Yeah.
Absolutely could see them take all of the mistakes they took and had in point A and completely delete them from our minds going into D1, D2 with max lives if they're able to take point C in 30 lives, which I think is frankly more than reasonable.
But, you know, to be that guy here goes, DNI actually have 2 tanks online here, and one of the operators is actually Wanza. So there is a tall task that will be needed to be faced here for Project One. I'm actually not sure what vehicle. Oh, it was probably that armored vehicle that was actually destroyed. So DNI is going to take out that vehicle that Krua was in to actually take down B2. But yeah, like we kind of already talked about, these buildings that are around this C point right now, they will all be gone here very, very shortly, as long as the tanks from the attacking side actually make quick work of them. And the fact that there are 2 online for Project One right now means that that destruction, the pace of that is just going to be amplified by that extra vehicle. Although seemingly quite quickly, without much progress being made, Project One have actually already lost 10 tickets. Not that big of a deal, but I feel like we just blinked and they're at 140 instead of 150.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good call out. And maybe it's just prioritizing respawns and getting bodies back on the field rather than revives and kind of this transition point. Look how far away those attacker tanks are. I mean, how much value are they going to actually find that far away? I mean, these two tanks are just sniping at each other, and it's kind of a 2v1 up on the hill here. I don't think any of these tanks are actually going to go down, and just shooting at each other is just going to make them only shoot at each other and not at the point, which I think is a net win for the defense, actually.
Yeah, exactly the point I was going to make. It's like, listen, you're not going to destroy either one of the tanks. Like, whoever's shooting, they're just going to hide behind the hill, they're going to repair, and then they're going to kind of re-peek. Instead of Project One kind of wasting those, quote-unquote, wasting those shells trying to do damage to a tank that you're not going to destroy, just peek out and shoot the buildings. Your boots on the ground need these buildings to be gone, else you're going to have Sarah Jin up here on a head glitch just raining down with an M14. Like, we're kind of wasting shells, both of the tanks, and we're just not getting that value that we kind of talked about. Hey, listen, siege should be easy because you can blow up the buildings, but they're not blowing up the buildings. So it's actually going to be a hard point if they don't switch it up soon.
Yeah, it's funny. This is like hardly ever a difficult task. But you're right. I think it's a really good breakdown of how this all works. Now, a quick look here. Dead Dog just highlighting holding C as an objective, and so that will net some extra score if they're able to do it for long enough. Artillery strike also, it looks like, being called in from the defensive side to ward off the first, frankly, the only push thus far on point C. Looks like it's maybe landing there on the right-hand side of your screen, getting a few players weak. Only finding one kill with it thus far. Also, by the way, I'm looking at our kill feed. I think Dead Dog is sniping, by the way, somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to get eyes on him at some point and see where he's at. Seen a couple sniper shots in the field. Now Wansa picks up a two-piece there. A little bit of help with the tank. Artillery strikes picked up 3 in total now. Is actually pretty good value for artillery that we've seen thus far. Here's a huge push with the respawn beacon. Look how many players just spawned in the bottom of that building, and they are all getting obliterated.
Wow, I thought that was actually going to be a really good push. You called it out, right? The beacon got dropped down, but then on top of that, the urgent deployment was actually also called in at the same time. So they could, they could just flood into this building. Maybe a little bit of a lapse of judgment and kind of putting the beacon down there. Maybe there was a safer spot somewhere on the point, but I got to give a big shout out to DNI because as soon as that strategy kind of came to fruition and was put down into play, they like shut it down instantly.
I love our overlays we have here on land. We saw 9 players spawn through that beacon, and all 9 players were cut down in a matter of like 2.5 seconds. Unbelievable stuff. And again, draw your eyes to the top middle of your screen. We're back into 2 digits, 84 lives for what would be technically classified as one of the easiest points on this map. Something about these single capture point sectors, the attack cannot find a rhythm, and I think it's on the back of the defense having 2 tanks that are just sniping down range and keeping the attacking tanks on the defense.
Yeah, but again, you know, we kind of tune into some of the angles of the point, and you know, next time we do get a good look at it, take a look at the buildings. I mean, they're all still pretty intact. Look at that. Look, I mean, we've got still, you know, 2-story buildings up, 3-story buildings up. They should all be gone. You shouldn't really have that much cover still left on the point. That being said, here another push for the attack side. Project One is finding themselves straight on to that point once again in that same building, but now looks like a defensive tank is looking to get very, very close and straight onto the point to go ahead and shut that one down.
Urgent deployment called in from the defensive side as well to try to match the pace of play that the attackers have set. This is pretty standardized when it comes to esports. One team calls in a way to get onto the map quickly, the other team will follow to try to match them. When you have the advantage, that's when you can really see value from the urgent deployment or the strategic beacons. The defense, there's another one. Vehicle respawn beacon actually being called in here from Karua on the right-hand side of your screen. All the way on the right-hand side of the map, rather, on point C. Could be an angle maybe for the attackers to try to make a play here.
See, this is one of those moments where you need to do a play like that, and I feel like he was in a really good spot right there to put that beacon down and then call in some engineers, right? Because he was actually behind the tanks. The tanks had no idea he was up there. If you would have, as the commander, made a call and say, hey, listen, let's get like 5 engineers real quick, boom, put it down, destroy a tank instantly, that would have been a huge momentum swing right there. But instead, you know, kind of put the beacon down in a smoke screen, and then I think I saw like 1 or 2 people spawn on the beacon itself, and then not really get any value with it. That being said, there is a giant push on the hill. The tanks are under attack for DNI.
Yeah, I mean, this is the right play. I think the attacker said, look, we literally can't get to the point with these tanks harrying us. Our attacking tanks can't find any value on the point. We can hardly even blow up a building. We got to put some pressure on these vehicles. This is not going to work, frankly, but it could open up the attacker tanks to getting a little bit closer. It doesn't look like that's what they're doing, and it does look like, he barely missed that last shot. Almost took down what looks like an IFV coming into the map. It may still land a couple. No, just barely misses. This is going to be a nice value for the attacker side as well to try to help take down these tanks. Going to do a lot of damage against vehicles.
40 tickets left remaining for Project 1. Sector C is seemingly putting a stop to their run here on trench line early on. They've tried plays. I mean, we've seen some genuine plays from them, right? Strategic beacons being put down, right? Urgent deployments called in at the same time. A flank with a beacon. None of it has worked out. We've got to tip our hats to DNI, right? We've seen plays being made from Project 1. DNI have just been one step ahead.
Yeah, Wansa still finding so much value from the vehicle, from range. The defense doing such a great job to hold here. What would look like a final push is hardly a push at all. Good grief. Now, we do see a ton of value there from the artillery strike. From what I could tell on the attacker side, the defense artillery strike comes through as well. And it looks like a lot of our defending players have been pushed off. Maybe this isn't over yet. Somehow this assault vehicle is still alive. Okay, I spoke too soon. My bad. It goes down. We finally see C go into the neutral zone and then go into the favor of the attackers. Urgent deployment coming in with some value. I just don't think it's gonna be enough. These defensive tanks find value after value, kill after kill, so much pressure, and the attack is going to fall on point C. 5 lives and counting. Urgent deployment, a couple kills from the artillery strike. It's just not enough. They can't get it done on what I would claim to be the easiest point with 5 lives remaining.
Hold up. Wait, is there actually a chance here for them? I mean, no way, right? Somebody's got to be very, very strong, not press that respawn button. Come on, get onto the point. The tank's onto the point right now. Project 1 has 1 ticket remaining. They did it.
No
way.
What?
Gouge was calling it a day. He said
it was over.
One is done. Project 1, that's what it takes. That's what it takes for this team to go ahead and dive onto the point. 1 ticket remaining. Oh my gosh, Gouge, listen to me right now. Full reset. Somehow, in all of the chaos, DNI lost all of their vehicles. Project 1 lost all of their vehicles. We were looking at a boots on the ground exclusive push towards Sector D with 46 tickets remaining. Can they make this happen? This would be crazy.
What the heck am I watching right now? They push up with an assault vehicle, get a value out of it, it blows to smithereens, and they just get bodies on the point. You saw the reaction from the DNI players. They put their hands up like, what, are you kidding me? And honestly, I'm sure that was a lot of vocalization in the comms to have nobody hit the respawn button. Let that timer run out, we still have a chance. Now, as much as I'm excited, look how many vehicles they just spawned in. We gotta make a move, and we gotta make a move right this second. When these vehicles land, they need to fly at these points. You've got an advantage for a brief second. Use it. 2 tanks coming in from the defensive side, but it's 5 vehicles for the attack versus 2 on the defense. I saw somebody in chat a moment ago say, well, they're still cooked. I agree. I totally agree with you. We do not have enough lives right now. Even if we immediately capture right this second, we go into point E with maybe 100 lives. It took 120 for a dominant team last round, the DNI side on the attack. I don't think they have enough, but the fight is still on. This map is not over.
dare I believe just a little bit here, right? Project One, look, they look a lot more careful right now. They've only lost 1 ticket, and I feel like it's been a couple minutes since we saw that crazy last minute capture. They're all waiting right now. They're waiting for their vehicles to kind of show up and maintain a front line for them, so that way they can actually push forward. They're being very careful. They know how valuable all of these lives are. When are they going to make this push happen, right? The vehicles are seemingly being a little bit more scared than these players that are actually on the ground. And again, we're kind of seeing the same strategy. DNI did the same thing. They try to push up on this left side, get control of that building over there. But in order to do that, I mean, I feel like we're going to need to see the vehicles go ahead and invest themselves into actually maintaining some of this position. And as I say that, actually, D1 is currently getting captured.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. We've got 5 vehicles to 2. Everybody can see that. We got to make a move immediately. We got to carry the momentum forward. One of those being an assault vehicle, it's immediately gone. We do have a vehicle respawn beacon on the back side here. That could be nice. But now, finally, a big push coming in with the tanks. It looks like on the back of an artillery barrage that's also landing. A big battle for D1 as of current. Playing around this respawn beacon. Look at where the respawn beacon is for the defensive side. It's not a team respawn beacon, but a squad can land there and respawn there as needed. And I just think our attack team is just playing too timid. Maybe they don't have the boots on the ground to support a vehicle push right now. They've split their vehicles left and right. So you got 2 on this side and then 2 on the other side. But right now, we're running out of daylight. We don't have time to play slow. Where are our infantry? Get them on the map ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, they seemingly were kind of working up that hill over there on the left side again. But it was just one tank that was kind of trying to get involved. If you have 4 vehicles alive, and to me, that hill over there to the left side of D1, that's the most important position on the map right now. Like, you need to get there. Why not just send all 4 vehicles up there, right? Again, one of those moments where it's like, hey, listen, like, you know, the call's got to kind of, you know, come in there from Kurua and be like, hey, listen, we need to push up there. You know, and shout out to him because, again, he is constantly trying to make plays. We keep seeing him in the same vehicle, try to get some sort of flanking and put this vehicle respawn beacon down. But as it currently stands, right, we have not seen one of the plays actually kind of work out.
20 lives remaining and an urgent deployment called in for the attacking side. We get a little splatter action. We're getting onto the point. We're getting active. We're bringing a full squad in. We immediately lose the vehicle, though. A tank shell over the top and a little bit of help from the infantry. Here's a big push from the attack. They've got an advantage of vehicles, 3-2, but they got to move together. They can lose a 2v2. There are more defensive players in that area. We've lost 1. Will we lose a second? Both vehicles low, but way more support from the defense. An active play. We do trade a vehicle out. It is back to 1-1. I think that's a big trade for the defense because, yes, urgent deployment is nice, but it means people respawn way faster. Take a look at our lives. We went from 20 to 6. Unfortunately, not finding enough value fast enough. They get D1. They still have to take D2, and they have 5 lives to do it.
We've seen Fraser. In fact, we saw this exact same thing happen just moments ago. This one looks a little bit more impossible. The tickets are going down. We went from 5 to 2. We've got 1 ticket remaining. Who's going to pick up the final kill for DNI to go ahead and close this one out? I mean, come on, we're getting a little bit winded right now. The guided missile is going to be the one to do it. DNI calls it in to end game number 2. DNI coming out with a statement. They went on attack, they went on defense to go ahead and take the match in full blown out confidence and everything above.
Yeah, DNI, the better team on paper, the better team here on stage, at least for this stage. It is not all she wrote for PO. They are not out of this competition. They will drop to the lower bracket, and they can kind of lick their wounds and then get back into the action tomorrow. They are done for the day, though, and I think generally speaking, this is a categorical blowout. There were some really highlight level moments. PO didn't look like a bad team, but DNI looked like the better team through and through, front to back, start to finish. They were able to execute as well. Very well done from this roster. They looked very well coordinated.
It's incredible too to me. Like we did see a quick moment where we did see some sort of emotion out of them, right, in one of those highlights. But it's like, again, we just ended match number or game number 2, right? The match is over. We kind of tune into them and they're just kind of like chilling there, like you know. What I mean?
Hey, we did it. We did
whatever. That was easy. It's crazy.
It was easy. I mean, it was easy, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember what happened on even the very beginning of that map. point A,
Yeah,
man. They held 120 lives on point A. They captured point A. PO captured point A, I think on 63 lives or something like that. Like, it really was a blowout start to finish. But there was resilience there. You know, it's not that PO is a bad team. They had resilience. They were clutch in a couple moments. DNI just looked like the better team. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that map. There certainly were a couple nail-biting moments for sure from the side of PO. There's some great highlights across the board. I think at the beginning, as we talk about this point A, I mean, this has got to be the point of frustration. The rest of the points, I would say C similarly, but this just took way too dang long. And honestly, the Wansa and the AA gun was one of my favorite parts.
Crazy to see him actually get value from all the way across the map onto point A. And yeah, like you already mentioned, the point of frustration, because think about how different of a game we actually have. If pushing on to B right there, they had what, like 100 more tickets available. I feel like
not
they would
even.
have had.
I think they needed like 40 more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
it's just, you know, you lose all these tickets capturing what we kept calling pretty much a gimme, and yeah, I mean, it just hurt you for the rest of the match, which is why we were kind of talking about, hey, listen, the defense didn't have to hold that. Yeah, they had to just make it hurt, and yeah, they did just that.
Yeah, and as we got to the B points, this is where I thought maybe we could see a turnaround. They moved pretty quickly. I mean, they only spent 40 points, which is a net win for the attacking side, right? There's that 30-point margin. There's big celebrations from both teams, I think, in several moments in this map. And point C is where it really all fell apart, frankly. I mean, this was utter chaos, and I think it really came down to vehicle usage. I thought the defense did a very good job of saying, hey, listen, if we keep our tanks alive, let's play extremely safe, and we harry the opponent's tanks. The attackers had no leeway to actually even get to the point. Look at that. One single life. One person sitting on a gray screen saying, I'm not hitting the button, I'm not respawning, I'm gonna let this timer run out. And because of that, they were able to make it to D1, D2. And frankly, look at that again. They go into D1, D2 with, I think it was 47 lives, and they're able to fully capture D1 and get bodies on D2. And hilariously enough, the guided missile is the final kill. Look at this. Bang, lands, it picks up one. And there's the celebration from DNI. They not only won the map, but they won the match. And they're going to be moving on to the next round. And here's a look at the scoreboard from that last one.
Wow, look at this. I'm taking a look strictly at the kills. And again, look at that RDM. I feel like we did not see as much from him that game, right? Just POV-wise. But again, at the top in terms of how many kills, 66. And you got to imagine, it was the same exact book being written by him. Just straight up M7 domination throughout. Wanza actually picking up 29 kills. I actually thought it would have been a little bit more. My eyes are actually going straight to Sticks right there, because again, we know this is the same squad that we saw insane value of, right? Yeah, the Fraggers. We got RDM right there, Sticks right there in 4th. I know Sarah Jen is also on that squad in 6th, and then 10th, I think, is Stacks as well. So again, top 10 performances from that squad right there. Incredible stuff. Let's take a look at Project One, kind of see if anything seemingly was kind of going right for them. The revive category to me actually looks insanely good for them, but I mean, yeah, look at the kills, not really finding, you know, kind of like that star player, that breakout number that's kind of screaming at me like, hey, look at all the kills I have.
Yeah, I mean, Hazmat, they said, was their star player, and Hazmat is there inside the top 5 in score, is the top slayer for the team by 1 over Hyperats. So, I mean, look, 43 kills in a custom lobby in esports, really good. Yeah. It's just not even comparable to what we saw from the DNI team on the attack or, of course, on the defense this time around either. I mean, 66 versus 43. There was RDM at the top. Several players over 40. A couple players over 50 as well. We're talking about Sticks at 54 for DNI. But, hey, I got to say, Aribia, I've casted over Aribia again a couple times now. Always top medic. Aribia's been the top medic for this roster and a roster similar to this over the last several competitions I've seen. Really well done to pick up 97. A couple others at 8. I think it's 80 and 83 from Abaton, and I want to say that's slow. So it's pretty good numbers, frankly. But my eyes are also drawn to that vehicle destruction category. I'm going to take a look at MyNG there with 154 score in that category. 166 though. Yeah. Io Sakuti, and look, I mean, obviously it was helpful, but it wasn't enough to really change the game, because DNI was able to hang on to those vehicles for a long time.
really wish we would have seen an opportunity for Project One to have like full tickets kind of going throughout the rest of that map right there, because it's just like one of those things where it's like, yeah, we did see very good glimpses from them throughout some of those games. Even on the defensive side of things, same thing on the attack. It just, some of the major points, they just kind of like fell apart on it, and it just really hurt them.
A funny scoreline. Again, I love to see all the stats because the second to right column is the basically time you play or the amount of score you pick up playing on the point on the objective. Take a look at Blake, who's our Sheneva operator with the shield. Was
the most.
Chilling.
Yeah. Who was surprised? The guy was legit handoff keyboard, handoff mouse, just sitting there as a little meat shield, literally, just protecting that bunker. So incredible stuff there. It's cool to see little nuanced stuff. Like I personally am just not jumping on Sheneva and sitting in there, right? And I'm not going to be good at it, but it's super important that they're finding value out of it, and that's what's really, really cool, because we talk so much about the vehicles right there, but we saw moments where Sheneva was seemingly the MVP of some of those points, and then the fact that we've got Artyom just absolutely dominating the competition. Like, I don't know if over the next 4 days at all we're going to see somebody kill some of the vehicles. You know what I mean? That is seriously crazy. So my eyes are going to be locked in on Artyom. I'm going to be looking forward to the next time that we see DNI in this competition.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest. I don't like to do this, but I need to say this out loud. I was wrong, okay? My prediction was wrong. Technically, we were both wrong. We said it would.
Okay, so you're doing that. You're doing that. I see what you're doing.
Both of us said it would go to Game 3, and it was a 2-0 sweep from DNI. I did say PO would win, so my bad on that one. Good grief. DNI crushed it, so nice. You're technically up on me, I think, in the predictions. But I do think that chat also, by the way, said PO. So I think chat is also wrong, too, with me. Chat, we're on the same brain wavelength. But either way you look at it, a big success if you're a DNI fan. Dead Dog came into the competition, crushed it as the commander, did a really good job setting up objectives.
Yeah.
And I love seeing kind of the whiteboard.
Exactly. That's so cool. The fact that we get a camera shot of 20 people, which less than, because they're trying to organize a giant group of people, right? And you're just kind of sitting there in front of a monitor like, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. I expect all of you to remember this and do exactly what I'm saying. It's crazy stuff. So shout out to the commanders throughout the entirety of the competition. I love the fact that we got to see this. So far, Dead Dog looked like he was locked in, ready to lead the team. Hopefully that is the case for every other one of the commanders.
Yeah, and as you can kind of see behind us, we've got a really cool stage. There's several other global broadcasts as well. There's several other casters here running broadcasts from all over the world. And it's cool. You can actually see, do you see that big O2? Oh gosh, it's really hard. Over past Vivid, that's one of the war rooms that we were watching. There's another one right below me as well.
There we go.
So a really cool setup here in Vietnam. Shout out to everybody in the staff here in Hanoi. It's been a lot of fun already, and we're just getting started. That was a wrap, by the way, on match one. First matchup in the quarterfinals. Yeah, 3 more of those today that we're going to be getting to. So you'll get a chance to see every single team compete today. We'll then do it again tomorrow for some of the lower bracket rounds, a couple of the winner bracket rounds, and then, of course, day 3, day 4, that'll be semifinals and then finals. It'll all be here. Stadium's going to be packed for the finals. It's going to be a lot of fun to hear the energy in the stadium here in Hanoi. Everybody flew out from all over the world to be here for this competition. So a lot of fun. Now, folks, as we prepare for this next matchup, we've got a couple things to handle. First and foremost, we're going to talk about these couple teams coming forward. I'm going to go ahead and prep you. We'll talk about it when we come back from a break here shortly, too. But I want to prep you for your audience prediction. We've got more coming your way. We've got another matchup here shortly. We're going to talk about the teams, who you think is going to win. I did it before and you were wrong. So I need you to lock in. I was also wrong. Got to lock in going into this competition as we talk about the next 2 teams to see who wins. But let's wrap up this matchup. Let's take a look at some of the team stats. You can see it on the screen down below me. Obviously, DNI, the better team. We take a look at their overall stats. Saw a ton of revives from them. Vehicle destruction score, of course, 588 kills. Total score was kind of ridiculous. Over 500,000 as well. Team really putting in some good work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, the fact that they played almost, half, a little bit more than half of the the game that they did in that first one right there. You can kind of see that some of the kills and the revives kind of dropped down a little bit, but you know, we were kind of on the scoreboard, and I did see what seemed like a big hindrance in the amount of revives that were actually needed from them on the defensive side of things, and it definitely shows right there in the stats as well, right? So kind of the fact that that really means that they were just, you know, kind of like spread out and kind of all playing individually, or just the fact that they just were not going down that much.
Yeah,
for a winning team is very obvious, but
yeah, and traditionally for the defense, you're not having to revive that often too, comparatively to what the attackers, it's paramount. So anyways, it's going to be a lot of fun to see everything out on stage. We're going to head down to the stage, though, here shortly to listen into some interviews, too. But let's take a look at the best squad first. As expected, it's the same squad the first time we saw them. Sarajin, Stack, Styx, and Artyom crushed it. Artyom picked up 66 kills. Styx picked up 54. And again, we had 2 players at over 30K score on a map that was frankly pretty short compared to the first time.
Yeah, incredible performance from them, right? Kind of tuning in. You know, we know that Artyom was doing that kind of boots on the ground style. I actually saw that from Sarajin as well that game. So the fact that, you know, he was able to pick up a large amount of kills as well is super, super positive for me because, you know, again, I already mentioned that I'm very, very excited to see how well DNI, like, hey, listen, it's crazy because like this is our first match and this is like our, you know, our first winner, but they look very, very good. So let's actually take a look at who our MVP of game number 2 was. Wow,
Myanji, top scorer. If you remembered, Myanji actually the top scorer for the team. Myanji had 24 kills, 20 assists, and 35K score. I think what I saw in the overall leaderboard that we showcased, I believe this player had the top vehicle destruction, actually.
That's what it was.
I'm not sure that's 100% correct, that's 0. I think they had the most vehicle destruction, which was one of the reasons that they were a top scorer for this team. So a really important role that actually gets valued into the overall score. So nice shout out to Myanji here for picking up MVP in that last round as the defensive side.
Which is really, really cool because it's actually not often we get to see engineers kind of put up here as the MVP, right? Because, you know, not necessarily being in the, you know, driver's seat of the vehicles, who are typically the players that are just picking up all the score, right? They're kind of picking up all of the kills, so they're getting all the score and everything like that. But yeah, the engineer role finding incredible value.
Yeah, super, super valuable. Big shout out to Myanji there, and big shout out to DNI, your first team to win a matchup and move on to the next round in the upper bracket. Both of those teams are done for the day. We will only see every team one time today in their quarterfinals matchup. Tomorrow we'll resolve some things that could happen. Tomorrow, the first chance, by the way, we will see a team eliminated from the competition. It is a double elimination bracket, folks. Remember that. You lose twice, you are out of here. So we'll keep you updated on that bracket as we go along today. So big, again, congrats to DNI, and I'm excited to see what they can do later in the competition. I'm sure it feels nice to start the competition with a win. You're already leapfrogging. You're already setting yourself up for success.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. That's got to feel so good. I love the fact that you mentioned that we are actually not going to see them again today, because me, I instantly thought, I was like, oh my gosh, they're like done for the day. They get to go home and rest, and, you know what I mean, kind of review and everything like that. Like, that's super, super sick. And then, you know, on the other side of things, unfortunately for Project One, they've got to, you know, take the whole day off, and they got to feel that loss throughout the rest of the day and kind of figure out a way to kind of bounce back. I mean, maybe that time is exactly what they need, right? You know, we'll have to see what kind of happens tomorrow.
I think VOD reviewing a couple things will be helpful. And again, you know, we talked about some of these teams, you know, highlighting Project One as a team that I think is actually a very good team. They were lacking some chemistry, and one of the reasons for that, we got to remember that everybody qualified for this stage, but everybody's qualifiers were just a little bit different. And so when you talk about this squad and what they did in their own Delta Force Global League to get here, it was actually an individual qualifier that then brought these individuals together from the qualifying rounds as a team. And so you saw a little bit of that lack of chemistry on main stage today, I think. So hopefully they actually continue to build. Like I said, could be a big dark horse for the later stages of this tournament if they're able to build up that chemistry and become a better team, become the Project One that they've wanted to be from the beginning by just getting more reps in. So
yeah, I mean, absolutely right. If you want to kind of have that conversation though about kind of building chemistry, I mean, we're going to have teams that definitely already have chemistry, and that's going to be kind of the scary thing, right? You're going to be fighting this uphill battle where it's like, hey, listen, we're all kind of experiencing this new environment where, we're flying out to a country that we're not necessarily probably used to, a whole different setup. The desk probably feels a little bit different. And then on top of that, you got to build this chemistry, whereas other teams are probably feeling pretty comfortable. The chemistry's built.
True.
So there's a lot of factors that come into play when we do actually have these competitions held in person on a LAN environment. A lot to overcome for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, well, hey, it's good to see Dead Dog on top, though. Dead Dog and Idol, like I said, moving on to the winner's bracket. In the upper bracket, they're going to be waiting on their competition for the next couple days. But we begin to turn our eyes to what is ahead. We've got a couple more matchups coming your way. 3 to be exact. And I believe we're just waiting on maybe a couple of interviews down on the stage here shortly. Should be hearing from our hosts here shortly about what went well for DNI. I assume they would interview with Dead Dog and maybe some of the highlight players. Maybe RDM will join them up on stage. So we'll hop in with that whenever they're ready. While we've got a moment, Vivid, to prepare for what's to come, saw trench lines. I want to remind everybody at home that the way this competition works is that every single match, so every best of 3, a random map will be drawn. Could we see trench lines again, even next match? Absolutely. But it's a random draw. Is there a map you want to see for our next matchup?
I'm not going to lie. I did kind of start that one off, and I was like, listen, trench line, not my favorite.
Not your favorite. I love it.
I did got to kind of come back to it and say, listen, it's it's building on me for sure.
Yeah?
Right? After
You
watching
like
it 2 times now, right? I feel like the thing that I hate the most is just the trenches, right? That sector, because obviously in pub matches, those early sectors, you're going to see those the most. So those trenches are just terrible in my head. But after that, it feels like the map kind of evolves and definitely gets a little bit better. Oh gosh, what map do I want to see though? One of the ones that I do love is Trainwreck.
Trainwreck.
Yeah,
Okay.
Trainwreck's super cool because I feel like it's similar to trench lines in the sense that we have the vehicle gameplay there, right? And there's going to be this giant gameplay macro thing, but then also the individual skill, the boots on the ground. We're going to see a lot of that on Trainwreck as well. So I feel like we saw on trench lines. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and it does sound like, by the way, our interview is about to be ready down on the stage. So we've got a great day thus far. We're just getting started. We've got 3 more best of 3s to come, but we've got an interview ready here very, very shortly. I'll wait on that final call to make sure that's all set up. I see the players moving down below to get ready for that interview. So excited to hear from Lucia, our host, down on the stage with that interview and our players. But yeah, I like that call out. Trainwreck is a good one. I think Threshold's another great one. I enjoy. I think it's a hotly debated map, I would say. Maybe we haven't seen aerial vehicles yet, which I think is something that we will definitely see. Ascension's a classic. Chat, I want to hear from chat who what map they want to see. There's a couple people asking about the way the maps work. So what map do you want to see? What map do you want to see maybe in the next matchup in particular? Because that's coming here just a little bit a moment. We're gonna have the players getting in the lobby. You'll also see we have to rotate. We have to change the whole stage. We got to get
crazy?
a brand new group of 40 players onto the stage here in just a moment as we get into the next matchup. So let me know what map you guys want to see. And I'm seeing Threshold or Ascension. He wants to see. I see Delta Ops TV was in chat. He's been pretty active today, saying he wants to see some heli gameplay. Wants to see some helicopters. I'm right there with you. I love a good aerial gameplay. So it'll be fun to watch what happens for these next matches. But every map will be drawn randomly. You'll see it twice. And then for a reminder, if we do go to a Game 3, I'm sure we will go to one at some point, you could see, any map that the team decides to choose. Usually the team that has the priority will select side, and the other team will say, okay, well, I'm going to play Fault, for instance. And then the team that has a priority selection will say, okay, well, I want to attack on default. But hey, our interview is ready down on the stage. Let's hear from our hosts and DNI primed up members after a big win.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và xin được chúc mừng cho DNI Team với một chiến thắng rất áp đảo. Và với chiến thắng này thì họ sẽ mang về rất nhiều những lợi ích của mình tại mùa giải năm nay. Và trong khi đó thì Project One sẽ buộc phải xuống nhánh thua, nơi mà những áp lực chắc chắn sẽ bủa vây rất lớn. Welcome back to the post-match interview and congratulations to DNI team for a well-deserved and dominant victory today. What an amazing performance which gave them a huge advantage in this journey. And meanwhile, Project One is forced to fall into a loser bracket where the pressure to win the next match will be absolutely so overwhelming. Và đứng cạnh Phương Thảo ngay lúc này đó chính là Commander của DNI, Dead Dog. Hãy cùng xem là lúc này thì cảm xúc của bạn ấy như thế nào nhé. Standing next to me right now is the Commander from DNI team, Dead Dog. And let's head into the post-match interview and let's see how is he feeling right now. Xin chào. Hi Dead Dog. Câu hỏi đầu tiên thì không biết là bạn đã cảm thấy như thế nào sau khi có được một chiến thắng rất là áp đảo trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên.
Should just give a question simply asking about his feeling. How do you feel right now after win very first tournament?
첫 승부터 저희가 좋은 경기력으로 이길 수 있어가지고 되게 만족스럽고요. 다음 경기에서도 똑같이 우승을 해서 바로 결승으로 직행할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
trận đấu ngay trận đầu tiên thì chúng tôi đã thể hiện một phong độ rất là tốt rồi và tôi hy vọng là trong các cái trận lần sau nữa thì mọi người sẽ thấy tôi ở chiến thắng ở khu vực này và hy vọng là chúng tôi sẽ chung kết để cho mọi người chứng kiến một lần nữa.
So I just shortly interpret his answers. He's and his team come up to this stage, to the very first tournament with confidence, and he hoped that he and his team could keep that confidence to continue winning other match on this stage, and hopefully their team DNI going to be in the final to prove that how they can conquer this game for everyone.
That's awesome. Và câu hỏi tiếp theo thì không biết là xuyên suốt trận đấu vừa qua, theo bạn thì đâu là giây phút quyết định và điều quyết định đã khiến cho các bạn có được chiến thắng cuối cùng trước Project One?
So what is the key moment that led to the victory before the other team, to the other team?
오늘따라 저희 이제 분대원 간에 서로 소통이 잘 돼가지고 좀 유동적으로 굴려줄 수 있었던 것 같고 특히 저희 장비 분대가 잘해줘가지고 이번 경기 우승했던 것 같습니다.
Thì thật sự là ngày hôm nay các cái squad của đội chúng tôi đã giao tiếp rất là tốt. Thì cho nên là cái việc mà mọi người giao tiếp với nhau tốt như vậy thì cho nên là hiểu nhau được và đó tôi nghĩ đó là cái khi mà để cho chúng tôi chiến thắng trận ngày hôm nay.
So I just said the team, but they just use a very cute and lovely word, that's what. They all working well together. The key moment is that they all communicate really well together. They understand each other and that led to the victory to DNI. Congratulations.
Vâng, và chắc chắn rồi, DNI đã thể hiện một màn trình diễn rất áp đảo. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho DNI và cảm ơn bạn rất nhiều với phần phỏng vấn này. Và chúng ta sẽ chúc cho họ sẽ tiếp tục giữ được phong độ này ở trong những trận đấu sắp tới. Once again, congratulations to your victory today and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next matches. Thank you so much for the interview. Cảm ơn.
Cảm ơn.
Quý vị và các bạn thân mến, đó là những diễn biến đầu tiên của trận đấu đầu ngày tại giải đấu năm nay và chắc chắn những bất ngờ sẽ còn tiếp diễn ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Bởi vậy mà đừng rời khỏi màn hình nhá, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại ngay. Ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up the opening match at Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair and we are sure that surprise will continue in the next matches, so stick around, we will be right back. Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair. Và như vậy là ở trận đấu đầu tiên thì DNI đã xuất sắc giành chiến thắng 2-0 đầy áp đảo trước đối thủ Project One. Và bây giờ thì chiến trường của chúng ta sẽ cùng sẵn sàng để chào đón hai cái tên tiếp theo bước vào trận đấu thứ hai.
Well, in the first match, DNI won with the score was 2-0 in a dominant fashion, both attacking and defending, and they are ready for the upper bracket semifinals. And the battlefield is also ready to welcome the next two teams to enter with breathtaking competition.
Phải nói rằng đây không chỉ là một chiến trường, một trận đấu, mà đó còn là sự đối đầu về tinh thần và bản lĩnh. Một cuộc đối đầu đầy sức nặng giữa những đội tuyển. Và hãy chuẩn bị, bởi vì chúng tôi tin chắc rằng là sự khốc liệt này sẽ được đẩy lên đỉnh điểm qua từng pha đụng độ nghẹt thở sắp tới. Và bây giờ thì hiệu lệnh triển khai đã sẵn sàng, bản đồ thi đấu đã được khóa chặt. Hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chuẩn bị chào đón những chiến binh tiếp theo.
This is not just a match, but also a battle of spirit and courage. Prepare yourself, the fierce battles between these two warriors will only grow more intense. The command is ready to deploy, the map is locked, and now the elite soldiers of two teams are marching onto the stage.
Tiến vào Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair mang theo khí chất của ứng cử viên hàng đầu. Họ đặt chân lên sân khấu quốc tế với một tuyên ngôn không thể mạnh mẽ hơn. Đây là khoảnh khắc để chứng minh ai mới là vua của những vị vua. Hãy cùng chào đón nhà vô địch Delta Force National Championship, xin được gọi tên RRQ Seven Sins.
Entering 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare, they carried the spirit of a top team. They stepped onto this international stage with a statement that couldn't be stronger. This is the moment to prove who is the king of the kings. Let's introduce RRQ Seven Sins, Delta Force National Championship champion.
Ngọn lửa thử thách của vòng loại khắc nghiệt Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair CN Qualifier. Không cần ồn ào, không cần phô trương, chỉ có bản lĩnh được mài giũa qua nhiều trận đấu và khát vọng vinh quang mang cúp trở về nhà. Một thế lực sẽ bước lên sân khấu ngay bây giờ. Hãy cùng chào đón đội tuyển Thanh Long.
From the challenger fire of the qualifying round of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare CN Qualifier. No need for noise, no need for hesitation, only the spirit through many matches. And the desire for glory is to bring the trophy back home. A powerhouse is about to step onto the stage. Please welcome Team Thanh Long!
Và bây giờ hãy cùng sẵn sàng cho trận đối đầu giữa hai đội tuyển RRQ Seven Sins và Thanh Long.
And now the match between two teams is ready for deployment.
Good afternoon. We are back with the Delta Force Invitational Warfare Stand or Fall Day 1 quarterfinals. This is match 2, and we got 2 heavy-hitting teams. I gotta say, I'm looking at my stats, I'm looking at the stories we've talked to some of these teams about. There is a world where these 2 teams may be the top 2 teams in this competition, and they're matched up in our quarterfinals. This is all randomly seeded. I think this is going to be a banger matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to be crazy. Somebody definitely cooked up a little bit of something when they put the bracket together, right? Putting these guys head to head. I mean, this one's definitely going to be very, very interesting. You know, like Go's mentioning, looking through some notes and everything like that, TL being regarded as one of the favorites to actually win the whole thing. So, you know, even that being said, it's going to be very, very awesome to kind of see them on the stage, see how they're performing, going against a team that apparently is also going to be very, very strong in the competition as well. Gosh, we're up for a treat.
Yeah, it's funny because when we looked at the first matchup, we talked about this kind of storyline of like, hey, some of these individuals or some of these individual squads of 4 kind of qualified on their own and then formed this team, and now here they are, right? Yeah. That is not the story for these 2 teams. Both of these teams have been kind of long-standing teams for at least compared to their opposition. Went through qualifiers as a full team, crushed their competition. So that's how it'll all breaking down for those 2 teams. We got to take a talk about how it all works with the rules. Of course, if you watched our last matchup, you already know how this all works, but I want to re-describe it because I think, and I think Vivid, you also thought this way in our predictions, we may go to game 3 this time around. I'm not expecting a 2-0 sweep. So again, we will randomly assign a map. It can be one of the multiple maps that we have in Delta Force. Of course, we are 1 patch behind, so you don't have Monument, for instance, in that list. But either way you look at it, we're going to have a random map, and both teams will have a chance to attack or defend, and you'll do both on that map. If it's a tie, aka one team wins the attack, loses the defense, then we go to game 3. In game 3, the priority picker, the priority side selection is done by the team that gets further in whatever the tiebreaker is, whether it's further in the attack or they, you know, are able to take it all with more lives remaining is how that all works. They will get to choose the side and the opponents choose the map. And it's fun to talk about all of those rules. We'll break it all down as we go, but let's talk about the teams, and we got to talk about RRQX7 Sins, a fun team to talk about for multiple reasons. One, again, on paper, one of the top teams here. They've got a lot of experience together. They're also, you can probably tell from the team name, a combination of multiple organizations coming together for this competition, which is a really cool way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the commander up there. I can tell you right now, their star player is going to be Shutai. So that's going to be very, very cool to kind of see him on the stage. But hey, we saw exactly what the star player is capable of in our last match. So my eyes are definitely going to be their way. And I mean, yeah, we've kind of talked this up a bunch already, but this is seriously going to be 2 Titans just going head to head. It's going to be awesome to see how RRQ7S goes up against TL here.
Yeah, TL, Tinglong is a very, very strong team. I think both of these teams, like we've talked about, have a long history of winning. There's multiple, we've got notes on all of the teams, and there's a multitude of tournaments that both of these teams have won, not just the competition to get to this stage. However, for those that have been paying attention to the Delta Force ecosystem, can I draw your eyes to middle column of the players? TLI Mode. Does anybody recognize that name? Anybody been watching DFI tournaments? If you watched our DFI tournament a couple of months ago in the operations category, you may recognize that Mo player as well as a couple of other players on this roster as champions of DFI operations.
Wow, really?
In the operations game mode from Q9. This is a multitude of organizations that have come together, brought players together to create Tinglong, create this TL roster. Mo not only won the entire competition with Q9, but was also the individual MVP.
Wow.
This dude was unstoppable. Vivid, when I say he was the best player in the entire arena, I mean it. I think there's a good chance that, although he's not listed as the star player of the Tinglong roster, you could see some big pop-off moments from a straight shooter. Let me tell you what, this dude can shoot beams on the map.
Yeah, this is actually going to be really, really awesome to kind of have that dynamic, right? Have somebody that's kind of, you know, really good at operations, see how that comes to warfare.
Yeah, well, we got to take a look at what map they're playing. This could determine a lot, especially from the attack and defense side. And, okay, now, if you're in the Twitch chat here, I swear I did not know this was the case. I just had a feeling. Somebody in chat asked me, what do you think, Coach? Which map is going to be? I was like, I'm just feeling Ascension. I had no leaks. Really? I had no intel. We are headed to Ascension. The feeling in my gut is correct, which maybe means my prediction will be correct on how this all goes, but we'll see. Ascension is where we were going, Vivid. What do you think of this map?
Oh, Ascension is really, really cool, right? It's kind of similar in the sense to what am I talking about? Trench line, where, you know, that first sector A right there is going to be that single point. It's usually a gimme and everything like that. It's also got a really, really cool, you know, kind of thing where you ride in on the boat if you're on the attacking side and everything like that. So the map is definitely very, very different. Oh man, this map is kind of crazy though, because it almost feels like a lot of the times you're playing like 4 different maps. It feels like, right? So I love the changes that kind of you go through when you actually play this map. Another one of my favorites, right? It's one of those maps that have been around. I've played it a ton in Warfare, and I'm excited to see how the pros do it.
I totally am as well. I mean, I've seen it a couple times in some of our regional competitions, but not on a global scale like this. It'll be very cool to see how organized some of these rosters will be, especially these 2 rosters, which are star-studded. I mean, laundry list of receipts of wins in their belt. So, yeah, really cool stuff. We got to talk about our predictions, though. In chat, I'm going to go ahead and prep you now. We are getting your audience predictions. Which team do you think is going to win? Are you going to stand with me? Coach, you're going to stand with Vivid, because we have yet again chosen opposite sides of the coin this time around between TL and RRQX7S. Both teams really strong, both teams with a ton of wins. Big question is, which roster are you going to be cheering for? And as much as I was hyping up Mo, as much as I was hyping up this TL team, I was watching scrims, and RRQX7S, I think, was the best team we saw in scrims, and so I couldn't help but give them the 2-1 victory.
Wow.
And it looked like you chose the opposite of a 2-1 victory for TL.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to go against the fact that, hey, listen, you know, they're kind of noted as the favorites to go ahead and win the tournament, so I think I'm going to go ahead and give them the edge in that sense. They're going to come out 2-1 in favor of them. But, you know, like we kind of make the predictions, we do note down the score, and I think RRQ7S is going to take one of these games for them, because like you said, they do look very, very strong. I don't think this is going to be a stomp by any means, but I do think we're going to go to a third map, which I'm very, very excited about, because, you know, as we already know, our first match was 2-0, so it'd be very cool to have our first match go to that third game.
Yeah, I agree. I think we both fully agree it's going to go 2-1, but I want to see what chat thinks we're going to be taking in the global chat for this vote. So vote wherever you are. All you have to do is just type in the chat which team. I want you to type in TL if you're a Ting Long fan, or if you want RRQX7 Sins to win, you can type in that full breakdown. RRQX7S will be their full team name. We got to represent all of our orgs here today, so RRQ7S will be that roster you need to type down into the chat. Which one do you think is going to win? Which roster are you going with? Also, if you want to add me a little bit of extra intel, you think it's going 2-1 as well? Are you sticking with the casters? I don't know. I think there's a lot on the line here for both these teams. To have both of these rosters fighting early in this competition is good news for everybody else, because that means it's going to send one of these rosters down to the lower bracket, which is kind of surprising when both of these are favorites. Now, we got a couple more stats we can talk about while we prepare for this game. I think one of the ones I thought was one of the most interesting things on this list was that RRQ X7 Sins did not, so they won the DFNC 2025 competition to get to this stage. That's how they qualified. They did not lose, not a match, a single game through the group stages, playoffs, and then, of course, the finals to get to this stage. Not a single game, Vivid. They're the best by far from where they're from, and so I think the big question mark is, are they good enough to take down a favorite team like TL?
I mean, that stat alone is pretty convincing, right? It's kind of got me scratching my head over here. Okay, 2-1 in favor of RRQ7S. Might not be that bad of a call over here from Goj. I mean, that's got to scream confidence. I mean, obviously for everybody at home reading that and listening to that, that's like, okay, wow, you know, this team deserves some respect. But also, you got to imagine for them sitting there up on that stage, they got to be feeling the same exact way. I mean, for you guys to never lose a game has got to feel so good. So, stepping there up on that stage, we talk a little bit about, the nerves that can kind of come into play, but the fact that you've got that under your belt, I feel like I would be feeling pretty confident in our ability.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that if you take a look at the Ting Long team, they also have pretty similar stats with a couple different wins in several competitions, but also similar story where they're comprised of a bunch of esports players from a bunch of other orgs. I mean, I've got a giant list here of all the orgs that these players are combined from, because when you have 20 players, I mean, you got to draw on the best talent that Delta Force Warfare has to offer in whichever region you're from. And so all gamers, you've got Petriach Road, I think I butchered that, but Dan King Zero Esports team, Qingjua Club. I mean, this is like multiple esports orgs all coming together to create this kind of mega roster of 20 players, plus a coach, plus substitutes. I mean, we're talking 200 players in total here today, about 25-ish per team, 20 playing at a time. So a lot of fun things to talk about for both these teams, like we said. Now, let's briefly mention the commanders as well for both of these teams. We got AG78 Cat, the commander of TL, and then we've also got Talavanya, who's going to be the commander of RRQX7 Sin. So watch out for those two names to be kind of calling the shots today going into this competition.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? We talked a lot about how important the commander role is, making sure that your team is on the same page and you're kind of drawing up plans that you think is going to work for each one of the sectors. So it'll be very, very important how, hey, listen, if these are the two best teams that we're going to see go head-to-head, I would imagine that we're going to have a little bit of a different pace of the game than we saw in match number 1, right? Like some of the times me and Goji were kind of, calling out moments where we felt like, yeah, it didn't really seem like there was, some chemistry, some cohesion amongst the team. You got to imagine, though, if we've got these two Titans that we keep talking up, you got to imagine that the commander's got to be very, very good at calling the shots, and the team also has to be very, very good at listening and following along with those calls.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crucial piece to the puzzle. You have to be able to listen to a commander. And I think, again, for both these rosters that have actually been playing together for a while, they're used to those comps, right? Again, I want to remind people maybe that just are tuning in for this match. We've already done one matchup already that DNI won. We are playing Victory Unite, so we briefly talked about those match rules. It's a single best of 3 for this matchup, but the overall bracket is double elimination. So although these two teams may be two of the best teams here, we're not 100% sure, one of them will fall to the lower bracket, but they are not going to be out of the competition if they lose. So that's how it all works, but I'm pumped about this. We've got about 50 seconds to game. Again, we're headed to Ascension. And I will say, something else we asked about, Vivid, that we wanted to see was some aerial vehicle gameplay here, my man. I mean, we got helis, we got jets, I believe, as well, coming into Ascension. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see what they're able to do. I'm pumped about it. 25 seconds and counting, folks. And it's time to lock in here. I need everybody to get ready. Tell me who you think's going to win. Put in your audience prediction right now. We want to see you cheering for one of these teams. We've got 2 more matchups coming up later today. We're going to be here all day today. But already just really, really fun to see what's going on here between these two heavy-hitting teams. So let's head into the game here, folks. It's time for some Ascension between TL and RRQ7S, a big matchup on our hands, and Ascension a fun one. I will say, too, add a little extra insight here. Ascension is also one of the other longer maps that we can play. I know everybody at home knows our maps that we can play here in Warfare. Cracked is one of the shorter maps, and therefore sometimes to be quite frustrating for some of our players to battle through when you're only trying to get to point C, for instance, a two capture point sector. But Ascension does go all the way to the latter half of this map on points D, where you're having to fight for the spire, the fight for the tower at the very end. And I'm sure we're going to see some guided missiles come through as well. We had a opportunity to watch some scrim games actually on Ascension, and funny enough, RRQ7S was winning those scrim games like I had mentioned before, and they were on Ascension. So I think they're going to be feeling very good going into this competition on a map they're very comfortable with. There are no excuses with any of these maps. Again, we are playing on a prior season patch. We are on the War Ablaze season patch, so you're not going to see a monument, you're not going to see any brand new map that just dropped. It is all older maps in Ascension, one of the oldest. I had a chance, I mean, I've been casting Delta Force now for over a year. I mean, even back into the alpha, beta, and I mean, I've casted over Ascension probably 40 times at this point, maybe more than that. And just one of the OG maps, one of the first maps that dropped with the game, with Cracked. So it's good to still see it in the competition. And I know it is some of you know, fan favorites out there. It's a very fun map to play and a very beautiful map. And Vivid had mentioned before when I was talking to him, we were on the desk a second ago, about how beautiful it can be, and also it feels like multiple maps, and you guys know what we're talking about. Once you push through those first couple points and you have to take the zip line up to the top or take the vehicle elevator up to the top to get up to the next points, that is one way that the map totally changes, and you go from these long sight lines to more CQB battles inside the caves. But yeah, I'm pumped about it, so it'll be fun to kind of watch the progression. And hey, who knows, mate, as much as Vivid was talking about, and Vivid, you know, now I got you again, I think as much as we were talking about how point A is usually hard to hold, as we hop into the gameplay, or not hard to hold rather, as we hop into the gameplay, who knows, man, we saw some crazy things on trench lines. Could see a long hold here on point A. It is going to be TL on attack, RRQ, X7 Sins on defense to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's going to be awesome to kind of see how this goes on Ascension. We're going to kick things off like Goj was kind of talking about early on this map. Sector A is going to be quite crazy. I mean, another opportunity for us to kind of have one of those upsets where like, whoa, hold up, how is the defense kind of holding on for so long? I mean, it's going to be crazy on Ascension, right? The momentum is going to kick off, and it's going to mean a lot, right? We were actually talking a little bit about Ascension, watching some of the scrims and the games earlier on, right? The elevator that kind of leads up to this sector that we're checking out right now. It's going to be quite crazy. And then, of course, you know, Ascension is known for this final point all the way towards the end. The guided missiles, I tell you what, they start to really rein in on that final point, because the score potential on this map is also awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to work. It's a great shout out. A lot of room to work on this map, a lot of score. Certainly an opportunity for a bunch of guided missiles to wrap up this map if we go the distance, but we are hopping into the gameplay, folks. And one of the most beautiful starts to a Warfare map. We take our boats and we head straight to the shores, and we also start with the helicopter on the attacking side.
Man, I kind of always forget about the helicopter that it actually starts on Ascension. I feel like in a lot of the games that we see, or at least that I'm kind of used to, the helicopter actually goes down quite early, and we kind of can see why right off the gate right there, with the fact that the turret is available for the defensive side of things to go ahead and have an opportunity to take this helicopter out early. But if you can actually find some value for this, I mean, we talked about how easy it is to actually take down A. The value of the helicopter just makes it that much easier.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think helicopter definitely want to keep this alive as we get deeper into the game, and the defense knows it, so they're going to throw some shots downrange. It doesn't look like they're able to connect with hardly anything, but going to throw some shots regardless, just to make sure this helicopter's thinking twice before just getting free strafing runs on the point. Our goal is to hold for as long as humanly possible, and I will say, too, it looks like our defense has started with our IFV. Anti-aircraft guns, I think, technically on this vehicle. I assume they chose some of those rounds. It looks like they did. So going to keep this helicopter way up in the skies and try to keep it out of play as much as possible. We still got a tank up on the hill. This is a pretty classic gameplay loop of getting the tank up to some high ground, shelling down range. Just a matter of time. Like you said, Vivid, easy take for the attackers as long as they're able to do it. Only losing, well, right now, 3 lives. Looking pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely flew by this one. This is exactly what we kind of expected too, especially with the helicopter still up in the skies right there. We keep kind of tuning into these POVs of them trying to hit the helicopter, but the dodgers are kind of coming in. The maneuvers are making it just that much more difficult. And Goj, we were kind of talking about, hey, listen, 2 or 3 tickets down. That's all it took to take A. Blink and you might have missed it. They actually did not capture A at all. And RRQ7S actually made a push towards the point again themselves, but it looks like that is also going to be thwarted, and at the end of the day, TL actually is going to end up with A.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely pushing forward. They're getting a lot more bodies on the point. I'm surprised the defense was able to retake there, especially with this tank on high ground. They're keeping it pretty weak, which is forcing it to back up and get repaired, which is giving them a little bit of breathing room, but the bodies on point and helicopter way up there, still finding occasional value in the kill feed. Keep your eyes for the helicopter icon on the right. You'll see this player pick up a few kills here and there. Should see more value later in the competition. Specifically on B1, B2, hopefully for them. As we get to the C points, of course, you're going to be heading indoors and might not see too much value. But a lot of bodies on the point. Can't imagine the defense can do anything about this. Should be a pretty free cap. Plenty of room to work. There it is. Only 11 lives used. Very, very clean from TL.
Now on to Sector B. You know, Sector B has always been a tricky one for me. It's kind of hard sometimes to kind of find your footing, right? You kind of have this little tunnel that kind of leads over to B2, but usually B1's actually one of those points that is kind of a gimme, it almost feels like, right? Like this vantage point that you have on the attacking side, you instantly get on top of these hills that looks down onto B1. And, you know, we're all kind of used to FPS games. Once you have vantage points like this, right? The high ground, the head glitches, it just makes it so easy for you to kind of pick off some of these defenders and, you know, kind of rolling in towards it. It kind of free flows after that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw B1 kind of fall relatively fast as well.
Our defensive side did pick up a tank there in the transition, so 3 vehicles to 1, obviously a huge advantage for the attacking side, as per usual when things start out. Helicopter still way up there. You know, at some point you have to evaluate, and there it is. AG-78 Cat actually does pick up 1. And if I'm not mistaken, that's right, that's TL's actual commander. Eyes in the sky, literally, making the calls, being able to see the entire map. Obviously shelling points, getting a decent bit of value. Seeing a lot of red pick up the kill feed there to open up B1, like you were saying, Vivid.
Yeah, I actually love that shot right there. I was actually wondering who was up in the sky. So the fact that, yeah, the commander's up there can kind of see everything that's going on, that's really huge. And did you just see that push, by the way, onto B1? It looked like there was like 10 members of TL in the exact same spot. You want to talk about cohesion, you want to talk about, you know, following the call that the team is kind of making. That right there looked pretty convincing that TL was going to be one of our strongest teams. Just simple things like that.
Yeah, very clean, very coordinated, what we expect from both of these rosters. And again, like you said, B1 dropping very quickly. B2 maybe will be a different story. We'll see. Still solid value, eyes in the sky, making calls, picking up B1. We move on to B2. This will be the last point before we head indoors with a big zip. The vehicle elevator as well in play. And actually pretty weak tank over here. Barely able to stay up, even with a couple of Allura rockets coming over the top. AG-78 Cat, by the way, just picked up a triple with the helicopter above. Likely with some of these players in transition and coming over here to B2, was able to find some value with the missiles. I wonder if the defense has kind of given up shooting at the helicopter because it's almost wasting more time. They're trying to play on the ground, but now Cat is picking up a crazy amount of value with the heli, and the attackers still have both of these tanks playing together right next to each other with just a gambit of engineers running around repairing both of them.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Sometimes Warfare, it's like there's like multiple different games kind of going on at the same exact time. You got this push kind of happening for this rock that overlooks B2, and then you go off way over there, and there's just these 2 tanks kind of facing off against the solo Allura. Finally, they go ahead and win that one out, and now look at the vantage points of those 2 tanks. They can kind of rein in on B2. B2 is actually one of those points as well where this building that kind of gives you some security for the defensive side of things, it can just get blown to shreds. Like, you can put so many holes into it. So these tanks are definitely going to make quick work of that building and make the push just a little bit easier.
Smoke and run to try to rotate over. Been still holding here, actually seeing a lot of green in the kill feed. Got a decent amount of bodies still near the point. Should be fine for now. We'll be keeping our eyes out for respawn beacons and any of our early support systems called in via some score bonuses. The eyes in the sky here really showing us the battlefield, and the attackers kind of setting up a push. B1 towards B2. Now the defense have one tank, and well, they are chilling with it. I think they really want to make sure it doesn't fall because they want to be able to hold some of those CQB sightlines up above, take the tank up the elevator when inevitably B2 is captured. Not about forward thinking, but it does give me a little bit of like loser mentality, sort of like, well, we're going to lose this point. I need to make sure I stay alive, but either way, still a decent strategy, especially with C being such an important point that people can hold often.
Yeah, definitely a little weird. Look at this. It's not only the tank that's kind of not really finding value back there. We just saw there was like 3 engineers that popped out of the
full squad.
Yeah, so you're not finding value out of that tank, but then you're also not finding value from effectively like 3-4 people alone. So you're kind of leaving the rest of your team up to this like 16v20 on B2. But
yeah,
I mean, we kind of already talked about it, right? B1 was kind of like a gimme. B2 does usually end up falling as well. So maybe they're just, you know, kind of thinking B2 is already lost, but yeah, still kind of an interesting call to kind of make right there.
Yeah, I mean, this is high-level warfare, right? Like, if you really think that your team is poised and ready to hold on an easier point, then sure, save your tank for the next one, but it is a bit risky. Here's an urgent deployment being called in for the defense. They're going to try to hold this a little bit longer and try to get to a point where they're going to win, and the attackers are going to get on the offensive here. They're getting aggressive. They know exactly what the defense want to do, so they're going to swing in and try to take care of some of these engineers and win this tank battle. So far, decently good for both sides. It looks like the attackers are going to get the advantage. Engineers are down.
Wow.
Down goes the defensive tank. An aggressive push pays off. TL already looking like they're in final form. What was a timid defensive tank still gets punished for it.
I mean, that is just awesome to see right there. Having the hindsight to be like, hey, listen, like, what is that tank doing, right? Like, it's not really, like, fighting against us. Oh, they want to save it for the next sector. Making that 2v1 push against them so smart, right? You can kind of see the cohesion coming out from TL. I mean, listen, the defensive tank was literally just trapped in a corner, right? So those tank shells are going to be way easier to hit for the attacking side of things. That was awesome to see. Quickly after that as well, B2 is going to fall. B1 also captured as well. TL make quick work of A and B, sub 10 minutes. And now they get to take their tanks up the elevator without an opposing tank going to be on the other side of things.
That's wild. I mean, that is such a huge victory for TL. They're setting themselves up so well to take probably, I think arguably, one of the hardest points, which is going to be C1 and C2. This sector can be really difficult because it's the exact opposite of what you were just battling with longer sightlines. It's like all CQB, basically. I mean, there are some long sightlines in some of the tunnels, but it's a lot of CQB fighting. And as per the usual, this is the big question mark. What do you do with this helicopter?
Exactly.
He's going to be chilling up there for a while. Now, it does give, I guess, your squad like an opportunity to spawn up above and fly in over the top. But it's like you're just not going to see a crazy amount of value with this helicopter. You see a couple of vehicles being called in through the opening up above, getting down close to C2. Here we go.
He just stole it.
Oh, wait, what?
He stole it. Was that had to have been planned?
It was perfectly, dude. I was so convinced. I was so convinced that was a defensive vehicle. I didn't even register that person was flying in from the heli.
Yeah,
they spawned in with the heli. They dropped down and stole it as it was hitting the ground. What a genius. There's a reason this team's at the top. Holy cow, TL is locked and loaded, and they are not making any mistakes right now.
Dude, go just like looking over at me right now, guys, and my jaw was just like down the whole time. Like, we're talking about, you know, we were excited to see what TL was going to do here. We had these two Titans coming against, and we instantly see the type of plays that they're going to be making, right? Go just like, oh man, how do you find value out of the helicopter?
Already did.
By dropping somebody out of it and stealing one of the vehicles. That I didn't even know that, one, you could call vehicles in through that little spot up there on the mountain.
Defensive call in.
But two, I didn't even like know that was there. I'm terrible at the vehicle gameplay, by the way. Like, I was not aware of it, but didn't even know it was a spot. I'm like, what is he cooking? That was seriously incredible.
Very cool play. I will say we got a lot of vehicles from the attacking side now, obviously picking up one. Mostly, though, negating a defensive vehicle is even more imperative and important. We're finally seeing some value from that advantage on the point itself. A quick revive there on the JS, unfortunately, immediately cut down. Any push on a C2 has mostly been ported. So we haven't actually seen the results of that yet, because it looks like our attackers are playing fairly quiet with the vehicles right now, just taking whatever sight lines they can to try to zone people off. And now you're going to see C2 pretty much assuredly go down, and it's going to try to be a hold on C1 by the rest of the infantry of the defense, because they don't have a vehicle to their name. Look at the bottom of our screen right now. I mean, it's almost maxed out, bro. We're about to break the graphic.
Incredible stuff here. I mean, yeah, let's actually talk a little bit about one of those vehicles. Uh-oh, here we go. Now we're getting 2 more vehicles that are actually coming up the elevator. Maybe that's why it took so long, right? We got to remember that elevator does take a little bit of time. So now those 2 tanks are finally going to rejoin the battle here. And I mean, if you look around you in your TL, you see like 5 vehicles kind of coming into the tunnel right now. You got to be feeling so confident. You're like, how in the world are we not going to capture this? This looks so good for them.
Yeah, this is GG's, bro. I don't know what to tell you. This is like not even close. I mean, steamrolling, executing near perfectly. They've got 2 vehicles on the backside, making sure their flank is covered, picking up value. Helicopter up above. C2 falls, so we're going to have the attackers with a huge advantage inside the tunnels, and all of their vehicles are still alive. I mean, look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Firecatcher picked up, like, what was that, like 6? Just rolling through. IFV says, welcome to the party. Unfortunately, you don't have wheels, and we got like 20. Good luck.
Yeah, this just looks absolutely clinical from TL, right? Obviously, C is going to fall pretty quickly. The feed over there is just getting lit up by the little vehicle symbol, right? Just notifying us that it is all but these operators being absolutely dominated.
Oh my goodness. They get it!
Oh,
HG78 Cat, the commander, says, not in my house. You can drop it anywhere on the map, and it doesn't matter. They have aerial support. They have eyes everywhere. And finally, the defense gets, like, I think it was an IFV, like a decent vehicle, nothing that special. See ya, helicopter in the air. Don't even have a chance.
To be fair, though, shout out to RRQ7S, right? Because if you take a look back down at that graphic, a lot of the vehicles have actually disappeared. They did great work destroying, I believe, what was 3 of the vehicles that the attack actually had right there. So TL does lose a little bit of their vehicles right now, but C2 being fully captured, C1 is kind of teetering back and forth. It's very, very close to being captured. And that is going to secure C as well. So now they're going to have these vehicles that are going to be coming out of the cave towards the last sector over there. The helicopter is going to go back to being online, even though it actually somehow found
so much value. So much value.
C, right? Like all the way from the start of capturing C to the end where destroying one of the called-in vehicles. So incredible stuff there. And, dude, I'm not going to lie, Ghost. Like, I've been keeping a close eye on the tickets up top. No joke. I do not think they have dropped below, like, 160 tickets during any of these.
Oh, yeah. No, this is... I thought we had seen domination and warfare, and I thought this was going to be close, but good grief. This is unstoppable here from TL. They have momentum, they've got wind, they've got everything. You also see, look at that. We've also got a tactical redeploy beacon. All of these TL players coming in from the top of the tower. Give me more value from the helicopter, please. This is the craziest strats. I'm blown away.
Yeah.
Sign them. I'm signing these guys. I'm creating my own org. I'm signing them. I mean, good grief. This is sick. We do see players on the point. They're going for D1 immediately. Lav gets in, gets obliterated. Tank is low, though, and here comes the backup. Couple more Lavs come in. Should be able to finish it up. No problem. This is flawless execution.
What am I watching right now? You can put a beacon.
You're watching the best team in this tournament, I think.
You can put a beacon up there? What?
Hey, how long? Sometimes keeping the helicopter to the final point can completely change the game. There was only like 8 seconds where I was like, man, how much value is this helicopter going to bring? And every other point has been like, yeah, this is the best value you can get out of a heli in Ascension. They perfectly have executed their strategy front to back. They drew it up, and they have executed as if that drawing was reality. And here's our first guided missile already. They're only down 14 lives, and D's into the neutral zone.
The match has been going on for 17 minutes, and you have a guided missile? I didn't even, like, I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, oh man, like the score is definitely going to be a little bit low, right? Because they've kind of flown through the other points. The guided missile itself does actually only find 1 kill right there. But I mean, look at D1. There's just all red. It's literally all red.
It's vehicle gameplay at its finest. They've executed vehicle commandeering. They've stolen vehicles. They've blown vehicles up. They've been willing to sacrifice a vehicle when they have vehicle advantage. One of the biggest things that I was really kind of dissing some of our other teams from the last matchup for was when you've got vehicle advantage, you've got to push the equation. Both of these two lobs, IFVs, came flying in together. Were willing to even sacrifice one as needed to win the vehicle battle because they know if the team does not have a vehicle, they cannot fight. TL goes perfect, front to back, top to bottom, and win the first game without even blinking, without even getting below 160 lives. They had 169 lives remaining on that map when they closed it out. Ting Long crushed in our very first map. It is a best of 3. They got to do it on defense, but that was a masterclass.
Wow. And you said it. They've got to do it on defense, which means they just did it on attack. And we talk about it a lot. Attack's seriously not easy. I mean, we're going up against teams that are very, very good. A bunch of teams that have qualified. They've earned their spot here, right? So attacking against these teams is not easy, but dude, TL seriously made that look super easy.
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words. I mean, listen, I said this. I was hyping up Ascension because I have casted over it. I mean, I'm not kidding. I think I've casted over 40 matches maybe on Ascension. Like, so many games on Ascension. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. That was crazy, man. Not only the respawn beacon at the top of the tower, I thought that was a great way to get momentum onto the point. Here's the thing, the best part of that D point for the defense is that you can kind of stop them at the line. You can hold them at the front of that D point. You have to get all the way to the backside.
Yeah.
So the real strategy there was they dropped in from the top. Nobody expected that.
Yeah.
They get to the back of the point. Most of them die, but it drew all of the defense back to the point, opened up the front line, vehicles came flying through, and it was just GG's from there. There were so many highlights from that last match. They were all TL. Let's take a look at them here on main and walk through all of these really, really good strats. A very fun game to watch, but it started here on A. They quickly take it, sure. They keep the heli alive. Remember, it took a lot of fire starting off the game on point A. They flew way up because they said, we got plans for you, big boy. We're going to see you later in this map to do some crazy plays, and here's one of those moments.
This is, yeah, I haven't even scratched the surface when it comes to Warfare playing it myself because I'm getting shown things that I just didn't even know was possible today.
That hijack is the best play of the tournament thus far.
That is absolutely, like, seriously incredible stuff right there, right? You think about it, it's so hard on every other like you can't usually go into enemy line and do that, you know what I mean? And here's the beacon that was, you know, put on top of D1, and it's so funny because after they captured C1 and C2, I looked at the feed over there and it was just all red and dying to themselves, and I was like,
yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
They purposefully died. That's the thing, dude. It's like all of it, front to back, was perfectly executed. Obviously, they had a plan. They had a coach. They were able to get a guided missile here at the end. But they had that strategic beacon on top of the tower, and they say, hey, everybody jump off the cliff. It won't affect our lives because we're in the transition between points. Jump off the cliff, you can respawn on that beacon, and we're going to win the game. And that's exactly what happened. They sacrificed one of their lobs for a couple other two to come in, clean up the only vehicle. Let's take a look at that scoreboard. Not only mastermind strategic plays, but some big moments. Gee whiz, AG78 Cat from the heli had 60 kills? What are we talking about?
You want to talk, dude, his score value should be like double, by the way, like in my opinion, because obviously the kills are huge, but the fact that the helicopter was still alive made all of those plays possible, by the way. Like, if that gets blown up, all of that's done.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
You know, you can't fly in and steal the vehicle. You can't fly in and land the beacon on top. Like, it was all about the helicopter. So keeping that alive for 78 Cat there, yeah, literally, like, the score should be doubled for sure.
Brother, the highest slaying player, which was several from RRQ7S, had 15 kills.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, that was insane. I've never been this flabbergasted on a broadcast, I think, ever in my entire life. Let's take a look at the team stats, though. Obviously, great individual performances, but it was truly a team effort. We had some crazy score totals here. Obviously, over 500,000 in score for a game that lasted, what, under 20 minutes? It was very, very fast. 588 kills overall, plenty of assists, some revives, obviously some vehicle destruction. But yeah, that was fun. That was really cool. I learned something today. I thought I was an expert. I guess not.
Can we just actually jump right back into the game? I want to see more. Like, I'm like learning right now. This is awesome. Yeah, geez. TL, favorites to win the tournament. I don't know if you knew.
Yeah, we talked a lot of, I mean, honestly, the crazy thing is that RRQ X7 Sins also a favorite. And I think, too, let's kind of reel it back a little bit. We're both flabbergasted. Really cool plays. Honestly, again, not to like shove it under the rug, I truly think that was probably the best executed attack I've ever seen in Delta Force Warfare ever. Yeah. However, you got to remember that, like you said it right before we started this game, momentum is so key on this map. Yeah. And they had momentum the entire time, right? And I think that's something we got to remember. When you've got momentum like that, it is a total game changer. And so they were able to carry that momentum forward. They were able to win the map before RRQ X7 Sins could even blink. And I think that's really the difference maker. Let's talk about the MVP, though. We know who it is. It's AG78 Cat. Look, this Cat was crushing the competition. 60 kills from the heli. Never left the heli. Never died. 0 deaths, by the way. That's not a stat in here. 0. I don't know how he had 16 revives. He didn't leave the helicopter. He just sat in the helicopter the whole game.
Dude, again.
Unless they traded, maybe they traded pilots and he dropped down with the respawn.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he's the commander. Actually, I bet that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He dropped down from the team respawn
had the score for it, yeah.
Because he had the score, but golly. So much value from this player that isn't on these stats even.
Exactly, yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? It's super cool to, you know, be able to operate the helicopter at such a high level, to get so many kills, to keep it alive, and then command the whole team at the same exact time. MVP times 2.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the best squad as well. I think this is going to be a fun stat because we don't get a chance to see that necessarily all the time, of which squads are really overperforming. And it does look like it actually goes to Audi Firecat 477 and XD 777. I think he told us he would like to call 777, by the way. So we'll call him 777. Obviously, some solid kill totals here, but a lot of assists, a lot of aid. To be able to pick up this much score without a crazy amount of kills, really cool stuff from these guys. XD 777 there, 57 kills overall, though, one of the top players on the team.
Yeah, second in kills for the team, actually. You know, second only to 78 Cat there, of course, but I mean, just incredible stuff. So much score here for 477 as well, right? When you take a look at the kills, only 2, but still managing to pick up 23,000. You gotta imagine that must have been an engineer role, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably engineer role. One thing we don't see any revives from these guys, so I think these were all the engineers that kind of played around the vehicles, I would assume. And then maybe XD. I didn't notice if 777 was one of their vehicle operators, but I bet that's what the case was. I bet these are his 3 engineers. So, but anyways, really well done for these guys, as we've said multiple times. I will say, again, to reel it back a little bit, I think RRQX7 just couldn't get a handle on anything. Any chance to cut the momentum is usually brought by having vehicles. They didn't have a vehicle the whole game. They got their vehicle stolen.
Yeah.
Their vehicle was landing on the last point. It got blown to shreds by AG78 Cat. And their final vehicle finally got it on the map. It was a tank. 3 lobs come flying in and just blow you to pieces. Like, you can't do anything if you don't have a vehicle. And as much as we say infantry is super important, because it is, if you don't have a vehicle at all, you're host.
Yeah. I completely forgot as well. Remember the tank at the bottom of the elevator got broken as well? You're just
That's
getting
the
dominated
thing, yeah.
the whole game. It's like crazy.
Crazy stuff. We're going to head to a very short break here in the booth while we swap sides. We head back to Ascension and see if RRQX7 Sins can turn the tide of this Warfare battle versus TL. You're not going to want to miss it. welcome back to the Delta Force Invitational here. Warfare, stand or fall. It's day one. It's the quarterfinals, and we are on match 2. We're already one game done and dusted, and it was done, and it was dusted fast, brother. I mean, Ting Long crushed the competition. RRQ, X7 Sins, a great team, but in that matchup, it was not even close. Yeah. Again, I just posted on Twitter. I think that was the best Warfare game, the best execution of a Warfare game I have ever seen in my entire life.
It was absolutely amazing to get to sit here and just witness what feels like greatness, right? TL with one heck of a statement game. And listen, I would not want to be on the side of RRQ7S and have to kind of go ahead and match up to that attack side. But that is exactly what they need to do if they want to stay in this match and take it to map 3. Now, you know, a funny thing about that is that if it does go to map 3, I can almost guarantee you that TL will have the favorite or the tiebreaker for that. Yeah,
100%. There's no, I mean, there's literally no, I mean, not no way. Okay, I don't want to say that. It is very, very, very low likelihood that RRQ X7 Sin could win all the way through on the attack, get all the way to the distance, finish the point on the last point on D, but also do it, take D1 with 168 lives? Is that what they need? Something like that?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
literally
crazy.
basically maxed out. There's basically no way that's happening. But if they take point D1, they win the map, even with 1 life remaining, we're going to game 3.
Yeah.
That's the thing to remember. That priority selection is very important. It's very helpful, but it is not everything. We've seen teams get it and still lose. So all they need to be worried about is, hey, we just need to win the map. It doesn't have to look as pretty as what we saw from TL. It doesn't have to be as flawless, and it doesn't have to be with that many lives remaining. We just need to win the map, because in game 3, anything can happen.
Absolutely. RRQ7S now, you know, hopefully they have something up their sleeve as well for the attack side of things, right? TL obviously looked very, very good. RRQ7S could also have some cooked up strategies for the attack side as well.
Well, speaking of cooked up, they've already cooked up a substitution. First substitution we've seen live on broadcast. Player substitution on your screen now. Mose is out with Sanala coming in. Now, this is an interesting one. I'm very curious the notion for this, what the coach is thinking. Why? I mean, is it? I need to look back at that leaderboard. Was Mose maybe down in the dumps? Did something go wrong and Sanala's just ready to go? Or maybe this was a strategy decision based on vehicle gameplay. Maybe Sanala is their helicopter operator, and they knew they wouldn't have a helicopter on the defense, and they need it on the attack. That may be the play. I don't know. Just kind of conjecturing here.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to keep a close eye on where Sanala kind of finds value. If instantly kind of see the helicopter operator be him, then it's like, okay, then I think that substitution definitely makes sense for sure. Because, yeah, we saw the value of the helicopter. You definitely want your best pilot to be in the position to go ahead and dominate here on Ascension. So, tall task for RRQ7S. I personally, though, Goj, am excited to see, one, of course, if they can do it. 2, I am excited to see what TL has cooked up for the defensive side of things. I mean, I feel like when you think about it, attack feels like one of those sides where, you're in control, right? You can kind of make plays because you are the team that kind of has to do that. On the defensive side of things, what do we think? What can you kind of cook up in your mind in 30 seconds?
Some secret strats for TL on the defense? Yeah. I think their secret strat is we're taking that heli down immediately.
Okay.
I think they're not going to have to worry about aerial support from the attacking side. They need to take it out immediately. Obviously, again, RRQ-X7S is one of the best teams here on paper, right?
Yeah.
So there's no way they're going to get that helicopter down for free. I think that'll actually be a strong point of contention that actually RRQ could use in their advantage, RRQ-X7S, because if they're able to keep the heli up and harry a bunch of the, maybe it's vehicles, maybe it's just bodies on the ground, at least keep the defense looking up, then their boots on the ground can actually take the point. So I think that's actually the strategy for the attacking side. If the defense is able to do it, then, hey, who knows? Echoes, I think there's an opportunity to show us something here on the defensive side. It is time to see what TL can do here on defense. What are they going to do on main? Are they going to cook up something crazy that we weren't expecting, or is it going to be just classic defense on Ascension?
Oh man, it is all to play here. Well, not all of it, right? You do still have the losers bracket if you do go down here. But hey, listen, like Goes mentioned earlier, you do want to stay in the winners bracket. So the winners bracket is to play for here for both teams. Obviously, TL would love to have a short spell here, go home a little bit early today after about 40 minutes of gameplay, right? They get the rest. Or will RRQ7S push us to that infamous game number 3? We're waiting for it. We have not been spoiled today with one of those yet. Will it happen here in match number 2? Very, very excited to see if it'll come to fruition.
I don't know that it will. I don't know. We will see. I need some secret strats here from RRQX7S. I need to see what chat is thinking. I know TL put on a show for us, but it's time to support your favorite team, RRQX7S. It is time to show us what you got on the attacking side, and it looks like a couple players are going to stick in the boats for a while. As expected, already targeting heli nice and early, but that helicopter is way up there. You might feel like you are dead on. It ain't happening, dog. That thing is like 900 meters in the sky. It is so high up there. I don't even know if those bullets will reach it.
Yes, super hard to tell. I was trying to squint a little bit to see who was actually operating that helicopter to see if Gojo was going to be right with that substitution right there.
Oh, good comms.
I do see, you know, one thing that we kind of see on Ascension, not a lot because it's really hard to find value just because of how the layout is of the hill. But, you know, staying in the boat actually and kind of providing some covering fire from the attacking side of things.
I know Ball, I think.
Do you?
Yes,
you're right.
Sonara in the helicopter.
There you go.
It looks like the RRQX7S was cooking up a strategy where they've got one heli operator in the tank, sat out on the defensive side because there's no helicopter to the defense. Comes to the attack, he takes to the skies, but he is technically getting tagged. He's already a bit weak, so not flying quite high enough to evade all of these bullets. Gonna try to repair the best he can, and right now it's just about evading these shots and survive longer to where this lab is just having to focus on you at all times. Hopefully he's gonna be able to maneuver around and see some value on the map, but this is kind of a one-for-one trade for vehicles right now.
Yeah, I mean, this would feel really bad if you go ahead and lose your helicopter very early on. I mean, that's got to be like 1 or 2 tags away from being destroyed right now. You really do not want to lose it. Isn't it crazy, right? You kind of mentioned it. TL, obviously, their main objective is going to be to
destroy
the helicopter. 78 cat. Who better than him to get the landing blow onto the helicopter? I mean, you got to imagine the rest of the map will be just that much easier.
That's brutal too, man. You're the sub, you come in for a very specific, very particular role, and you get cut down in the first 2.5 minutes. I mean, that's gotta sting. I know Moses sitting in the sidelines, shaking his head, like wishing he could be out here. Like, it's the right play. Like, I'm not discounting that was the correct play, but like you said before, it was AG78 Cat that took the helicopter down. He was the helicopter operator in the last match. He was the leader of this team, is the leader of this team, and he's continuing to be the leader of this team by voice, but also by action. Very well done from this TL team to cut down the aerial support, and they've got a pretty clear advantage right now on the map.
Let's come back down to Earth here, both literally and hypothetically here. Return to kind of check out how the push is going on the point. It's going terribly, honestly. Like, seriously, no, I mean, 168 tickets, right? They haven't really necessarily put that big of a hit into the economy of the tickets so far, but I have not seen that little green square around the A move at all. They haven't stepped foot onto the point yet.
Yeah, it really looks like they're trying to get to a critical mass, whether it's around this tank up on top of the hill or moving down below, waiting for the helicopter to be able to get active. And so far, they haven't opened any doors. Now, like you said, they've only lost 17 lives. They got plenty of time left. It's just a matter of, like, when can you actually make a move? TL is actually trying to retake this hill. I mean, if they're able to fully take control of this hill, we may see a hold here on point A. I mean, it's that important to hold this point. And they've already taken down the helicopter. This tank is so low. If this attacking tank goes down, I'm not saying it's GG's, but it'll feel like GG's for the next like 80 lives.
Yeah, we did actually get a quick look. We haven't had much gameplay to really look at here so far for TL, but we did get a quick peek there of their star player, Po Soy. You know, star player kind of coming into that. I won't lie though, we did kind of check out the POV of his squad mate there, Aim Bobo, and honestly, I instantly kind of saw why Aim is in his name, because he was looking crisp on the aim.
Saw Kiss Flow there, pick up a couple. Again, we talk macro so much in Warfare, it's fun to highlight the individual micro plays. Anytime you're able to pick up a triple, couple, even a double kill per life is just raw value for your team. Here's the fight for the hill. And frankly, it's fairly even. The trading of blows, a little bit of help from some vehicles should tip things in the favor of the attackers. In theory, the first clip of the point, a couple bodies on point now, and it's finally dwindling down. In a normal game, we'd be saying, hey, this is a fine push. This is a fine attack. So far, so good. It just doesn't feel that good because we're missing a helicopter. And one of our vehicles is a boat, which you can get decent value with occasionally, kind of shelling the point, but not seeing that boat in the kill feed very often.
Yeah, I mean, you know, stepped onto the point right there. And, you know, prior to me kind of talking about the lackluster actual attack onto the point, the caveat to that was they didn't really use that many tickets. But now we're down to 140. So we're kind of approaching that territory where we could potentially start to dip into that much needed economy for the rest of the map if we end up getting there. So RRQ7S does need to kind of figure something out so far. I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to put a value on what's really going right in TL right now. We're not seeing any of those incredible plays. It all just is coming down strictly to individual ability, right? Winning the fights on this hill when really they're at a disadvantage. I mean, the hill is kind of, you know, in the possession of the attackers, but you're kind of winning those gunfights even still. So incredible stuff here for TL to kind of win that. And now the push comes in. The urgent deployment is out for RRQ7S. They got to make this push work.
Yeah, they got to make it work. And you're going to also see, anytime you see urgent deployment, which is that symbol, it's kind of like the circle with a couple arrows coming down top left-hand corner. There's 30 seconds on it. That means your respawn is going to be almost instantaneous. The only issue is that also means everybody's going to respawn real fast, which means your lives usually dwindle near the end of this timer. So watch that number creep down. We started at like 148, we're at 126 now. We're getting to the point where this is overall a victory for the defense. Again, that metric for success is around 60 lives per point. You want to go into the next one at max, and you get about 60 every single time. So keep that in mind as we dwindle down past 120. So far, so good for the defense, frankly. Our attackers have been able to keep their vehicle alive, barely, and seeing some value from it. But we did lose an assault vehicle in transition to get to the point, and A's already completely retaken by the defense.
Yeah, I mean, after using that urgent deployment, right, you are investing that. You then, you know, like Goge mentioned, you're investing tickets as well, and they have gone past that, you know, 60 ticket threshold that you kind of can bounce back from after capturing points. You do replenish some of those tickets. So we have definitely, quote unquote, won here for the defense, right? Because this is pretty much all you really need to do is start to make sure the attacking side does lose some tickets for the rest of the map. But, you know, so far, it looks like they might just straight up win Sector A.
Yeah, that's bad news, Bears. For pretty much everybody in the entire competition, frankly. If you see TL put up crazy numbers like this, not only a crazy attack, but also a hold on A on Ascension, I think that's going to scare a lot of folks in this competition as they VOD review tonight whenever they face this team later, whether in the upper bracket, potentially still technically the lower bracket, you never know. But another push coming in for the attackers down below. You know, one stat I'm really interested to look at after this game is how much value is that boat getting? Like, I hear you. You're throwing shells down range. You actually are able to, looks like tag up a couple on high ground, just not able to get any actual kills. The defense, by the way, has fully taken this high ground position overlooking the point, and because of that, they were able to hold easy pushes down below, having this overwatch position. So overall defense has been nearly perfect yet again.
Crazy work out of TL here. I mean, genuinely impressive. Again, one of those things where we kind of, you know, came into Ascension and we instantly talked about it. It's like, oh, cool, another one of those maps where the first sector is kind of like a gimme, and we'll kind of see how the map plays out after that. And, I mean, we've kind of been proven multiple times today that these first sectors that only have one of these points, they're not gimmies at all. And there it is, right? Big shout out to Mo. You kind of talked about how good he was in operations. Comes on over to Warfare, joins in, and hey, listen, you know, I thought he would be showcasing some gun skill, right? Because that's kind of what operations is usually about. But jumping on to the engineer and helping his team take out some of the vehicles, I mean, it's all tough for RRQ7.
This is bad news, folks. All right, look, we finally got some red bodies on the point, but we're down to 90 lives. We know how this story ends. We saw it on trench lines. If you lose this many lives on the early points, you're just not going to have enough legs to run through the finish line to get all the way to D1. Here comes a big counter push from the defensive side with their vehicles. They have a vehicle advantage right now. Yes, 2-2, but remember, one of those vehicles is that boat way out there who hasn't found a kill in about an hour on this. I mean, I'm seriously not seeing any value from the boat right now. It looks good. It looks like the shells are connecting, but you're not seeing kills come through the kill feed. And because of that, yes, A is currently in the neutral zone and going to the attackers. The question is, are they going to be able to execute when this vehicle, this lob, is on point raining hellfire? Guess who it is, by the way? The commander, not only issuing commands, but executing his own. He said we need to hold the point. He said, I'll do it myself. Hops onto the point with that lob and just gets busy.
I mean, incredible stuff right here. You're putting your vehicles on top of the point and they're not even taking damage. They're doing such a good job of managing where they are actually at on the point, backing up at the perfect time. I mean, look at that. If you're on top of A, you can get seen by the entirety of the attacker spawn, so surely you're able to take damage, but yeah, they're just doing such a good job, right? Investing the position of the vehicles at the perfect times. Finally, though, RRQ7S, with that push onto the point, since so many defenders were actually called to the objective itself, they actually do have control over that main hill that does look over A. So hopefully they can turn this position, right, that strong point on top of that hill into, you know, somewhat of a push. But look at this, 78 Cat off of the point, right over to one of these pivotal positions, takes out all of the players over here by the rock. Oh, wait a minute. Leaves his engineer behind, actually loses one of them because of that, but yeah, only one remaining player on the attacking side goes down right there to finally end them. I mean, 78 Cat, you are an absolute, you've got Cat in your name, but you're a dog, man.
Yeah, absolutely crushing right now. 60 lives, by the way. Urgent deployment coming in for the defensive side, which means good luck. I don't know how you're going to get onto the point. And you see that icon top left. Obviously, you now see an artillery barrage coming in for the side of the attackers as well. That icon is actually the objective. The objective right now of the attackers, commanded by their commander, he's issued this command, they get extra score if they do it, is kill AG. Kill AG 78 Cat. That's the objective. Kill that lob. And I'm just going to say good luck. I don't know what else to tell you. Helicopter is back in the skies, our substitute. Can you make a difference? And now all attention of this roster and most of the roster turns back to the skies to make sure there is no window of opportunity. There's not even a window, a chimney of opportunity for the attackers to get onto this point.
Yeah, I mean, gotta start finding value. It looks so hard, right? If you tune into the POV of the helicopter, just constant shots flying up into the sky at you. I mean, how do you get closer? How do you start providing value? Like, what do you tell your team? It's like, hey, listen, guys, I'm your you know, helicopter operator. I can't do anything.
Well, yeah, because there's too many vehicles on the map. We have no pressure on the defensive vehicles right now. The only pressure can be supplied by the heli. But now when you got a bunch of anti-aircraft rounds flying up in the sky at you, this is really well executed from TL, and I think it goes to showcase not only their strategic skill. Again, I said it on Twitter, I said it here on broadcast, the best executed attack I've ever seen. I wouldn't necessarily say this is the best executed defense I've ever seen, although they're looks like going to hold on point A of Ascension. But it goes from a crazy strategy style of play to just perfect execution, very standard defense. Let's prioritize what's the most important, which is making sure that the attackers, yet again, have no advantages they can use.
Just so tough. I mean, TL just looks so good. Doesn't matter what we talk about, where we're at on the map. It just seems like TL is always there, right? They just have the knowledge, they have the experience to know where they need to be, what positions are actually worth fighting for. And you know, listen, I was kind of looking for some sort of positive, you know, feedback for the attacking team over there, and I was like, hey, listen, they actually have that hill above point A. I just saw that they no longer even have that.
Yeah, they've been trading it back and forth, and it's almost like they've been fighting for that hill to try to make a play on the attackers yet again. I mean, dude, AG78 Cat is unstoppable right now.
Dude.
Flawless execution again to swing in and take any advantage out of the picture. If you've got land vehicles on the ground, it can harry the defensive land vehicles so the helicopter can get active. So what do? They even risk sacrificing one of their land vehicles to go make a play to make sure the attacker helicopter cannot play the game. Sonara, welcome to the competition. You were a substitute. They brought you in to fly, and unfortunately, your wings are clipped. Like, you have no options right now because of these IFVs, because of these lavs down below. I don't think they've gotten a kill yet.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been tough to, right? It's really, really hard to kind of focus on getting any kills when you're under constant pressure right there. I thought maybe we're going to have a last-second capture from RRQ7S, but again, that little sly bit of hope just instantly gone. 4 tickets remaining. This is all but a formality at this point. TL very, very close to closing this one out. The defense is actually going to take shorter than the attack took for TL. Now, wait a minute.
We're in overtime.
Overtime.
Got a minute and a half on the clock. AG78 Cat did get cut down. Well, we saw a nail biter in match 1. We see another one on main. Will TL allow them to take this point? I don't think so, but it's going to be close. We've got an attacker tank on point, but already TL's got a high ground position, and they're going to take it out immediately. See you later, alligator. Head back to the beaches, my friend. You are not taking this point, not in overtime, and not in the main time. This defensive position, these individual hero plays are saving the day even in overtime, and why not add insult to injury with a guided missile onto the point. Get off my point, you will not take one. Not here, not anytime today in this match.
The guided missile, of course, being the security blanket that they needed right there. But as the guided missile was coming in, if you take a look at the point, there were no attackers. Without the guided missile, they actually took the point back. I mean, there was vehicles all over it for RRQ7S. Did not matter. TL, it doesn't matter. Vehicle gameplay, gun gameplay, individual gameplay, decision making. It all looks like it's spot on right now.
They've retaken the point. They've lost a few lives in contention. 45 seconds. That's all they have to hold. And guess what? AG78 Cat said, I'm not done yet. I may have a guided missile zoned you off. I've also got urgent deployment. Let's get everybody respawning as fast as humanly possible. We're going to have bodies at the point. I'm going to guarantee it. Flawless execution, perfect execution with their support system. Down go the attackers' vehicles as well, but they have captured it. It is not flawless. They are not infallible. They are not Thanos, but they are pretty dang close. We still have a game on our hand right now as our defense has to back up to B1 and B2 and hold for 55 lives.
Overtime. Overtime, saving them just a little bit right here. Going to extend the match just a little bit now. You know, I'm not one to go ahead and call it early. It would be an absolute, what seems like miracle right now if RRQ7S would be able to capture B with just 52 tickets available. You can see it's like, hey, listen, do we kind of try to start destroying some of these vehicles? I mean, yeah, you really need to, but the spawn being so far away, you can't really do that. I mean, what do you do here?
Yeah, and here's the thing about TL, right?
Nice.
That is sick. I love it. Just drives that thing right up the cliff and says, no problem. Here comes another tank for the attacking side. It's pretty weak, but that final missile looks like it barely misses. Able to stay alive, going to repair this thing back up. Still going to have a vehicle for the attacker side. We can breathe for a second, but not longer than maybe a couple seconds, Vivid, because we only have 50 lives to take both of these points. And then we have to go through C to get to D. So it feels inevitable, but we still have a game. And again, at least a small piece of TL at least is fallible. Like, they're still technically beatable. Like, we lost a point finally, at least, which which is a nice sign to everybody else waiting in the wings to play these guys later. We'll see maybe if RRQ 7S can pull off a miracle. We already set history with the attack TL was able to do. Could we set history with the craziest comeback I've ever seen in Warfare? I doubt it, but you never know. They're taking B1 quite quickly.
I'm such a believer. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, look, they're taking B1, guys. This is possible, right? Like, is it? Like, I mean, it's one of those things about Warfare is that sometimes it just looks good, and sometimes it looks bad, and it's just really, really hard to kind of tell what's going to happen in just a minute here. But yeah, you know, they've only lost 5 tickets, actually, you know, capturing B1, so they can continue with some of this momentum. This would be an absolutely incredible kick into the momentum swing here for RRQ7X.
Yeah, and we don't get a chance to listen into some of the comms, nor would probably us in the English broadcast understand most of them, but you can see from the commander's objectives what their goal is right now and what they're telling their squads to do. The commander can talk to the captains of each of the squads, and he has marked a vehicle. They are saying, listen, if we are going to take B2, we have got to get these vehicles down. He has marked one of these vehicles for death. I would assume it's probably AG-78 Cat's vehicle, and if they can get it down, they're going to get some extra score line, which should help them with this push. The problem is they're just running out of time.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just, you know, B1 is one of those points very, very hard to hold on to. I think, honestly, they didn't actually really invest much time or resources into trying to defend it, but as you can see right here, that's mainly because their vehicles are just strictly invested into holding this side of the map over here, right? Kind of cutting off the rotations from B1 to B2. Yeah, that's their main objective right now. Who cares about B1? If you can't get the B2, you can't win the point.
Yeah, it's a great shout out. You can see that high ground position in the center. You can go underneath. That's all those red units going underneath the high ground position that the defense is trying to hold. Vehicle comes in, vehicle gets cut down immediately. Just an assault vehicle, not a huge deal, but a vehicle nonetheless that gets eliminated. As active we go, and people around the ground, it actually looks like there was a respawn beacon there as well. That could help out our attackers if it's not taken down. I want to say it was a vehicle respawn beacon. AG-78 Cat actually pretty weak, and only 15 seconds on the clock on that objective marker. If his vehicle was selected, it'd be a huge score bonus for the attackers if they were able to cut him down. He goes into hiding to repair.
We're actually a couple of good positions there for the attacking side of things. They did kind of get onto that back ledge over there that oversees the building, but I mean, TL kind of shut that down pretty quickly. Artillery barrage kind of called in here that might end up helping out. We'll kind of see what that kind of does. But the thing about it is, if you take a look at where the defense is positioned, nobody's on the point. Yeah, they don't need to be, because they're just preventing anybody from getting onto it, right? You don't really need bodies on if none of the attackers are actually on. So actually finding value with like an artillery barrage, like where do you put it? They're just all like spread out. You're not really gonna find much out of it. And for TL right now, kind of calling in those extra deployments as well. Oh, make this easy. I mean, yeah, they're just chasing them down at this point. 12 tickets remaining.
Yeah, a big pickup on the vehicle over the top. I want to say that Luru missile is actually what cleaned it up there at the end. Wire guided as well. War Blaze still saw the wire guided strikes from our tanks. Some of our wire guided tank shots are very valuable as well. You saw those flying through the air earlier. Mortar strikes also in this season, so some of the mortar shots coming from these vehicles are very valuable if you're able to land them. Saw that on trench lines. But this is just, hey, look, I'm glad the map was extended. I'm glad we could say TL is not perfect, but they are really, really close to perfect. We lost A in overtime, and we lose B1. Looks like basically no chance they're going to lose B2, kind of regardless of what this attacking team does. I will say, too, if I'm not mistaken, rules as written or the way the game mode actually plays, once you do overtime once, you can't do it again. So there's not an opportunity to actually execute on overtime any other way. Our attacker, assault vehicle comes in to try to play some sort of a flank, gets obliterated in an instant, and just a matter of time. 4 lives. I've already done the final call a couple times now, and it didn't end. But I think this one is probably done. I don't know that we're going to see anything happen here with 1 life remaining. TL going to win the matchup, going to win the match, and maybe win the vehicle fight to finish.
Overtime.
Oh, wait, I was wrong. I was wrong. I thought you could only overtime once. I've been proven wrong before on this broadcast, and I'm proven wrong again. Tournament server says, you want overtime, you can have it. Let's see if they can do it again. Gonna have to take B2 in the next 1 minute and 20 seconds. Everything on the line. This is for the match, not just the map.
Another minute here for TL to go ahead and defend B2. They got to be like, oh my gosh, again? Overtime again? Really? Got to go ahead and defend for another minute. This is going to be actually pretty difficult because now the attack side, infinite lives, right? The beacon is down. They can kind of just keep respawning, keep kind of throwing bodies at the point, seeing if anything sticks in terms of strategy. But, dude, I'm not seeing any red anywhere near this point.
Yeah, they've got B1 on lockdown. There's no question about that. It's just better for B2. I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say, honestly, this is a really sound strategy for TL, where they could actually just go retake B1, or at least just harry them basically in what will be their spawn on this map right now, over by B1, and they could even trade objectives here and still win. To beat the overtime, you've got to take both points and have complete control in the next 25 seconds. No way that's going to happen, I would assume. An urgent deployment time coming down for the attackers, so they're going to be spawning in very quickly, and like you said, infinite lives, but we're just running out of time. There's just no way they could do it again. They did it in overtime once. Our QX7 sins were clutch in a pinch. I just don't think they can be clutch twice in a row. 0 seconds. See you later. A miracle was in the making, unfortunately. Miracles don't happen in Hanoi, at least not right now, maybe a little bit later. Quarterfinals, another match, up, done, dusted. It is decimation here in match number 2. TL, nearly infallible. TL showcasing why they're one of the favorites in this competition.
What an incredible overall match. I mean, all the way from just jaw-dropping strategies, jaw-dropping plays that me and Goj were just absolutely amazed by. TL proving why they are one of the favorites to actually win the entirety of the tournament. It'll be awesome to see what else they can pull out on different maps, right? Ascension.
Yeah.
If I was one of the other teams in the tournament, I'd be like, Ascension, let's hope that when we go up against them, it's not Ascension.
Well, at least they know their strats now. I feel like we got the full playbook on Ascension. You know what I mean? We had to threshold or something. Who knows what they pull out of their socks in that one? You know, like I don't know. Really, really cool stuff. I think overall match again, another 2-0. Haven't gone to game 3. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that one. Again, this felt like more of a stereotypical hold, but still some highlights from, frankly, another very quick game. We see a couple overtimes, but it started here. Not only the commander, but also the decimator of the helicopter. That's going to be AG-78 Cat taking down the substitute who came in for RRQX7 Sins to drive the helicopter. You got to be the pilot, my friend. They subbed him into pilot, and he couldn't pilot. Couldn't do his job.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough draw right there where you're kind of called to go up against the seemingly titans of TL, right? Like, hey, listen, I got to come in, make sure that I help my team out here. Dude, Sector A was crazy. I mean, I thought the game was over. OT kind of came in, extended the match a little bit there, but dude, a point on one of these holds, it's very, very hard to kind of talk about how hard it is when we kind of watched how seemingly easy it was, but seriously, these first points usually go by pretty quickly, and to watch TL actually go ahead and defend this was such a treat to be able to watch. Shout out to TL because, you know, like I said again, we don't often see it, but holding Sector A is just crazy.
And honestly, that one didn't even feel that short because we went to overtime twice. Like,
yeah.
Actually a decently long length of a map because we went all the way to the finish line twice. But it was also cool. I don't know if I've seen a guided missile on point A on Ascension ever. I mean, that was unbelievable. Really excited to look at the stat lines here. But in the second overtime, I think TL basically was like, all right, look, we're not doing this again. They go in, they sacrifice some life on vehicles to make sure that the attackers don't have the vehicles they need to get to the finish line again in the overtime. Let's take a look at the overall stat line, though. Obviously, a lot better stats from RRQ.
Yeah.
They got more kills that time around. Yes, it was a steamroll, but it wasn't quite as bad as the matchup before this. But I'm looking over there on the right-hand side. It's not even close. Obviously, Commander can earn extra score, but even still, AG78 Cat is him. I mean, 47 kills in total, plenty in the damage category for vehicles, and a score line that's well exceeds anybody on either team.
Yeah, of course. And my eyes actually went down the leaderboard. It's kind of crazy right now. The star player for TL, as it's noted, Hosui, all the way down there at 46 kills. Kind of flies under the radar, right? Because you would expect, hey, if you see 47 kills all the way up there at the top of the leaderboard, where would 46 be? You would imagine kind of close to it, but no, look at that, 46 all the way down there. That just speaks volumes to how well everybody else is kind of doing, picking up all of those scores, right? You got your star player who's going to find you those kills, but value-wise, from the engineers, from the medics, just finding so many points score-wise, it's incredible to see.
Well, and it's also playing the objective, too. I think that's the other thing to remember. Likely, Post-Soy was probably playing not the objective, was playing those flanks, maybe playing for the hill in that last one. So something to remember. But let's take a look at the revive category. I think the first time, look at that. Top revives. This is the first time I've ever seen it where the top revives is actually, oh no, it's really close. Hold on, I'm doing math. Top revives for the defensive side was 81 from Kiss Shot, and then the top revives on the attack side is 83. Yes, that does look like it's the top number. So it is still the top revives coming in from the attacking side, but just barely. That is a lot of revives for a defensive team. Don't see that as often from some of our other rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. Good job from them for sure. And oh my gosh, listen, I was kind of paying attention mainly to the kills because, I'm just like them, like a degenerate. I just love looking at the kill column. The score column was crazy.
Yeah.
Like 13 more thousand. I mean, 78 Cat, probably definitely going to be the MVP again.
Yeah.
Taking a look at RRQ7S, where we got like 37, kind of approaching 40 kills over there. So, again, we're finding value over there on REQ7S, but it's just like the team as a whole was not finding themselves on the point. Unfortunately, I don't mean to, pick on them at all here, but Sanala, the player called in to be that helicopter operator. We saw 78 Cat was the helicopter operator in the last game, 60 kills.
Yeah.
Sanala is 7 right
Well, it's what you said, right? They literally programmed for it. They said, I don't care who you bring in. You could bring in your version of AG78 Cat, which maybe Sanala is. Sanala might be one of the best helicopter pilots in the game, but it didn't matter because there was too much damage down on the ground, looking up at the heli to keep them completely out of the competition, and they didn't have the infantry backup to actually pressure AG78 Cat at all in the early game, which means Sanala's just sitting up in the sky saying, well, guys, I can't do anything. Like, you got to help me out, and nobody could get to AG78 Cat.
Just tough right there. Some team stats kind of flying in right there as well. I mean, again, just an incredible performance from TL right all, kind of just points in the exact direction of a win. They just crossed the board. We're just awesome throughout. I mean, dude, winning attack again. I can't believe we actually have two zeros, right? Winning an attack in both of those matches. That's crazy.
Also, we both predicted that it would go to Game 3 in both of those, so we are totally off, I think, right now.
I, personally have had the winning team. And
you have had the winning team.
I've been wrong on the score, but, I'll take my 2-0 up against Good right now. We're going to go ahead and keep track of that one.
Hopefully I can tie you up going into the next couple, but if I remember correctly, I think we might predict a little bit more similar in the next two matchups. So I think you got me beaten day one already, but hey, we'll get there when we get there, folks. That was match 2. TL, obviously, one of the best teams here. They prove it. They make it to the upper bracket. Don't worry, RRQX7 Sins is not done. It is a double elimination bracket. We are done with both of those teams today. We have 2 more best of 3s to get to, but RRQX7 Sins will head down to the lower bracket to compete against some of our other teams that end up losing their first matchup tomorrow, which will be really fun to watch. Tomorrow will be our first elimination stage of this competition, which is a blast. Always, when the stakes are the highest is when you see some of the best plays, so it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But again, TL will move into the upper bracket, and they're going to be playing for semifinals, and then, of course, winner bracket finals into the grand finals if they can keep up this momentum. All right, very fun.
Very fun.
Trench lines, Ascension. Who knows where we go next?
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for the next match. I mean, obviously, we do have more matches today. Let's go ahead and take a look at our best squad from that match. I was actually surprised. If you remember from the first game, 78 Cat squad actually was not the best squad. I was surprised because I was like, dude, he did so well that I thought that he would like carry enough for that. But yeah, 78 Cat, That time right there had a 13,000 score lead over second place on his overall team. So no surprise to kind of see them up there as the best squad for sure. Doubling, by the way, his squad mates there at 22,000 for each one of them. He's got 44,000 himself. Taking a look at the breakdown, though, you would imagine that, you know, the rest of his squad here probably on that engineer role, I believe, because, you know, again, kind of lower in the kill category here, but still finding the score. So, you know, most likely engineers for sure.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. A great squad, really backing up their commander well. And you got to remember that AG78Cat's doing all of this. The score line is, some of that's coming from being the commander, actual scorer. But he's doing all of this, getting a crazy amount of kills, seeing so much value on the map, being a utility player that's taking down advantages from his opposition, while also in comms with all of the squad captains, commanding his team, telling him where to go. Like, this is really impressive stuff from a commander to make that much impact from not only his voice, but also his actions. Like, that's truly a leader. So big congrats to this squad for being, obviously, this best match squad overall, mostly on the back of their commander. Really cool stuff.
You know, it is kind of crazy when we all think about it, right? We all, you know, we play Delta Force at home. We're all kind of alone. We're not really commenting anything to anybody. I mean, I personally kind of like struggle playing Warfare myself, and then to be as good as 78Cat here with another MVP performance coming out of him. And then, yeah, I mean, we've got to put some respect on some of these commanders' name. I mean, a performance like this, while you are making all of those comms, kind of trying to focus on your individual gameplay as well, and having a very, very important role. I mean, you know, 78Cat, obviously in that first game, very, very important. The helicopter was pretty much the baseline for a lot of their strategy kind of going into that. And then in game number 2 there, we kind of saw how important of a role he played as well, because he was the guy that was playing that anti-air, right? Yeah. Kind of very, very important to take out the helicopter for him. So important roles all around the board. Doesn't phase him.
Yeah, important role, and also picking up 4 vehicle kills is like huge. Obviously, let alone that those were helicopters. I think maybe twice. I'm not sure if he got both of them every time Sinala was in them, but either way you look at it, great execution, a great job there from TL, one of the front runners, no question, up into the upper bracket. But it feels like we're just getting started today. We've got 2 more best of 3 matches. We are halfway done for today's competition, folks. I told you it's going to be a long one today. Same thing tomorrow, 4 total matches as we go through some of our elimination stages. And then 2 more days after that, semifinals, and then the big finals day on Sunday. We'll tell you all those times. You'll see it all over socials as well, to make sure you tune in for everything. But up next, we have some of the... we can't call them hometown heroes necessarily, but a team we've casted over quite a bit. We casted over their qualifiers. No Mercy is coming up here shortly. I've seen a lot of support for them in our English broadcast chats, so you'll be seeing No Mercy here on stage here in a little while as we get our interview ready. First, though, it looks like we've got an interview down on the stage, which, of course, is going to be really interesting with TL, folks. Let's head down to the stage here with TL and hear what they have to say about their dominating victory.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu. Và xin chúc mừng cho Thang Long với một chiến thắng rất áp đảo 2-0. Và họ một lần nữa đã mang đến một dấu ấn rất lớn trên hành trình chinh phục chức vô địch của mình năm nay. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là người chỉ huy của Thang Long sẽ chia sẻ gì trong phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu các bạn nhé. Let's head into the post-match interview. And congratulations to Thang Long for their win. They truly deliver a spectacular and thrilling performance today and marking a big step in the journey to conquer their World Championship title in this tournament. And right now, standing next to me is AG78Cat, the commander from Thang Long team. And let's see how he's feeling right now. Xin chào, ni hao. Không biết là lúc này thì cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào sau khi có được một chiến thắng rất áp đảo vừa rồi?
那请问78Cat，就是你们的团队已经达到那个胜利组里面了，那你们的感受如何呢？
跟我的预期里面是一样的，我们在这把也是成功的以2比0拿下了这次比赛，但是我们也不能骄傲，因为这只是第一场，后面3场才是开始。
Thì là đây là đều là những dự tính đã có trong ban đầu rồi. Thì nhưng mà mình sẽ giữ cái đầu lạnh lại để mà tiếp tục những vòng đấu tiếp theo. Thì tới vòng thứ 3 chắc chắn nó sẽ là cái vòng căng não nhất, cho nên là vòng đó sẽ là khá là gây cứng.
So we were asking for his feeling after winning the match, and he was sharing that it's already as a plane, and I want to keep the cool head to the next round so that I can keep the tension down and be ready for the next match. So we were just waiting for the third match later, and we are still ready for that.
Vâng, và câu hỏi tiếp theo dành cho người đội trưởng của Thang Long đó là nhìn lại chặng đường ngày hôm nay, trận đấu vừa rồi thì nếu như để chọn ra một đồng đội mà bạn cảm thấy có phần thể hiện xuất sắc nhất thì đó sẽ là ai?
那请问指挥官，就是如果刚才的2场表现，那你会选最哪位队员就是表现得最好，就是 MVP？
这场比赛啊，我觉得所有人都打的是最好的。我觉得所有人都是 MVP， 并不是靠某一个人才赢下了这场比赛，这是我们的共同努力。
Thì đối với tôi là tất cả những đồng đội trong team đều đã thể hiện rất là tốt, không có ai gọi là xuất sắc nhất cả, chỉ có là một đội tốt nhất.
So we were asking if he could pick any excellent teammates in his team, and he said, I couldn't pick any teammate because we are all together to work hard and we all try all together. So we are an excellent team.
Và đối thủ tiếp theo của bạn trong nhánh thắng sẽ là DNI. Không biết là bạn đánh giá sao về đối thủ này? So your next upcoming opponent will be DNI. What do you think about it?
那你下一个对手就是 DNI， 你有什么看法呢？
他们是我们在第一次比赛上就遇上的总决赛遇到的对手，也算是老朋友。我们非常的期待这次和他们的比赛，因为我们给他们准备了小惊喜。
Thì DNI lúc trước mùa giải lần trước đã gặp ở chung kết tổng rồi. Thì là đợt này cũng có thể gọi là một người bạn cũ, nhưng mà đợt này thì sẽ có một cái surprise nhỏ dành cho DNI.
So we met DNI for the last season in the final, and we consider them as an old friend. For this season, this competition, we are going to have them a surprise later.
Và câu hỏi cuối cùng, bạn có một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới những fan hâm mộ đã luôn ủng hộ cho Thang Long trong chặng đường vừa qua hay không? Do you have any message want to send to your fans who always have been supporting for you guys along this journey?
那你有什么想跟一直支持腾龙一直陪伴腾龙的粉丝们吗？
从腾龙3月份建队到现在，非常感谢所有粉丝到现在对我们的支持。我们也是不负众望的拿下了第1轮比赛，后面的3场我们都将以2-0的方式踏平这场比赛，拿下冠军。
Rất là cảm ơn những bạn fans đã cố gắng động viên cho Thang Long và đồng hành cùng Thang Long. Thì chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức, những trận tiếp theo sẽ giữ với tỷ số là 2-0 để mà bước vào chung kết.
Thank you all of the fans for the motivation and for all of the encouragement that you gave us. We will do our best for the next matches, and we will try to score 2-0, and that will be the gift for all of the fans out there. Thank you so much.
Vâng, thật là một tinh thần rất là tuyệt vời, và xin chúc cho Thang Long sẽ tiếp tục có được một màn trình diễn nghẹt thở như vậy và áp đảo như vậy ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo. Once again, congratulations to your win today, especially you, the commander, and we hope to see your great performance in the next matches. Và các bạn khán giả thân mến, như vậy là chúng ta sẽ cùng khép lại trận thi đấu vừa rồi. Trận thi đấu sau chắc chắn vẫn sẽ có rất nhiều bất ngờ đang chờ đón tại mùa giải năm nay. Bởi vậy mà hãy cùng chúng tôi nghỉ ngơi trong giây lát và đừng đi đâu cả. Chúng ta sẽ cùng quay trở lại ngay. So let's take a few minutes break and stick around. We're going to be right back with the next coming match. Chúng ta hãy cùng quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo của Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Và như vậy là cặp trận nhánh thắng đã xác định được hai cái tên. Đó chính là cuộc đối đầu giữa DNI và Thang Long. Và hãy cùng chờ đón họ ở trong những trận đấu sắp tới. Còn bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ cùng chuẩn bị chào đón hai cái tên ở trận đấu thứ 3 ngày hôm nay.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the stage of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. We've just gone through two incredible matches together, and now the first match of the winner bracket has officially been relieved. It is DNI versus Thang Long.
Và chắc chắn rồi, trận đấu ngay sau đây giữa hai cái tên này cũng sẽ là một trận đấu vô cùng bất ngờ. Bởi vậy mà hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chuẩn bị cùng chúng tôi chào đón hai đội tuyển bước ra sân khấu.
And right after this, the next two teams will march onto the stage together. Let's watch the battlefield.
Sẵn sàng chứng minh sức mạnh thật sự khi đặt chân lên sân khấu quốc tế Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Ứng cử viên số 1 của Global League Season 3 EU. Let's give it up for No Mercy.
Ready to prove their true strength when they set foot on the international stage of 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. The #1 candidate of Global League Season 3 EU. Let's give it up for No Mercy.
Hãy cùng chào đón cái tên tiếp theo, nhà vô địch Delta Force Winter Frontline, ứng cử viên nặng ký tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare. Hãy cùng chào đón Toshiro and NG.
Delta Force Winter Frontline, a heavy team at 2025 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. Please welcome Tuxedo and XG.
Và không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với trận đấu thứ 3 trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
And now the match between these two teams is about to start.
Right, the stage is set. Welcome back to the DFIW Stand or Fall Day 1 quarterfinals. We are on to match 3 of the day, and I know I got a lot of folks in our English broadcast here excited to see No Mercy on stage. They're here, they're in final form, they've been working on their flow, and I gotta say, they've got some pretty tough competition headed into this one.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I can't believe, first of all, I gotta say, I can't believe we're already on match number 3. I feel like the day is absolutely flown by. But yeah, Gosh kind of already talking about it right there, right? No Mercy. And we actually had the pleasure of casting over No Mercy already a little while ago. So this will be very, very interesting to see them kind of return to competition and see how they face off today. Of course, the last time we saw them, they of course won because that was the qualifier for this event. So we'll have to see if they can follow up with another performance similar to that one.
Yeah, and I know, you know, this is a global competition. We got people from all over the world watching, and because of that, we also have all over the world time zones that we're accompanied by. Funny enough, I mean, shout out to the admins. I think No Mercy's playing in like the morning in some of our European side of viewership that's probably watching. So likely the case that we've got a lot of viewers cheering on No Mercy. And as per the usual, folks, we ask everybody at home to make sure you tell us in chat who you're cheering for. But let's take a look at some of the rules here today. If you're just tuning in maybe for this match, this is match number 3 on the day. I want you to describe what you're about to see. It's a single best of 3 for this match. We will randomly select the map. We've seen Trench Line so far. We've seen Ascension. We could see one of those maps again. It is fully random. Both teams will have a chance to attack and defend in either order. That's also randomized. And then once we play those 2 maps, if we have a trading of wins, we will head on to game number 3, which is determined by our tiebreaker. Basically, whoever does better, even though it's a tie, they're going to be the priority side selector. They can choose side or they can choose the map, but whichever they choose, the map is always selected first. So most of the times you're going to see them choose side. Their opposition will choose whatever map they want, and then the priority selector team say, okay, on that map, I want to go attack, or on that map, I want to go defend. Here's the thing, all those rules, really nice, haven't seen a game 3 yet, so we'll see, maybe this is the time. Let's take a look at these teams, though, and talk about these 2 rosters. I think it'll be really fun to talk about both these rosters, because one we know very well, one we know a little bit about. Let's start with the team that we know well. I think for those at home that watched the qualifier, they qualified through the DFGL Season 3. A very fun competition. You and I cast it over. This roster is going to look a little different. You're going to see some new names on this roster. They had to make quite a few substitutions coming into this competition, and originally Lil J came into this competition as their commander. They have recently swapped on LAN. They swapped to Element as their commander, namely because Element can speak both English and the other language that they use. They use Russian oftentimes with this team. And so you're going to have both of those languages used by the commander in order to communicate effectively with the entirety of this team, which I think is a really cool way to look at the commander role as a more vocal role than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, Element is up to quite the task. I mean, like you already mentioned, kind of coming into the role there, picking up commander is going to have to adapt to kind of being able to, you know, play and command at the same time. Not used to it necessarily. Here we have Team Tuxedo NXG, the commander on this side of things is going to be Rumina. Again, the importance of the commander going to be in full effect here. You know, listen, it's going to be awesome to kind of see them. Their star player, of course, on their team is going to be NTPP, so it'll be very awesome to kind of see what he can do. You know, I love the fact that we kind of have these star players kind of noted, because so far I feel like those star players have actually lived up to just that, right? So, yeah. Definitely my eyes are going to be peeled towards him this match for sure.
Yeah, this team qualified here via the Delta Force Winter Frontline event, DFIW in 2025 this year, to qualify for this competition. They've stated that they are underdogs. We're kind of back to what we saw in match 1. Most of these teams say, hey, guess what, we're underdogs. I think over half of the teams said that, so we'll see if it's truly an underdog position for this roster. We got to talk predictions, though. It's what we love to talk about. So far, you're beating me pretty handedly. Let's talk about what we predicted for this matchup. We don't have bias. I think we are just hopefully optimistic for No Mercy, because if I remember correctly, let's roll those predictions here in chat for the casters. Yes, we both said No Mercy was going to win. I said we will see our first game to 3, which I thought this was going to be our third game to 3, by the way. But I do think we go the distance. I think this Tuxedo NXG team is a strong team. I think they're going to be able to take a map off No Mercy, but I said we're going to go to game 3. You said it's going to be another 2-0 sweep with No Mercy winning. Standing by that? Feeling still good about it?
Yeah, I mean, feeling good, right? Like we already mentioned, had the opportunity to go ahead and watch No Mercy play. They went ahead and won out. So, you know, I have experience kind of watching this team, which is why I went ahead and decided on a 2-0. You know, 2-0 is definitely bold, or at least it kind of felt like that before the day actually started, right? I was like, 2-0, probably not very, very likely. But now I'm actually feeling pretty good about the 2-0, right? After watching the first 2 matches, both them being 2-0s, I feel like this one's got a good chance to be 2-0 as well. So, yeah, I mean, feeling good about it.
Okay, feeling good about your 2-0 chat. It's your turn to make a prediction. All you got to do is just type in the chat who you think's going to win. Is it going to be Toxido in XG, or is it going to be No Mercy? You can use their abbreviations in the chat. NM is No Mercy, and then TXG, I believe, I'll have to double check on that. TXD, thank you, is going to be that abbreviation for their opposition. Type it in the chat. Are you a No Mercy fan? Are you a TXD fan? Type it in the chat to let us know who you think is going to win. And if you want to add a little extra, let us know if you think it's going to be a 2-1 like me, or if it's going to be a 2-0 like Vivid. Now, okay, you've technically beat me on the day. However, neither of us have actually gotten the series number right. So this is my opportunity to one-up you if it actually goes 2-1 in No Mercy's favor.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to, you know, see if we actually go to map number 3. Speaking of going to map number 3, maps. I mean, what map do we think we're going to get?
Oh, yeah, so true. I was feeling Ascension. I promise I didn't have any insider information. I was feeling Ascension last time. There's something in my system. There's some secret. I don't know what it is.
Same thing.
Well, you want to say it on 3?
Okay, sure.
1, 2, 3.
Fault.
Cracked.
Dang it.
I think we're going to crack. You're thinking we're going to fault?
Yeah.
Okay. There's something in me that just feels like we're going to crack. It feels like No Mercy feels like a team that pulls cracked. I don't know why. It just feels like that's what we're going to get. Cracked is such a controversial map. It's a really fun map. It's one of the earliest maps ever created. Yep. It's actually like a 1-for-1 replica of the original Delta Force map. Very cool stuff. But let's take a look at what we pulled. Oh, we were both wrong.
Wow, look at that. Yeah.
It
Classic.
was Trainwreck, which you thought this is what our map was going to be last time, folks. We are headed to Trainwreck, and I still want to see the predictions in the chat. Is it going to be TXD? Is it going to be NM, No Mercy, or Toxido in XG? Which team do you think is going to win now that you know that it's Trainwreck? And I got to say, Vivid, again, back-to-back-to-back almost, we're getting these big, long maps. We're getting full sector maps. Again, Trainwreck goes all the way past D, so this is a big map again, a linear map in many ways, and also a very important vehicle map.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see right there. I gotta pay a little bit more closer attention to this because I was actually thinking about it before we started our other games. No Mercy is going to be starting on defense.
Oh yeah, good shout.
Yeah. So that's going to be interesting to kind of see how that plays out. Again, I think if I was playing up there on the stage, I would prefer to start on defense, right? Give you kind of that opportunity to warm up a little bit and, you know, again, that quote-unquote easier side, although we've been kind of proven wrong in that regard since we've seen 2 attack wins today already. But we'll have to see how that goes. Yeah, Trainwreck. I mean, Trainwreck is actually, surprisingly, I'm not usually a big fan of, like, big open maps, right? If you kind of take a look at Trainwreck, there's just so many opportunities for, or so many ways that you have to kind of like run across the open field. It kind of feels like you just get blasted by vehicles, you know what I mean? But I actually like Trainwreck. I like playing it, I like being boots on the ground on this map. I just really like how it plays. So yeah, I'm actually excited about Trainwreck.
Yeah, this will be a fun one. I'm actually very curious to see how this match goes. Again, I'm cheering on No Mercy just from a prediction standpoint, but still unbiased. I just want to see good gameplay here.
Yeah.
No Mercy is such an interesting roster. To briefly talk first about TXD, an interesting stat about them is that they qualified all together, but they actually had almost 2 different lineups that were kind of combined from a couple different competitions and a couple different kind of orgs that came together to create this TXD squad that then qualified together in that Delta Force Winter Frontline event, right? So they've got some chemistry, but it's similar to some of the other teams we've talked about that kind of all came together and just figured it out, right? No Mercy is an interesting one because they qualified together. They came through open qualifiers that we didn't cast over, that were separate. They come together in the finals and actually looked really, really good. But a lot of that roster's not here. We pulled a lot of subs. Now, talking about some of those subs, we've got some content creators.
Oh, wow.
We see Star Baxter playing today.
Yeah.
We see some of these players that maybe even play operations often. We see some of Team Fallen that played in the DFI operations a couple months ago on LAN, with HR showing up, Uzbishka showing up as subs. Like, they're pulling in some heavy hitters that are absolutely straight shooters and can be difference makers on the map. So I'm not necessarily saying that with the amount of subs they're going to pull in, there's HR right there in the middle of the screen, newly blonde hair, young demon. He's like one of the top fraggers from this region. Really, really good player. So fun to watch out for him. But I think the big question is, like, I don't think the subs are going to change the caliber of team, but it could change the chemistry.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big question is, can they as a team actually execute the job in front of them? I think individually they're going to be able to keep up with anybody. And so that, I think, is the big question mark of whether or not they're going to be able to do what they say they can do.
Yeah, as you were kind of listing things about No Mercy there, in my head I'm like, wow, maybe the odds are actually stacked against them, because I feel like there's so many variables kind of on that team. You're talking about, hey, you know, Team TXD, it's pretty much like 2 rosters that came together. I mean, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
that's not bad at all. But then, you know, No Mercy, you're talking about, hey, listen, we got a whole new commander that we have to deal with today. You know, a bunch of, you know, players who didn't even qualify with the team. And then we got, like, operation player, content creators. Like, man,
I know,
like,
I know.
how is this team going to fare here today?
Here's the thing, though. Like, to add a little extra to this, Lil J originally was the commander going into the competition. They made the pivot because of language barriers.
Right.
But Lil J wasn't the commander when we cast it over.
Oh my gosh.
That commander was somebody totally different that couldn't make it to land. So that's where it gets even crazier, is that they don't have a true leadership role, and they've actually given the commander role to Element, and it's going to feel, I think, less of like a true commander, less of like an AG78 cat, and more of just a vocal mouthpiece for the team. I think it's going to come down to individual squad performance underneath the vocal leadership of Element to see true success.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see kind of how they tackle some of those, you know, challenges that I feel like definitely is happening within the team right there. I mean, yeah, I think the leadership thing is going to be the biggest thing, because you are basically just gambling on somebody. It's like, hey, listen, you speak both languages, so you're the commander. There's a lot more qualifying traits that I feel like a commander would need than just speaking 2 languages.
But it is important.
But it's probably the most important thing. But hey, listen, that's the only option. That's what you got to go with. But yeah, big, tall task here for Element. We'll have to see how he can kind of control No Mercy. On the opposite side of things, again, we kind of talked about it a little bit already. Team TXD, you know, combining 2 separate squads, you know, pretty good for them, honestly. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, 7 other players were previously in the lineup that placed 3rd in the ACL, and then 16 of the players were in the lineup for the champion of the Global League Season 2, Warfare in Asia. I mean, hey, listen, that's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. That's like that combination we were talking about. It's a great breakdown. So, again, I think both teams, funny enough, put themselves as underdogs, literally verbatim. Both said, yeah, we're underdogs, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah.
I will say, if I remember correctly, let me scroll back up here in some of our notes, because I'm pretty sure that D&I also, by the way, Dead Dog and Idol, who crushed it, they also said they were underdogs. They said they were dark horses. So, I mean, look, that basically doesn't mean anything. Also, D&I crushed it. Dead Dog, big content creator, got pulled in for this competition.
Wow.
Similar thing that happens here with No Mercy. So just because we say content creator doesn't, I mean, that means they might play the most, honestly, out of anybody. It's not necessarily a true delineation between good versus great or anything like that. So here we go, folks. You can see some of our players warming up, preparing for the lobby. I think we've got a couple small things that we're just adjusting before we get into the game. But big question is who will come out on top. And I think the question I have for chat, we've already seen a lot of folks saying in the chat, I see you all in the chat cheering on who you want to cheer on. Obviously, our English broadcast that you and I are running today has a lot of No Mercy fans just because they've seen them compete before. We got a lot of content creators also on this No Mercy roster, so they've got a lot of fans in the broadcast with us as well. And so we're seeing you. So I see that you guys are cheering on your favorite teams. If you're over there on YouTube chat, it's a little bit more mixed. I want to know from you all, though, if you think we go to Game 3. That's the big kind of fun thing that's in my mind right now of if we actually go to Game 3, if we're going to see a 2-0, regardless of who you're a fan of. Do you think this is going to be fairly even? Do you think we're going to finally see that tiebreaker come into play and that selection come into play that's so crucial and a difference maker, frankly, for that last match?
You know, I do, me and Goes were kind of having a conversation off camera a little bit before the competition. I was like, dude, wait a minute. Can they pick a map that's the same map that I just played? So, like, for example, like if we're playing, Trainwreck and it goes 1-1, and, I was like, okay, we'll go with the tiebreakers and the team that picks map. Can they pick Trainwreck if they want to? I actually did see on a graphic, shout out to whoever makes the graphics, because there's a ton of information on there. I did see actually that it does note you cannot pick the map. You know what I mean? So
correct.
That's actually a little important bit of information.
Got to get some variety.
Yeah. So if we go to that game number 3, we will be definitely seeing a different map as well. So that'll be something to kind of think about as well.
Yeah, that's a really good shout. Starting on Trainwreck could see a different map as we get to Game 3. Only time will tell as we get into the match here shortly. Thanks for staying patient with us. And I'd love to see all the support from the teams in the chat. It's been fun to watch everybody support the entire broadcast. Again, I believe we've been live already for almost 6 hours starting today. It's been a lot of fun. We're 2 matches through, and we've got 2 more to go. So looking like it might be about an 11-hour broadcast, which is not what we expected. I think that's about what we're slated for. So it's just Vivid and I all tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do this again tomorrow, too. You're not going to want to miss the action.
Next day.
And the next day, and the next day. That's right.
Yeah.
4 days on LAN. Vivid and I going to be casting all the action. So we're going to be hanging out with you guys in chat. If I see some fun comments, I'll try to shout you all out as well. This is a community event. As much as we are on LAN, isolated from everybody else, doing this big tournament, traveled with 200+ players all over the world to get to this stage. This still is a community-based event where you can cheer on your favorite team. So we want to make sure that we highlight you as well. Thanks for tuning in. We've got drops active, too, if you're watching on the Twitch chat here on our English broadcast, and we've got several actually global broadcasts going on at the same time. There's 3 different casting pairs all over this building. It's a whole production, man. It's really, really cool stuff, and we're gonna have some audience come in for the finals, which I think will be a blast. This stadium's gonna fill out, and we're gonna have so much fun the next couple days.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see, I was kind of looking down towards the stage and see a couple of admins kind of walking around fixing up what I can only guess is a couple of issues getting everything set up. Swapping out 40 players at a time. That's a pretty tall task. So happy that I'm not involved kind of in that, because that is crazy. A little bit of extra time for some of the players to go down there and warm up in the firing range. Firing range is so useful, by the way. It's really an awesome tool. Also can kind of, see what some of the weapons that we might be seeing. I did see a couple of M7s out there. The M7 is such a sick gun in the game, especially with that new Mandelbrick skin. Yeah, absolutely cool. There are a lot of cool variations that you can have. I see some of the players out there today. They've got some very cool ones indeed. What do you think, Gosh? The more time you kind of sit up there on the stage, you feel like you're getting like iced out right now. Like, kind of jump up on the stage, you're like, oh, dude, I'm ready to go.
I don't know, dude.
And then you just gotta sit here for like 10 minutes. Like, dude, who's kicking their PC, man?
I think that if anything, these players are getting more and more comfortable. Honestly, they've been here a couple days. They've run scrims already. They've been waiting on this moment. I think the nerves will start hitting when you've got 20 lives remaining. You're on point A, and you can't get over to the point. That's when the nerves start kicking you in the
Are you talking about a specific?
No,
you're not. Okay.
Yeah, just generally speaking, I think that's when the nerves start
Okay.
kicking in. Or if you're holding on for dear life on the last point of the map, doing everything that you can to try to win, and all of a sudden 10 people parachute behind you that you didn't expect because of a respawn beacon on top of a tower. Like, that's not a specific instance, just there's something that can happen.
I feel like you might be remembering something that we just watched.
Listen,
30
that's when the nerves kick in. That's when you're like, okay, this is real. And I think tomorrow, too, which will be our elimination stage, will be also a big moment for these teams to really have a lot of nerves, because if you lose, you're going home once you go down the lower bracket. It is a double elimination tournament. Nobody's getting eliminated from today's quarterfinal matches, but certainly going to make their jobs a lot harder to have to go through the lower bracket. So you want to win this matchup. This is a really big one.
Yeah, definitely want to win this one, indeed. A lot of questions in the chat talking about when is this going to start. Looking at the top right there, looks like our ETA for this one to start is in about 6 minutes. So, bear with us for that one. And I'm sure, the teams down there also are going to be, bearing with it themselves. Yeah, dude, listen. Team No Mercy, Team TXT again. We're talking about it a lot. You're talking about the nerves. First time they're going to be kind of on the stage for the competition. What's cool is I feel like as we continue throughout the competition, right, some of these teams are definitely going to be watching some of the prior matches. And, hey, that might prove to be an opportunity for them to kind of learn something, right? I mean, we talked about how good the strategy was out of the Team TL in that last match. I mean, obviously, you're not playing the same map, but you can kind of take elements from how well that they played on Ascension and kind of transfer that over to Trainwreck. I feel like you'd be able to do that, right? So now it is hard to kind of coordinate learning things amongst the roster of 20 people. You know what I mean? That's the big challenge.
I want to see more footage of the war room down there. You know what I mean?
That was super cool.
That were below us. I want to see more footage between games of them strategizing for what's next. I think that's super cool because, again, the map pick comes in before. I think it comes in technically before they sit down fully. So I think they've got a moment to discuss if you're attacking first or defending first on what your strategy is going to be. So, yeah, some fun moments of the commander leading the charge in the war room. I feel like this No Mercy squad is going to be more squad-based leadership than the actual commander leading. The commander's just going to be the mouthpiece, set objectives, earn that score, times where they could use the urgent deployment, etc. So I feel like that's the way this team's going to play, where you might see a little less cohesiveness, but maybe a couple more hero plays. That's what I'm looking out for, is maybe some individuals that are going to step up and make a big difference on the map. Certainly could be possible, especially with some of those highlight level players they brought in as substitutes. You can see, I believe, Baxter on screen all the way down at the edge of this table. A couple people warming up their hands. I like it. Gotta stay warm. I know some folks got some hand warmers. It's not cold over here, I gotta say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm kind of surprised.
It is winter time here in Vietnam, but I think it's like 78 degrees outside. Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit person. It's pretty warm. It's nice out though.
Yeah, I mean, it's super, super nice out. Thankful for that. Everybody was like, dude, you're gonna be freezing while you're over here. I walked outside, I was like, yeah, I'm sweating, but thanks for that.
Yeah, bundle up. It's 78 degrees. Yeah, we're from the U.S. It's a little different over there, but here's a look at a couple of our players preparing, smiles, ready to lock in. There's Yellow. A lot of folks at home probably know Yellow. Came in as a sub. It's funny enough, actually, Yellow, great player, obviously in Warfare, has been basically a Warfare main since the game came out.
Okay.
And actually was on the losing side of the finals at DFGL Season 3. And because there was a substitute spot open, they flipped open the flip phone and gave him the bat signal and said, come on, brother, we need you. And Yellow made the trip with this squad. So this is actually the team that beat him.
Yeah,
and they called him up to the big leagues for the big LAN event, which is really cool.
That's a crazy storyline. It's like, hey, listen, we know we beat you, but we need you at the same time.
But he was one of the best players on that roster, I think,
yeah.
from like a stats standpoint. So definitely a difference maker if he's on. And I'll be curious to see, like, it's always fun to talk about, like, who's your dedicated jet pilot? Who's your dedicated helicopter pilot? Who are your dedicated tanks? Like, who are your engineers? Like, usually Yellow Love is in the conversation for some of the tank operators. We'll see if he decides to go that route or they maybe selected him for that route. I would assume so, but you never know.
Yeah, so, Trainwreck, we've got a couple of minutes here before we do start, right? Let's start to maybe talk about the map, how we think this is going to go.
Sure.
Sector A, another one of those, what is this? Is this the third time today we're going to see the first sector be a single point? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, usually they are.
Yeah, usually they are. So that first point, I have had the opportunity, thankfully, to watch over some Trainwreck competition before, and I feel like that first point is actually very interesting because I've seen two different strategies kind of utilized to go ahead and take down the point from the attacking side. Now, if anybody can kind of visualize with me right here a little bit, I know it's hard because I've played Warfare a ton, so I can visualize. So hopefully everybody at home has played enough or watched enough to understand what I'm saying here. But on Trainwreck, that's Sector A. If you're on the attacking side, you look towards the point, and it's on the right side. There's that that brick building that kind of you can get up onto, it's only a ladder that kind of allows you up there. So it's really hard to actually post that position.
Yep.
A lot of defenders will go ahead and, you know, post up on that position. It's a really strong standpoint to actually defend that.
Yep.
Obviously, if you can get a hold of that on the attackers as well, super, super good. I've seen teams just completely avoid it and go to the left side of the point, which I think is very, very cool. So I'm interested to see if we'll see something maybe a little bit different. See, they're attacking the right, attack from the left, or pull out something that I've never seen before.
Yeah, and also remember Trainwreck, one of my favorite points to talk about with Trainwreck is the final 2 points, D1, D2, are really fun because they're what I would call like vertically linear points. You have to go, you literally have to go through. You can kind of go around, but you almost go through D1. Remember, it's underneath the broken bridge.
Yeah.
And then D2 is up on that kind of platform by the hangar.
Yeah.
You basically have to drive through D1 to get to D2.
Yeah.
It's almost a linear progression of points, and that D1 position, very hard to hold. So it's easy to take, but also easy to lose. You'll oftentimes see that tug of war pretty often on those 2 points, because if D2 starts to go, the team can just route back around, grab D1 quickly, and try to relieve some pressure. Fun if we get there, but a lot of conjecture. 30 seconds on the clock, folks. You're getting a chance to see the map, see the players loading in. Here's a preview of the map on your screen through the eyes of the player. Preparing, it looks like this player going Stinger. We know medics are so valuable. Defense, offense, everywhere in between. Super, super valuable. The question is, can you get to the final couple points? Can you get there with maximum lives? Give yourself the best chance as the attackers to capture every point. Commanders being selected. Time has elapsed. It is time to jump into the gameplay, folks. I am so excited to see TXD versus NM. Who's going to come out on top? And like you said, Vivid, no mercy on the defensive side to start. TXD on the attack.
Absolutely. Just a reminder, real quick, remember this is a double elimination format, right? So the team that loses here, they will drop down to the losers bracket, but you definitely want to stay in the winners. Who is going to go ahead and take home match number 3? We're going to be on Trainwreck, and we are going to kick things off very, very quickly. You know, Trainwreck actually is another one of those maps that starts off very, very early with the vehicles on the attacking side as well. So we'll have to see kind of how they get involved. I've seen it before where that tank kind of sits on the hills towards the spawn. Kind of just is very, very annoying to deal with. Hard for the defense to actually deal any damage to it. So we'll have to see how that one is managed, not only from the defensive side of things, but also from the attacker. And you know what? All of the changes to No Mercy, right? It'll be interesting to see how TXD manages this as well. The vehicle operators, we've seen how important they have been in our past 2 matches. Who are they going to be for each one of these teams? That'll be something that we need to go ahead and keep an eye on as well.
Yeah, gotta highlight all of our players when we see them popping off, and those vehicle operators oftentimes near the top of the leaderboard. But here we go, folks. Trainwreck, there's that point A, and there's that building you're talking about on the right-hand side. Certainly a valuable position on that very first point. It's time for the game, folks. Thanks for staying patient. Let's get after it. No Mercy versus TXD. No Mercy on the defense. They're going to be in green the entire time. TXD starting out hot in red on the attacker side. See what they can do. 180 lives on the clock.
Instantaneously, I can already see that there is a heavy force of players towards that right side. It's going to be TXD on the attack. This little bit of a step up right there, right up top on those bricks. It looks like there's only one player from No Mercy actually playing up there, which is super surprising to me because I went ahead and mentioned I feel like that is such a strong position and only invest one player of your team up there. As you can see, already taken out as well. TXD actually absolutely clobbered the right side of this point. An early push for aggression. And will they continue to actually dip into the point? As you can see, a couple players are looking to actually flank around, but the point itself, it's all red.
Yeah, and once you take that high ground position, it's so difficult to actually get a defensive push on there. I mean, TXD is flying through this first point. You saw Yellow there actually up on the ultimate high, getting taken down by the tank, shooting those mortar shots over the top, lobbing some shells downrange, and connecting and finding value. This is what we're talking about with these tanks to start. When you start with the tank, also very cool skin, by the way, on the tank. When you start with the tank, you've got to keep it alive, but you also got to find value. That tank won't get aggressive unless they drop in lives. The defense has held.
impressive stuff from them. It's actually very hard to kind of retake some of these points, especially with a tank on the opposing side. So shout out to them for kind of finding a foothold. It looked like there was like 10 attacking players straight up on the point with no defenseman on it, and kind of recover from that is awesome. As you can see right there, the Stinger going to try to find some values, a couple of reses available right in front of them. Those are going to play an important role in every single one of our matches throughout this event, so keep an eye on how those revives are going. So far, so good for No Mercy, actually holding pretty strong right now.
Slowly but surely pushing back the attack. A lot of red on the point, though. You're going to have to start putting bodies on the point if they don't want this thing to tip into neutral zone. It probably will. Nice incendiaries landing. Good revive there, too. What you saw there from the attacking side, a medic came in, picked up a revive. Player that got revived got the kill. The medic skirted back into safety. It's what we see from our medics often. They like to play their lives over everything else.
I will note very early on that I feel like this obviously is maybe a little bit nitpicky, but Team TXD is using what appears to be a lot of tickets. Like, I don't know if there's a heavy medic presence for them, because it looks like they are just chewing away at some of these tickets. Now, obviously it doesn't necessarily matter yet, because, you know, if they were to capture the point right now, they would go back up to 180, but, you know, 3 minutes in and we're already down 30 tickets effectively. If you're using 10 tickets every minute, I feel like it's a lot.
No, you're right. I didn't notice it immediately, but you got to remember, when we look back at some of the other rosters that spend 3 minutes attacking a point, they usually use like 8.
Yeah, literally.
Like 8 to 10, because they're picking up so many revives. I will say part of that is you got to remember, look at the point here. It's actually a very open first point. I mean, there is plenty of cover to play around, but if you die on the point, like, you can get shot from 10 different angles because of the elevation around this point. So I think it is probably a bit harder on this point A to actually execute a lot of revives, but either way you look at it, another big push coming in from the attacking side. They've used a decent amount of lives, but we won't start calling maybe this a win for the defense unless they're able to hold past 120. You get about 60, about an average, for every point that you capture. So 120 is usually our metric for success, quote unquote, going into the next round, but good shots over the top. TXD playing these angles very well. Nice heady. They're around these boxes. Either way you look at it, it looks like they're going to fully capture the point. Doesn't look like the defense can get enough bodies on it, but look like a nice little comeback from the defense. Turns into a pretty easy success. TXD can't be mad about that one. A nice start here for the TXD roster to pick up point A in under 5 minutes and move into the B sector.
I did notice right there, we did call it out a little bit before, for TXD, their star player is noted as NTPT. Did you actually happen to see what operator he was playing?
I did not.
You want to take a guess?
Tempest?
No. Nox.
No way.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, Route Man gets paid. I'd expect him to be playing Fragger, taking routes on the outside where he won't be heard, maybe? I don't know. That's an interesting choice.
I did. You know, actually the last time we were on cast together, I think I remember talking bad on the Nox. I was like, dude, why are you playing Nox? And then that player went on to just like absolutely frag out.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe there's some like hidden tech that I don't know about. Personally, I'm like, yeah, there's some util from other characters that I feel like is a lot more valuable in the assault and fragging role. But I mean, hey, listen, if you're comfortable with Nox, go ahead and do it.
Oh, buddy. Uh-oh. A little bit of trouble here. Tank Destroyer. This is a big one. This is No Mercy's Tank Destroyer. Able to stay alive, 23 HP in a dream. Smoke and run. That was almost a huge mistake. Flipping over there. Lulsif almost went down. Like I said, we've got a lot of streamers, content creators on this No Mercy roster. That's Lulsif TTV. Usually denotes a streamer, unless they're making fun of streamers. I can't imagine that's the case. Really well done to stay alive, even after flipping the wheeled Tank Destroyer. Able to get back into the action at full health, trying to make things difficult for the attackers and doing a pretty dang good job of it.
This is, you know, an interesting map in the sense that it is back-to-back single flags here. So it does put a lot of emphasis on being able to be coordinated enough to basically go head-on. Because, you know, the defenses aren't really split between 2 points. It's just straight up, hey, we got to maintain this point. It is still like very like aggressive. Like you have to first take over this hill, and then the building that follows, and then you got to get onto the point. And the point itself, there's a lot in there.
Yeah, and the bridge over the top.
Yeah, super tough. So it looks like the attackers have actually gone ahead and crested that hill so far. So, you know, checkpoint number 1 has been secured. But dude, again, man, I just feel like 150 tickets again already, and they haven't actually stepped foot on the point. Like, I don't know what's like. It just feels like they're just respawning instead of like prioritizing the revives.
Ooh, this is a big one. Lil Civ in a bit of trouble here. Tank Destroyer at about a half HP, and there's 2 vehicles charging in. Got baited into a fight where he thought maybe he could find some value, and unfortunately gets cut down. Lil Civ, a wheeled Tank Destroyer out for the defense is bad news when you've got a Tank Destroyer and a tank up the lobby here. It's going to be 2-0 in the vehicle category. This could be a big momentum swing for our attackers.
TXT, Tuxedo, and XG, they're going to be on the attack, noted as the red highlighted team there. No Mercy going to be defended again. Green highlighted, and shout out to No Mercy, because I was actually talking about how Team TXT, they had crested that hill, but No Mercy showing that they know the value of the hill. They were actually making a push for that. I really like that. They look like they did a lot of damage right there. And for a team that they kind of noticed is not necessarily finding all is actually huge. Looking for
It's a really nice hold on B, all things considered. Down vehicles, here comes what I think is the right play. Bring the wheeled Tank Destroyer up onto the bridge and clear all of these rats out of here, man. These guys are getting free kills on top of the bridge. They can't be shot out. They got great headies to play around. They're going to get up there and cause a little chaos, drop the player up there. That's actually Romania up there, which is going to be the captain, the commander rather, of that TXT roster, trying to play spoiler on top of the bridge to open up a route to get to the point.
Yeah, great prioritization from the attacker to make sure that they find themselves on top of the bridge. It's going to be tough for the defense to actually go ahead and push back up there. But again, still, we're almost at that point where those tickets are going to be a win for the defense, right? 130 right now. They did finally actually step onto the point, so if they are able to capture it right now, they will be fine. But No Mercy with the chance to make Sector B hurt.
I'm really starting to believe that TXT is actually just a really patient team more than anything. Yes, they're losing lives, but they're not actually swarming the point until it looks like they can actually take it. Been pretty patient with the way they've been playing to try to play for the actual objective. Moving into 120 life category, like you said, means overall defense is doing a pretty good job, but they've got a really nice push right now. Look at where the defense is spawning. They are way back there running in. I'm kind of surprised that wheeled Tank Destroyer was basically full health. Kind of surprised they backed off so aggressively. Could have picked up a ton of kills in transition over the point. They actually left the defense to allow them to smoke and run up to the actual objective, and now defense is going to retake. I am very surprised we went for that. I guess you're just really making sure you don't lose your Tank Destroyer. That many players on the ground, you could lose that vehicle pretty easily, but even still, I saw a lot of value potential that was not executed on.
Yeah, I mean, the defense was able to make a push right back onto that. They did call in that urgent redeployment, right? And as you can see right now, the attack, as soon as the defensive urgent deployment ran out, the attack called theirs in. So the attacking side is going to be able to flood the point pretty well if they do end up going down. But yeah, Goose, you made a really good point. You know, we're seeing them not really invest much vehicle position towards capturing B right now. And I feel like it's just giving the defense an opportunity to just walk back on the point.
Yeah, I don't think they should have gotten a free rotation there. They didn't have that many bodies, but they had enough to play spoiler at least like half of those defensive players to get to the point. And here's another really big push from the attack. Maybe they're just trying to coordinate well. Like I said, a patient team, a big push down below. They've got bodies on the point, and they got the vehicles on top. It's going to be a tank destroyer battle on top, and it's going to be a win from the attack yet again with the help of Skynet, as well as the wheeled tank destroyer. They pick up a ton of value there. The defense cannot maintain any vehicles on this map. Defense can't breathe in the vehicle category. They're still holding, only for a moment, but vehicle wins are going to TXD over and over again.
You know, obviously the vehicle wins, and we're kind of critiquing how the vehicles aren't necessarily investing themselves onto the point right now. But I mean, we're kind of switching off onto POVs where we've got like 4 or 5 players playing on top of that building. Dude, if they were just jump off and go onto the point, they would have had this captured like what feels like 5 minutes ago. Yeah. Right? You're kind of sitting up there. Yeah, it's great to kind of have that covering fire, but hey, not actually stepping onto the point is making it a little bit worrisome. 166 tickets after capturing B, so the defense does actually, you know, hurt a little bit. 14 tickets, it's a little bit, not necessarily a lot by any means.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen overtimes a couple of times. 14 tickets, I mean, people would pay a lot for 14 tickets in a couple of those overtime matches, you know what I mean? Like, could be a difference maker. We'll see. I will say this is where the rubber really starts to meet the road. Defense have to keep this vehicle alive. They've got to have at least some firepower on their side if they want to win this point. C1 and C2 is one of those points. This sector is one of those sectors that there's not really a rule to how it works. Sometimes it goes really fast. Sometimes this is where they hold the line. It truly depends on how much firepower you have and how willing you are to trade. Look at another fantastic play from TXD and their real tank destroyer operator. Unstoppable, winning fight after fight after fight. Very well executed yet again.
Yeah, Legacy right there in that tank destroyer, proving to be quite effective with it. I like the fact you were kind of bringing up this Sector C because, you know, yeah, it can go quick, sometimes it goes slow, but one thing that I've almost always seen is that everybody always pushes up on this side over here by C2. You know, kind of getting your vehicles up into these little hills over here, you yourself kind of finding yourself in these strong positions. You get some respawn beacons down, head glitches over, you know, overlooking C2. Very, very strong position. It happens almost every single time. Now that tug of war will start where, yeah, they'll be over here. They'll start the personal C2, and then we'll actually see vehicles go up over towards C1, up on that hill behind that. Happens almost every single time the attack is on Trainwreck.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what I was saying. Is like you got to be willing to trade on this map. C1 and T2 you can hold for a very long time if you just trade points back and forth. You don't have to sit on one and say this is our final stand no matter what. If they make a big push, you can trade points. The problem is the defense can't trade right now. They don't have a vehicle. They're finally getting one way back in Timbuktu on point D to make sure it stays alive, which is great. The problem is it's still 3-to-1 vehicles, and it's 2 tank destroyers for the attack. You can't trade on this point because what are the attack going to do? They're going to take one. Looks like they're taking C1, and when they send their infantry over to C2, C1 won't be free. There's going to be tank destroyers sitting on the point. You better be ready to take that out if you want to try to trade. And here's another battle. Westa in the tank destroyer, and again, immediately Legacy is swinging for a home run to take down the tank destroyer, and it's looking like it's going pretty dang well again. 3 for 3. Finally, HR says, I'll do it myself, and trades him out. Good grief.
Yeah, I was actually looking forward to seeing West to kind of cook in that tank destroyer right there. He is noted as the star player here for No Mercy, so that was seeming like it was going to be exciting, but I mean, Legacy just proving that very, very good in the tank destroyer. We did see him lose it, but I would not be surprised if he finds himself in another one after calling this one in. And yep, sure enough, Legacy just waiting right by it, waiting for it to spawn down after being such a menace, destroying many vehicles and getting destroyed. He's finding himself right back in another one. And I did actually see for the attack side, another vehicle was being called in. So I do believe it's about to be 3-0 in terms of how the vehicles are going right now. I mean, No Mercy, I feel like they took a win there over point B, but you mentioned it. This might go so quick that it will not matter.
And again, I think when you talk about No Mercy, this is honestly, kind of what I highlight. Like, we think they can win. I still think they can win. You're actually seeing a trading of points here. They're retaking C2, but you're seeing individual hero plays. We're seeing great gunny. We're seeing a lot of individual frags to keep their dreams alive. This is not a steamroll. We're down to 139 lives. Attack doing a pretty good job of conserving those lives, but the overall cohesive effort of a team definitely in favor of TXD. They're keeping vehicles alive, they're prioritizing that vehicle advantage. It's working really well for them so far, but here's a big defense for No Mercy. Let's see what they can do on C2, and we'll see if they decide to trade. They're actually retaking both right now, if I'm looking at that correctly, at least for a moment.
I can't lie, there were a lot of question marks for us kind of coming into this for No Mercy. It was like, listen, everything was kind of stacking up against them. They haven't held a point like for very long, but I feel like they as a team look better than we were kind of pointing out, right? With all those things that we were talking about, you know, teams coming in from here, there, operations, content creators, different commander and everything like that. They do look better than I feel like we were kind of talking about how bad it could have potentially went for them.
I still stand by my point. I think the squads are doing well. I think some individuals are putting up good kills. I think the team as a cohesive unit, it's kind of about what I expected. Like, we cannot keep losing these vehicle battles.
Yeah.
You're down in numbers. You've got to prio vehicle advantages. It's really hard to come back from that, I suppose, but still, it feels a little shaky still from the chemistry side of things. But they're still holding on to C2 currently.
Yeah, we'll have to see how well they can kind of start to play the back and forth as it will be. I did see kind of a similar strategy that we've seen before. It looked like TXD is now interested in just leaving two vehicles over towards C1.
Yeah.
And then now everybody's just going to start running to C2, and it should be a pretty easy capture and an easy defend on the other side of things right now. And we're kind of seeing that come to full fruition as they lose their vehicle once again.
Well, that's what I was just saying. Like, C1 and C2, you have to be able to trade. You cannot trade if you don't have vehicle advantage. Like you said, they're going to leave vehicles back on C1, C2, and trade with infantry. The attackers just raining hellfire right now, taking everybody out. That was so many attacker kills there. See a couple green. HR, like I said, watch out for the kid. Individual fragger, but we're about to move into D1 and D2 with basically max lives. Not looking great on the defensive side for No Mercy right now. Not sure they're going to win this one unless they really change things up here going into the final couple points in the final sector.
What a great position here as well, right? These two kind of up here, cutting off all of the rotations, making sure that nobody can kind of work their way in. We saw Legacy on the other side over towards C2. The tank destroyer just cutting off all of the rotations as well. So, yeah, No Mercy did put up a little bit of a fight there, but ultimately, Goj has been talking about it the entire time. The vehicle economy for No Mercy, it's just not there. And I mean, really, they've had an opportunity to maintain. I just feel like it's a lack of engineers, really.
Yeah, maybe so.
I haven't seen, like, the Luru missiles kind of come out. No AT-4s have been kind of really been shown off so far. It's just, hey, we've got a tank destroyer. Let's see if we can destroy a vehicle, and then what after that?
Yeah, true. We'll see. But moving to D1, D2, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You got a bridge, D1 right underneath it. You run straight through it, you get to D2. So a linear progression here. D1 is down below the bridge, technically. And again, it's a hard point to hold, really. Easy point to take. They see that one change hands quite a bit. Should see that one go first. You could see maybe some weird route. Go play for the backside of the zone, but I don't like that strategy. I like getting some sort of a foothold on D1 first. If I am TXD. Look at Pano down below, Lolsiv down below, playing around D1. They don't want to give it up for free. The broken bridge, I mean, this is train wreck of train wreck. It's pretty,
yeah.
You know, namesake of the map is on the final sector here, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, still 3-0 for the vehicles down there. I mean, Legacy, I haven't seen it yet, but I think we know who's going to be at the top of the scoreboard so far. He looks like an absolute domination, and it's one of those things where we see tank destroyers get very involved. They get very, very close to the enemy lines, sometimes straight up like within enemy lines, and they'll get punished for it, right? They'll go down to like half HP. Dude, Legacy, every time we tune into him, his tank destroyer is 4 HP. Like, it's like nobody's hitting the thing.
He's doing tricks on right now. This is sick.
Jeez.
He is jumping over Monster Truck Rally. I don't know what this is. He is hanging out, man. Really getting away with whatever he wants on the map. Playing, like, again, this is the way you play a tank destroyer. It is a hit and run play style. You have to play it like that to keep it alive. They're not that tanky. You can't just go in and stay in. You got to be hit and run with those things. And Legacy is really showcasing how to play the tank destroyer very, very well. Goes in for almost like a strafing run, sort of. Similar to what we see with the aerial vehicles.
That was an interesting comp for that squad right there. They had 2 hack claws and 2 stingers.
Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, hack claw, huh?
Data Knife kind of goes crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. But I would take a Luna arrow, personally.
Yeah. 2 Stingers and 2 Lunas. That makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
Look at the attack, though. They're coming over top of the bridge. They're going to try to drop down instead of go down below. We're finding a lot of success in the first strategy. Let's try heading over the top. Climb over rather than under or through. Why not? Just try all the different pathways to success. So far, so good. They found a little bit of value on the point. Nothing crazy, though. Honestly, not bad. The attackers have set a high-value objective. They're setting it on to D1. They've already found some legs there, so this is a big score boost for them if they're able to execute the commander's plan. Romania puts it onto D1. Tank Destroyer is going to try to open things up for the infantry and doing a pretty dang good job of it. Hardly taking a shot. Just look at that. Just finding one. Knocking him. See ya. Finding another. Well, hey, did you just revive that guy? Too bad. Down goes, maybe down. Wait a minute. Okay, see ya. West is trying to jump on board and hijack that thing, but everybody's dead. Legacy is just getting away with murder, man.
Yeah, he did actually get hit by a couple of rockets on his way out right there, which is what I was looking for. To be fair, D1 is actually not really moved much at all in terms of, you know,
yeah, it's a pretty good hold.
Actually getting captured right now, and you were kind of mentioning D1's like really, really hard to hold, which it is. So this is kind of impressive, but it's going to get to a point though where we've seen these 3 vehicles alive for Team TXD since Sector D kind of opened up, right?
Yeah,
they have not had to call in another vehicle, which means they're just racking up score right now.
Yeah.
It's going to get to a point where we're just looking at guided missiles, artillery barrages are just raining in, and this point's going to go real fast.
Yeah, Zamba's been in that tank since the beginning of the game. I mean, and Zamba's playing very patient or strategic or timid, however you want to claim it. Zamba's not doing strafing runs with an M1 A4 tank. I mean, that thing doesn't move very fast, so. Playing really slow, taking a couple shots, but kind of just taking the shots and not really caring. Good grief. Kilpie's lighting up red. This could be a big momentum shift. A lot of green is down right now in D1, changing hands because of it. We're going to see all of our respawns coming onto the backside of D2, so this will be the final hold potentially. But it feels like a pretty good one thus far, all of a sudden turning into a pretty bad position of the map.
There's that tank you were talking about, playing timid or strategic, whatever you want.
Really playing the back line on the last point of the map.
Yeah.
It almost feels like too timid. Like, I feel like they could have won already if that tank was getting mixy. Speaking of mixy.
Dude, somebody shoot a rocket at that thing.
Respawn beacon on the backside of D2 saves us a couple seconds for our backside spawn point.
And I got to give a shout out to TXD here because I was kind of critiquing how many tickets they were seemingly losing throughout the first couple of sectors.
A lot better job.
On this one, they've barely moved. I mean, 140, yeah, you're down 40, but they've been on this for like 5 minutes. And like we mentioned, the scores are going to start to get cashed in right now. The emergency redeployment's coming in for the defense, but that might not matter if a guided missile takes out your entire team. Let's check out the value right there. Ooh. That's going to be a 3-piece right there. If you are used to playing pubs, you never want to see 3. You want to see like 10. But in these competitions, you actually never really see more than like 1 or 2. So 3 probably actually going to be pretty good value right there. D1 is going to be in the hands of TXD. D2, it looked like it was going to be in their favor, especially with that guided missile coming down, but No Mercy actually make a push towards it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons for that, look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, 7 respawn on the team respawn beacon on the point, so they get into the point very quickly to keep this contest up. Team respawn beacon is out, artillery strike picked up 2, but guess what? The attack, Poco's got a guided missile, and finally, tank destroyer down. A changing of tides? Where will this missile land and how much value will it get? Probably landing on D2 will likely zone some defensive players off. but there's not enough attackers there to find a ton of value. That's a 2-piece there from Poco, which will take him, but the defense still has pretty decent control over D2. Oh, there's another one.
Yeah, I told you. They didn't have to call in any vehicles. I knew this was going to happen. It's going to happen so fast. To be fair, somehow No Mercy are kind of working around these guided missiles pretty well. They're kind of still staying close enough to the point, but it's taken a lot.
Yeah, guided missile coming in. A team beacon as well. Guided missile off point. Lands for 4. That's the biggest one of the day. That's a really good guess on where they think the players are going to be zoned off to. And guess what? Whistly's got another guided missile. TXD, the patient playstyle, the score farmers said, how about you take 4 guided missiles in a minute and a half. Good luck staying on D2. If this doesn't give them enough breathing room, I don't know what will. There's another 3-piece from Whistly. That is double-digit kills just from guided missiles in this match for TXD. And we got another one, ATX. That is 5. Count them, 5 guided missiles on point and a respawn beacon. Look at where it is on point. That's gotta be game, set, match, right? Guess what? No Mercy's trading out D1 for it. Guided missile picks up another 4-piece. And No Mercy went back to D1 because what else are they going to do? There's missiles landing everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the scores, cashing them in right now. Silicat's going to be putting down a strategic beacon, trying to hold on to something right now. D1, seemingly only a couple of members left. This is actually kind of good for No Mercy. They might have enough time to get back to D2, but there's another guided missile. Dude.
We were questioning the play style. We couldn't see the score. TXD knew exactly what they were doing. They said, let us farm the score. This one doesn't even have to land. No Mercy can't get it done when there are 6 guided missiles landing in your midst. A decent trade to D1, it just wasn't enough. No Mercy falls. TXD takes the early lead. And right now, Vivid, you are 100% wrong on your prediction. There's no question about it. I still have a chance. That is all that matters. TXD take an early lead in this matchup, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, TXD looked pretty dominant. I gotta say, No Mercy, they look pretty good in terms of, the back and forth between the points and everything like that, but eventually just getting absolutely overwhelmed by the vehicles. TXD were kind of playing for the long game on each one of those points, right? It was just all about the vehicles slowly working their way up, getting more and more involved onto the points, and then eventually that is when the final capture would come in. And because of how good they did at maintaining their vehicle health, never really getting destroyed, they had so much score that they effectively did not have to use on recalling in tank destroyers or tanks or anything like that. They just had that plethora of points for 6 guided missiles.
I think it was
like
6.
back to back to back.
It's either 6 or 7. I don't know if that seventh one counts, but let's take a look back on some of the highlights from that map and talk about it. I'm going to reiterate your point because it's so crucial. They had so much score because they kept their vehicles alive. Looking back on this point, obviously it started with point A, and frankly, it wasn't a great hold. I think TXD had a really good strategy of taking out the high ground position on the right that you had highlighted before we started very quickly. Because of that, there wasn't a lot of room to work with. They were patient in taking it, but they took it nonetheless, going into max score for point B. Now, B was an interesting one because B really felt like No Mercy actually started to get their legs underneath them. They were able to hold for over 60 lives. Team wasn't going into max. On to C, was able to take them down to nearly double digits, but not quite. We're nearly max. Here's the problem. I felt like the game was over in that moment right there, and in this moment right here. When Legacy went back to back to back, winning these vehicle fights, basically solo, obviously engineers in hand, they basically win the game. The vehicle advantage is so crucial. Legacy could not be stopped, was farming score in the same tank destroyer all the way up until finally dying halfway through the D sector.
Yeah, and then jumped right back in another one after he
exactly.
Just had so much economy when it came down to the score. Super good job from him, though. Like I said, we kind of called it early on. I think it was like Sector C or yeah, it was definitely on Sector C. I was like, yeah, he's definitely going to be the MVP of this match. So we'll have to see who that actually ends up going to, but would be not surprising at all if it goes to Legacy right there.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, another attack win today, too, is kind of crazy.
Yeah, here's a quick look at the stats, and woohoo! NTPP was highlighted as the All-Star before the show started, and well, apparently 81 total kills. Legacy did put up 63, which is really impressive stat line regardless. But 81 from NTPP is ridiculous. What am I looking at? That's wild. Also, look at the revive category. A little bit of a different story for TXD than what we've seen from other teams. A lot of medics on that team.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Spread out rather than like 2 to 3 main ones.
Yeah, it's super interesting because I actually was looking around and again I had that kind of point that I was making out. It didn't look like they were getting revives, but they definitely were if you go ahead and take a look down that column. But yeah, NTPP, I mean, I don't know if I was I watching that game at all? How was he getting so many? I was like for sure thinking that it was going to be Legacy. Legacy's in 6, and so I wasn't even close.
Second top fragger though with Whistly, who's also in a vehicle. So makes sense still, but yeah, NTPP. I think we just were so focused on the vehicle gameplay, didn't see what NTPP was able to do. 81. Let's take a look at No Mercy though. I think generally speaking, it looked like it was a pretty even spread. Nothing really standout, nothing crazy. So let's take a look at some of the team stats overall for TXD. I mean, obviously a great team. They did a really good job, and it's fun to look at them in the war room. This is what I asked production to take a look at as they discuss. This is less of a let's take a look at the map and more like let's have a good conversation. We got to win here. Let's win in 2-0.
Yeah. And they definitely got to be feeling pretty confident, right? You would imagine, again, being on the attack side of things, it is usually the hard side. So we came ahead, won out on the attack side of things, first time on the stage throughout this competition so far. And listen, they actually look very casual. They're kind of in this like circle. It doesn't even look like all 20 of them are in said circle. So I'm not necessarily sure where the other players are at, but the MVP of the match, no surprise there, NTPP kind of flew under the radar, definitely flew under the radar. I actually think that was just all boots on the ground, because, again, we made that comment that NTPP was the Nox.
Oh, true.
Yeah. So I think that was just straight gunplay.
Dude, I need observers. Lock in on this POV. Good grief. 81 kill is crazy. They said he was the star player, and he's proving to be successful on LAN. Huge pickup, 81 kills, 55 assists, really strong across the board. Obviously, not going for a revives if you're picking up 81 kills.
I would take that trade. If my teammate was like, dude, I'll get you 81 kills, but I'm not reviving a soul, I'd be like, all right, fine, deal. Shake on it.
Yep. I totally agree. Nice MVP there from NTPP from TXD. They win the first round. We will be playing Trainwreck again. We'll be swapping sides. And really excited to see this tactical room again. I know production's been listening to us, so the war room, they are prepping immensely. I want to say, by the way, I think I might be just totally making things up, but I want to say that's their coach in the middle, by the way. I'm pretty sure TXD's got a coach with them. I think that's their coach in the middle with the hat. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. We'll see if I can get a look at their name. I want to say Nuvane. I don't know. We'll have to double check all of this, the team names and the coaches' names, but Nuvane kind of leading some of the conversation, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, it just looks like a very casual, like, hey, we won. Let's just win again. We're good. You know what I'm saying? How are you feeling? Feeling good, doing all right. But yeah, I mean, hey, TXD taking that lead 1-2-0. Listen, it would be crazy for us to go ahead and kick off this competition. It already has been crazy because we've had 2 2-0s. If we get another 2-0 and it doesn't go to map 3, I'll seriously be surprised.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised too. I think No Mercy is going to have a pretty good chance around attack. Again, it really felt like this team's just more cohesive, which makes sense statistically with the amount of substitutes that No Mercy had to bring in. They're changing of commanders 3 times, I think. It's just a totally different game. Again, though, they had so many disadvantages in that matchup. They didn't look bad. They had some hero plays. They had some solid holds. It's just kind of about putting those puzzle pieces together. And I think truly it's going to come down to when they're playing a more individual style game, to win, they have to win the vehicle gameplay. There's really no question about it. You know, we kind of meme up this idea of like vehicles win games in Warfare. And in esports, it's kind of true. It's not fully true, but it is kind of true. But when you get decimated in the vehicle category, it is true, right? We've seen that a couple times. So because it wasn't even close and No Mercy basically didn't play with a vehicle, that's why they lost that pretty handedly. I think otherwise they can hang. So let's see what they do in this match.
Yeah, I mean, if we're kind of talking about what No Mercy has going for them coming into this one, right? They were kind of struggling in the vehicle aspect of things. Coming over to the attack now, they're actually going to just straight up start ahead in the vehicle, economy, right? They're going to start off with that tank. If they can, kind of maintain that lead by, somehow destroying all the other vehicles that kind of get spawned in from TXD, make sure they keep their tank alive. It sounds way easier said than done, absolutely, but, they are actually starting a leg up because it is Trainwreck. So that's necessarily a positive for them, I feel like.
No, I think it's a really good shot, actually. Starting with that vehicle, as long as they keep it alive, I'm sure they will. It's not like they don't know the strategies. Like, they're a really accomplished team. They won a full tournament. I know that they'll keep that thing safe, at least to start. But the problem is, if they can't get legs on point A, they're going to have to use that tank, and that's where things start getting risky. So we'll see what happens with them. It's going to be fun to watch. They've reevaluated. Looks like they were taking a look at the board, and some of the players said, I'm going to take some pictures. That's HR. That's Bishka. They got to celebrate being on a second LAN event in the last couple months here at Delta Force.
Yes.
Strategizing, looking like they're just picking positions for probably the squad captains.
Yeah, definitely saw, some pointing going on the map, probably talking about, a route or whatever that they want to go ahead and prioritize. The funny thing for No Mercy is we've been kind of talking about how sometimes they kind of feel dismembered, right? Not necessarily, cohesive. We were watching, them talk on the board right there, talking about the map, and then we also saw at the same time some players walk away. So what's going on there? You know what I mean?
Well, I think again, there's 20 players on the team. You've got basically 5 squad commanders, or captains rather. So you got 5 squad captains talking at all times. The players under those captains don't have to hear the entire plan because their captain's just going to tell them what to do. So that's likely what was happening. Again, there's multiple languages represented in No Mercy too, so I'm not going to totally discredit the fact that nobody was watching. I can only assume too they've been talking already for however long it's been on a break, which I think has been already like 6-7 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't put too much stock in the fact they walked away, but it was a different vibe, wasn't it?
How many minutes?
I don't know, 6 or 7 probably.
You're a funny guy, Ghost.
Dude, I think you might be 18 years old. Is that how old you are on this broadcast? That's my question. Golly, dude.
You did it, not me.
That's very, very true. Back to Trainwreck we go. 3 minutes, 45 seconds till we hop into the game. Everybody's sitting back down at their PCs. They have strategized. We are swapping sides, folks, and I don't know, man. Could see another 2-0. I don't know if the heart of the cards say that is so. Another 2-0 sounds insane. We played 3 total best of 3s, or about to see 3 2-0s with really good teams.
It
feels crazy.
I'm going to be pretty disappointed if we go the whole day and it's just 2 0s.
I'd be
like, seriously, it's possible.
Surprised.
Yeah,
I mean, very surprised.
I won't lie, TXD, they do look like the better team right now. It just looks like, hey, shout out to NTPP, absolutely incredible performance. Came in, noted as a star player. Obviously, we had the absolute domination from Legacy during that game. I'm sure we'll see him back in another vehicle at some point during this game as well. Tall task here for No Mercy. Once again, you want to win here. You want to stay in the winner's bracket. If you do lose, you go down into the loser's bracket, so your competition will not be over. But, tall task here for No Mercy.
Yeah, it's a big win. I think they can do it. Again, on the attack, it's all momentum-based. If they can maintain a lead in the vehicle category, that feels like their win condition. But again, I just to remind everybody, I think we've got a couple new viewers popping in based on the time zone that they're watching. The way this works, quarterfinals is where we're at right now. This is match 3 of the quarterfinals. 4 total matches, of course, with 8 teams. We've got one more best of 3 after this. That's coming in right after the end of this overall best of 3. The maps are random for the match. So we see obviously Trainwreck pulled randomly for this one. We played Ascension last time with TL, and then we played trench lines the very first match of the day. But it's random every time. So for match 4, for instance, we could see trench lines again, we could see Ascension again, we could see Crack, we could see any of our maps, Vault, Threshold, any of those maps could come into play for match 4. The only way you would see a different map in this match is if they trade wins and we go to game 3. And that's when the teams will actually choose which map that they want to play, which will re-explain those tiebreakers if we get there. No Mercy has to win for us to go to game 3 though, otherwise we'll move into a brand new match with 40 new players joining us on the stage, which is really crazy to say. Isn't it insane that we've already put out 40, 80, we're on 120 players right now. We're on our 120th player that's on stage right now, just throughout the course of today, and we still have a full another best of 3 with another 40 players going to be joining us in a little while. But
Crazy.
I know. A lot of fun. Warfare Land is so dang cool, man. There's just so many people here that are players, staff, coaches.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, we're here as well, having fun.
Yeah, and casters.
And casters. Hey, we're here as well. We'll still be here too after this game as well, after these matches as well. So, excited for that to go ahead and break it down. Looking forward to game number 2 here on Trainwreck. I feel like the first one, it went actually pretty long. I think it was almost 30 minutes long, even though it kind of went fast in terms of capturing the sectors. There wasn't really ever a close moment where.
I think TXG just played slow and patient.
Yeah,
they played methodical, pretty standard, nothing crazy, but also very well executed. I think the only crazy moments were Legacy just kind of crushing it and the Tank Destroyer winning as one. So here we go, folks. 5 seconds on the clock. We're hopping into the gameplay. Swap sides. No Mercy going to be on the attacking side. TXD on the defense this time around. Will the attack win every time here with Trainwreck, which would be a bit surprising? Or will we see another 2-0? TXD have a chance to close out this match and win. Tall task, but certainly within their wheelhouse, folks. Here we go. Who do you think is going to win? You cheering on No Mercy? Are you cheering on TXD? Or are you cheering on what would be great competition to take us just to game 3? You don't care who wins. Let us know in the chat. We're live all over the place. Multiple broadcasts, multiple socials, watching this incredible LAN event here, DFIW in Hanoi, Vietnam. So much fun today. Not even close to finish for day 1 of a 4-day competition. Let's get into it. Bang to Trainwreck we go. No Mercy starting with that tank. Let's see how much value they get out of it, man. I think this really will be the test for No Mercy to see if they can compete at a high level right now. Is this attack right here?
Not a lot of times that we see kind of that first vehicle spawn go down early. I mean, obviously we saw how good TXD was in the vehicle gameplay, right? They did a pretty good job of destroying vehicles and everything like that, making sure that, No Mercy did not ever get a foothold in terms of, maintaining some vehicles for any amount of time. So it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of go ahead and keep that same pace up, right? Maybe destroy that tank early on. I don't think it'll happen because usually it's pretty easy to keep that tank pretty safe behind the hills.
Here we go.
Enough talk. Let's get right into the action. Game number 2 of match number 3 of the day. No Mercy versus TXD. The sides have swapped. We're still on Trainwreck. Let's see if No Mercy can do the same thing that Team TXD just did to them.
Then already they are pushing the exact same way. They're swinging up the right-hand side, trying to take the high ground position away from TXD, who's got a pretty good foothold on it. Take a look at that battle over there. TXD is winning these gunfights, surprisingly. High ground advantage coming into play. Nice incendiary over the top, could pick up one. Yellow now playing down below. Yellow was actually the player for NM that was playing this building on the defensive side. He will fall as well. That is a big loss to start things off here for the attack.
Absolutely, and early on again, we kind of see that tank off in the distance, raining in the mortars. Now, this is actually a big difference that we saw from game number 1. This kind of building, this elevated platform over here around the brick building. 5, 6 members of Team TXD are actually up there, so it's actually going to be pretty tough for No Mercy to, kind of fend them off of that. Obviously, the tank can play a big part, and Allure Molly does great work up there as well. And yeah, look at that. The tank coming in, picks up 2 of them right now. There's only 2 members left, and they're both very, very low. The third goes down. 2 members left up on top. The one HP. This could be a big win here.
Oh my goodness. Can't find the body that's alive. Just looking at dead bodies.
The point. They're just capturing the point. Heck with the building.
Yeah, true. We're watching Oak just put on a showcase of a masterclass of how to stay alive against the onslaught of bodies. But they're losing point A. Finally, the defense says, let's go for it. But the attackers get on the point with, I think it was like 3. They finally get cut down. A nice little save there from the defense. They almost got baited into staying outside, playing for high ground. They almost lost a point early.
I mean, that was crazy because we saw how many attackers were attacking that building. So I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, if there's that many people in the building, how many are on the point? And yeah, we kind of look over it. And there's only like 3 attackers on the point somehow. So there were just straight up no defenders. But that's actually very, very good for the attacking side of things because now kind of all of the defenders were like flooded onto the point, right? So they're kind of in one position. It can be pretty easy for Team No Mercy to take space elsewhere. Although I won't lie, we're on a similar pace, actually a faster pace in terms of consuming tickets than Team TXD was, right? We're at 140, about 143 minutes in. I think, you know, Team TXD was at 150 at like 3 minutes, and we're already surpassed that.
Still seeing pretty good value here from our tank operator, which is good, while staying safe. That's exactly what you want to see. I really like that call for claiming space elsewhere. The problem is they lost high ground as well, so we're kind of back to square one. Got a couple runners over onto the point that we can't see. We're watching this weird fight from the off angle here, playing this flank position.
Nice.
Of which NM will actually win. That's nice for them. And maybe those 2 players are going to try to take down this tank sneakily. Wanted to make sure they were cleaned up. The point is going to the attackers though. They got a lot of bodies on the point. Romania's marked this point, went ahead and used this objective. Say if we retake this, we're gonna get a lot of score for it. Here comes the defense. They do have high ground position, but they gotta get bodies on the point. They gotta get bodies on the point fast.
They've got to go ahead and capture it now because if they don't, they'll actually dip into their tickets. So this is actually a big moment right here, I feel like, in the match. It looked like they had enough to go ahead and capture the point. I mean, even vehicles being invested, getting blown up right there. NCPP would be the one destroying that one right there, but Team TXD, they just flood the point and they defend it.
Wait a minute. What happened to our tank? How did we miss that?
Wait.
The tank's gone.
Oh, no.
We lost our tank on point A? Oh, we gotta try to find that in the replays. I didn't even see the rockets. I was so focused on this assault vehicle that came in onto the point just to get aggro. That was Westa. What the heck happened? The defense knows what the heck they're doing, dude. They're able to take down the tank in point A. This is a disaster for No Mercy.
Oh my gosh, silly cat right there in the attack stance. Not a big fan of the attack stance myself. Seen some players do great work with it, and yeah, look at this. We're relegated on the attack side to just straight up ATVs. Like, that's it.
Dude.
I don't know what happened.
We gotta pull that back on the replays. I wonder if it was a flank, maybe?
Yeah, but he was like off to the left over there on the road. There was nobody over there. And you would think that all the defenders were like kind of like flooding the point. They were recapturing it. So
and defense doesn't have a vehicle either. I have no clue what
crazy.
Happened. But bad news for the attack. We're down into double digits now. This is already a nice win for the defense. They've been able to hold long enough to make it hurt if the attackers end up taking this point. And it still looks like a collaborative effort is really struggling. Commander trying to get his troops in play to make one big, huge push. Boots on the ground, no vehicles to play with. They got to win this high ground position, and then they need to swarm the point. They need to swarm the point fast. And it is not looking like they're winning this gunfight. No Mercy in trouble right now with 80 lives and counting. And all they've gotten is an assault vehicle trying to wrap around this point to try to find some sort of semblance of an advantage, of which they've lost most of.
I mean, if we stay on pace right now, this will, without a doubt, be our fastest game of the day. They're at about half tickets right now, so if you do the math right there, it'd be a 10, 12-minute match. That'd be fast, or 10 to 12-minute game.
Oh, man. I mean, we get one splatter, I guess, in the vehicle. I just don't know. I mean, I guess you might as well call it vehicle landing. We're just not getting any value out of these vehicles, man. The defense is set up really well. And we've set up a trap as the attackers. Look at where some of our attackers are. Yellow's playing this backside of the building, kind of pinching the defenders in onto the point. They're winning positions on high ground. They set up a nice trap. They got to now flood the point. They have player advantage on point. You can see some of our defensive players are set up on the hills, trying to cut down people in rotation. They've got an advantage right now. They've got to execute on it. Obviously, I win so far, but you cannot shake your head as we now have another tank back onto the battlefield. The attackers have a bit more momentum again. No Mercy have a chance.
Yeah, great view here, right? We saw the flood come in from the right side of the point from the attackers after they actually went ahead and picked up their tank once again. Of course, this is not the one that they started with, so they did have to invest some score into, you know, re-getting this. The emergency deployment here coming in for Team TXE to see if they go ahead.
My Cascadi gets active, picks up like 5-6 kills with the tank, sacrifices the tank to capture the point. They lose it. They die with it, but they do get point A. 122 points going into lives, rather, going into Sector B. And we do have another tank back into the mix. But the problem is we don't have vehicle advantage. And we're spending score to get these vehicles onto the point now. We won't have that for later. This is not a good game from No Mercy, but it's a passable one for now.
See a little bit of an Aluru trap over here. It was trying to like hide behind the rock to see if the tank would go by, I think, so he could maybe try and destroy it. So that was going to be a little cheeky play. But yeah, as you were kind of talking about, right, Team TXD, they're back online in terms of the vehicles. The tank destroyer, is that, it's got to be Legacy, right? That's in that?
Oh, for the defensive side?
Yeah, no, for the defensive.
Yeah, for defensive side.
Yeah.
There he is, up on top of the hill.
Yeah, so that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, I'm not trying to flame the assault vehicle here. This vehicle, you can find value. I mean, the machine gun's pretty strong versus infantry, but not at this range, right? It's more of like a run in, drop some people off, and run out. Not going to see a ton of value out of this vehicle, so I don't really count that as a huge advantage. It's really kind of a one-to-one trade here in terms of vehicle advantages. But No Mercy's got to crest this hill, and right now it's looking like they're not going to get over this hill anytime soon, not with Legacy standing up there and the tank destroyer just raining hellfire down below.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough, right? Everything's over there. Legacy actually going to be picking up the destruction of the vehicle over there. No surprise. We'll have to see how he's going to work his way towards the tank now, because the tank obviously going to be one of the more important vehicles for the attacking side over here. Oh man, some of these positions are just, look at this. This is NTPP. He was actually on the Nox on the attacking side of things. He's actually switched over to the Aluru, so that's actually cool to see.
Yeah, NTPP, I think, playing a little bit more of a utility player this time around, not necessarily only going for frags. Picked up the Aluru to be able to do damage to the enemy vehicles. I like that switch from him. Assault vehicle getting little to no value. I mean, this thing gets up in enemy territory and it's just bye-bye for Banzai. I mean, no chance. Some shelling over the top from the attacker vehicle tank, trying to mortar down onto Legacy and try to get it weak enough to where it has to at least back up. I mean, I think that's the main goal. You don't have to kill Legacy, just back him up so that the attackers can at least crest the hill.
Started going into Sector B over here with about 120 tickets, 120 and change, and already down to 90. And yeah, like you mentioned, they finally made it on top of the hill, but have yet to really make any progress over it. So long way to go right now for No Mercy.
Roger that.
And again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, they don't look that bad, but it's again, yeah, this is crazy.
Goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills and counting. And again, one thing Legacy's doing really well is flying in, picking up kills, but not lingering. Going in, making sure that he does not lose his life. Legacy up on top. The attackers trying to do a lot of the same here. You can see Lolsiv back in the vehicle. Tank destroyer for Lolsiv. trying to find some value for the attack, and so far so good.
I mean, dude, this is just rough.
Jeez.
Another vehicle gone. I mean, what are they've got to be up to like 7 vehicle destructions right now for Team TXD. Absolutely dominating back-to-back games here on the offensive side. They were just better at the vehicles. On the defensive side, they're just better at the vehicles. That's actually huge.
Stickinson gonna lead the charge there to take down Legacy. Finally gonna give them a bit of breathing room. Or are they gonna immediately call in another tank destroyer? Probably. But still, we got some anti-tank mines on the ground here, just in case. Lol Civ comes sweeping over here by this barricade. We have a small advantage right now if we're No Mercy. We've got to try to get over to this point. We're slowly gaining ground. We are in trouble, though. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? You can't outrun. I think that's NTPP, by the way, with the Uluru rocket over the top. Cleans him up.
Dude, no vehicles and still getting, you know, the tank destroyer down just proves how good Team TXD is in coordinating some of their engineers together, right? Combining those rockets together to get those big chunks of damage out. They're so good. And now, Team TXD, they've got the lead in the vehicle game 2-0. Legacy's going to be back in that tank destroyer, and he's actually on the hill that the attackers are supposed to be on right now.
Not looking good. Now, we do have bodies on point, so at least we're getting some blood on point B. 46 lives in counting. It's going to be another miracle run that we're asking for, and it's not looking very probable. Defensive set up a true, almost impenetrable defense right now. The attackers are trying to play around the point on the low side of the bridge. Going to lose their lives. Legacy about half health, trying to chase down this assault vehicle on the run. Picks up kills in transition. Getting a little bit weak here, actually. Nice dodge there of that rocket. It could have been detrimental. Oh, he does go down.
Nice.
Cryoing taking down Legacy could be the game changer here. And also, Canyon's able to drop down. Big shout out to Canyon. Has some porters in the chat, too. Canyon's able to drop down that strategic beacon. It's going to be huge for the attack. Look at where it is. If it's able to stay alive, it's already gone. All right, my bad. All right. Look, I got excited. Put the strategic beacon on top of the bridge. The problem is... Oh, no, it's still there.
It's still there.
Oh, that's the vehicle one. It's the vehicle respawn beacon. All right. Well, either way you look at it, we'll take whatever value we can get out of it. Look at all these attackers up on top. So I think that beacon is still there. Our UI is just not caught up with us. 20 lives and counting. A lot of people just rejoined the fight, and they've gained a power position over the top of B. There is still a chance for No Mercy to get down to the point as they come dropping in over the top. They are not going to have to crest the hill. They go to the bridge first. The problem is green in the kill feed. All I see is green. All of No Mercy was just obliterated.
Yeah, the urgent redeployment coming in for the attack side right there, right? They're kind of calling in everything, but because that urgent redeployment on top of the smoke beacon, those tickets went down super fast. Blinky, you might have missed it. It looked like they lost like 20 in about 20 seconds. 3 tickets remaining. They've got not a single boot on the point right now.
Last push.
If TXD can go ahead and pick up 3 kills right now, they're going to close out Trainwreck just on Sector B.
Well, it's just too little, too late. B in transition. There's a lot of bodies. They did force overtime. They got a minute and a half. Got to keep this tank destroyer alive if you're a TXD fan. Pretty dang low, but are able to wipe out just about everybody on No Mercy. Down goes another vehicle. It's non-stop chaos. And look at the defense on the point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players down on the point here for the defense. And an assault vehicle comes in looking for anything to get its hand on. And that's Westa just trying to buy time on point, figuring out how do I make an opening for my team. And I think the answer is going to be a resounding, there is no way. I wish you luck, my friends. Laying down in the exploding vehicle, they pop out and try to surprise their opponents, and they get absolutely nothing for it. B is not falling, not anytime soon. We just got to hold for another 50 seconds, and TXD will win 2-0.
I mean, right there, as soon as overtime went ahead and kicked in, Team TXD, they actually had the urgent deployment called in, right? That's why we're seeing such a lack of attackers actually anywhere near the point right now, because they were just able to keep respawning on the point. They've got to do all of this work all over again. No mercy, they got reset all the way back to Sector 8 as they captured 10 minutes ago. They've got to crest the hill again, but if you take a look at the hill, it's all green. It's all Team TXD. 10 minutes separates me, Goj, and all of the Delta Force gang from another 2-0.
Unbelievable job from TXD. Yet again, they win because of the vehicle advantage. Legacy was setting his own legacy here on main stage to showcase what it's like to win another 2-0 victory. If you're a fan of No Mercy, they are not out of this competition, but they have lost their quarterfinals matchup, and they're going to have to battle their way through the lower bracket. TXD win the matchup and move in deeper into the upper bracket. Really well done from TXD, a very cohesive squad, chemistry on point, and some heroes in the vehicles that totally shifted this game on its head.
Very awesome stuff from Team TXD. They look very, very strong when it comes down to the vehicle gameplay. That makes me interested to kind of think about some of the other winners that we have seen today, how they would pair up against them, right? We have seen how important the vehicles have been. It's always going to be important for every single team, but if they are that good at destroying vehicles, how good are they going to be against some of our other teams? That is, of course, a conversation for later on tomorrow and throughout. But so far, as it stands today, yeah, Team TXD, they just look so good.
Looked really strong, very patient play style. They didn't do anything fancy.
Nope.
Really, the only person putting on hero-level plays was Legacy.
Yeah.
Just had a tank destroyer, and No Mercy couldn't get cohesive enough to try to take it down together as a unit. By the time they took Legacy down, he just got another one.
Yeah.
It was just a problem. Let's head over to some highlights of that last match. There certainly were plenty of them. Legacy, the namesake of most of these highlights, I'm sure, once we get to the tank destroyers. Man, there was a moment here where I thought No Mercy was going to come out swinging. They got some early legs on the point, very, very beginning. But really where I thought, again, this isn't going to be a close one, is when they lose their tank in the first 100 lives. I mean, that's a huge mistake, and we didn't even see what happened. We'll kind of watch that tank off on the outside of the map. I think it was around the same time that we lose this assault vehicle. I'm not seeing what happened.
Yeah, it was way before.
Yeah.
No, this is the second tank.
That's the second tank.
Yeah,
they sold the tank to win the point. That was worth it, but because they had to. But I don't know what happened to that first tank.
Yeah, I mean, No Mercy just maybe, you know, it's a lack of engineers repairing. Maybe it's just, you know, maybe we don't have a good tank operator or something like that on the squad. I mean, we did talk about how, you know, dismembered they kind of felt coming into this competition with so many squads kind of getting, you know, out and in and subbing this, subbing that, kind of actually making it here to the land. So maybe that was a big problem for them to kind of make an adjustment to. But, I mean, it's kind of crazy because when you take a look at the result of the actual game, right, they lost on the defense and they only made it in the attack over to Sector B.
Yeah.
And that is like, hey, they got stomped. But it didn't really like feel like that. Maybe that's just because how TXD was playing, right? Like you mentioned, they were playing slow and methodical, so it just maybe made the game feel more drawn out.
Yeah.
But, you know, they actually feel like they did pretty good. We'll take a look at the scoreboard here and see how everything is kind of getting broken down. Over here, I immediately look towards No Mercy. I think the highest over there I see is 35. Now, of course, this was a pretty short game, so usually we're used to seeing much bigger numbers than that. But
DPP 45 at the top of the leaderboard
Yeah.
for TXD again. And again, you got to remember what he was doing, man. He was sitting up on top of the hills as a Luru.
Yeah.
That's kind of insane.
Great value, and you can actually see right there, right? You can see the symbol of the operator that they're playing on the left side of their name. So NDPP,
true, yeah.
he's actually on assault at the end of this game. I'm assuming they take this little, you know, snapshot, whatever they're playing at the end of the game. and then 3 engineers kind of pairing. Instead, the vehicle, it's a lot easier to kind of respawn on your squad mate than it would be otherwise. So very nice to kind of see them making that work right there. I would imagine that Zone Bro picking up 15,000 points with just 5 kills, probably playing that engineer role. So cool to see there. Overall, we got our best squad here, but we know exactly what it takes to play that vehicle game. The entire team was very, very good at just staying cohesive, making sure that they were playing the vehicle game. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I love that breakdown. Thanks for taking that. I think TXD really is a stronger team than some people expected. No Mercy, again, I would tip my hat to them. I think they did a better job, or at least, I don't know, maybe about the job that I thought they would do.
Yeah.
I thought they were a team that could win. It was going to come down to hero-level plays from some individuals.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the cohesion to be a total team, those hero-level plays, that's kind of a diamond in a rough situation. You don't see that very often in Warfare.
Yeah,
it usually comes down to the overall team macro effort. TXD had a much better macro game, and because of that, they win. No Mercy, though. They're going to be down in the lower bracket. They have a chance to play tomorrow to make sure they stay alive in this competition and continue to move forward. Who knows? You could see your favorite team that goes down to the lower bracket, they can still make it to the grand finals. It's a double-elimination tournament. They are not out of it, but TXD so excited that they are in the upper bracket going into tomorrow. And they're on the opposite side of the upper bracket from TL, who just crushed the competition, and of course our winners from match 1.
Yeah.
So they're kind of waiting to see who they will play based on the winners of match number 4, which is coming up in a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very excited to kind of jump into that. For anybody wondering at home, we do have one more match today, so do not go anywhere. So far, everything's been 2-0 in all 3 of the matches that we had, which is kind of crazy. I mean, 2-1s are definitely more likely, or at least it usually is in Warfare competitions, but we haven't seen that yet, so maybe in match number 4 of the day, we'll finally see a 2-1. We'll have to see how that one works out. So far, though, hey, listen, you know, Team TXD, they get to go home tonight. They get to get a nice rest with a big smile on their face. They're like, hey, listen, we won. So they got to play again tomorrow, though. We'll have to see who they actually end up playing against, and we'll find out in this next match.
Yeah, they're going to be playing against the winner of HR versus RLF. We'll highlight those 2 teams in a moment. Before we get there, though, of course, we talk stats, we talk statistics, we talked MVP, and TPP is scary on the map.
Yeah.
TXD, really excited about upper bracket. We're going to have a chance to hear from them on the stage here in a little while. So before we move on to our next matchup, we're going to get a chance to see the final 2 teams in this competition. Then you'll be able to see all of them if you've watched the entire day's broadcast. We're going to have an interview down on stage, which I'm really pumped to hear from TXD about how well they executed. And again, it's been fun to watch. What have we've seen 6 teams so far of our 8.
Yeah.
We see it's the same game, right? We're still watching Warfare, a different map, but all of the playstyles feel very different. I think this TXD roster, I've said this a couple times, feels like a roster that plays what I would call like system Warfare. Very systematic gameplay, nothing fancy. They prioritize their advantages. They play nice and slow. They pushed as a unit. It looked like they were really waiting on their commander's call before trying to push onto points too aggressively. So I like this playstyle. Be curious to see how far this systematic playstyle will take them when it maybe isn't quite so easy playing against a different team. I'm not flaming No Mercy. It's just I think that is something to consider.
Yeah.
When their backs are a little bit more against the wall, oftentimes system gets thrown out the window. So I don't know. We'll see what happens to them in the upper bracket. One more match to go. Any big moments from that last matchup that you look back on and be like, yeah, I really liked watching X, Y, or Z?
Big moments from the last match. Dude, I mean, it's pretty easy, right? The 6 back-to-back guided missiles, right? Pretty easy one.
True. Those guided missiles are crazy, holding on to the score. We've got an interview down on stage with TXD, folks. Thanks for staying patient with us. I believe it's almost ready. I can see them getting ready down on stage. Our players are really excited to be interviewed. Let's hear from TXD. We're going to see what they can say about how they won, how they're feeling. Let's head down to the stage with our host at TXD.
Xin chào, hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và xin được chúc mừng cho chiến thắng tiếp theo của Tuxedo and XG khi họ đã giành được chiến thắng áp đảo 2-0. Và hãy cùng xem là cảm xúc của họ ngay lúc này như thế nào nhé. Let's head into the post-match interview and congratulations to Tuxedo and XG for their impressive win today, and it's truly give them a huge advantage as they advance in the tournament. And congratulations to you once again. And let's head into the post-match interview and let's see how he's feeling right now. Standing next to me is Rumina, the team's commander. Và đứng bên cạnh Phương Thảo lúc này đó chính là Rumina, cũng là commander của đội tuyển Tuxedo and XG. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng xem là cảm xúc của bạn ấy như thế nào nhé. Xin chào Sodika. Cảm xúc của bạn lúc này như thế nào sau khi đã giành được một chiến thắng trước team No Mercy?
So what do you think right now when you win the team No Mercy?
ตอนนี้ลูมิน่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างหลังจากคว้าชัยชนะในแมตช์เมื่อกี้คะ
ก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกอะไรเป็นพิเศษครับเพราะคิดว่าทีมน่าจะชนะได้ไม่ยากครับผม
Mình cũng không cảm thấy ngạc nhiên lắm với chiến thắng vừa nãy vì tất cả đã nằm trong kế hoạch và sự tính toán của team mình rồi ạ.
I don't really feel surprised that much because everything had just goes as planned. We are already playing for the winning.
Vâng, và bởi vậy mà họ đã có một chiến thắng rất là áp đảo và rất là nhanh chóng trước team No Mercy đúng không ạ? Vậy nếu như để chấm thêm thang điểm 10 thì bạn chấm cho phần trình diễn của team mình ngày hôm nay mấy điểm?
So on a scale 1 to 10, how many do you score your team for the performance?
พูดถึงฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราวันนี้นะคะสเกล1 ถึง 10เราให้กี่คะแนนคะ
สักประมาณ 3-4 ครับเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าวันนี้ทีมค่อนข้างจะอาจจะมีการตื่นเต้นหรือว่าอาจจะมีข้อผิดพลาดเรื่องอุปกรณ์บ้างครับแล้วก็เล่นออกมาได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
Thực ra thì mình chỉ cho màn thể hiện của team Tuxedo hôm nay từ 3 đến 4 điểm thôi. Tại vì team mình còn hồi hộp trên sân khấu và còn một vài vấn đề về thiết bị. Thành ra cái phần thể hiện nó không được tốt như tụi mình mong muốn.
So I will give my team from 3 to 4 because we are so anxious and we are a little bit nervous on the performance and there is some problem with the devices. So we hope that we're going to have more excellent score for the next performance.
Đó là một số điểm khiêm tốn đúng không ạ? Vậy thì nói về đối thủ của các bạn ngày hôm nay đi. Bạn đánh giá như thế nào về lối chơi của No Mercy cũng là đối thủ các bạn trong hai trận thi đấu, hai ván thi đấu vừa qua?
So what do you think about No Mercy team, how they play for the game?
แล้วเราคิดยังไงกับสไตล์การเล่นของคู่แข่งของเราคือทีม No Mercy ในวันนี้คะ
ก็คู่แข่งยังมีการเข้าทำหรือว่าการป้องกันที่หละหลวมอยู่ครับไม่ค่อยร่วมมือทำอะไรกันเท่าไหร่ก็เลยมีช่องว่างให้เราได้โจมตีครับ
Thì đối thủ của mình hôm nay đã chưa có một sự liên kết và phối hợp chặt chẽ với nhau trong việc phòng thủ các chiến tuyến, tạo nên các khoảng trống giúp cho team mình có thể tìm cái sơ hở và phối hợp với nhau để có thể kiếm được các cứ điểm và căn cứ một cách dễ dàng.
So they've been working together really well. They connected and they've been really strong together. But there is some mistakes they made, so we can find out that mistake and take over and win the game for today.
Vậy thì tất cả những gì mà họ sẽ cần phải làm bây giờ chỉ đơn giản là chờ đợi đối thủ tiếp theo thôi. Bạn có muốn gửi một cái lời nhắn nhủ nào đó tới đối thủ ở trận tiếp theo của team mình không?
So what do you want to say to the next components for the next round?
รูมีน่ามีอะไรจะพูดหรือว่าฝากถึงคู่แข่งต่อไปของเราไหมคือทีมลาบิสโลฟีค่ะ
ก็รอบนี้ผมจะเอาจริงแล้วก็จะไม่อ่อนให้เหมือนที่เคยเจอก่อนหน้าอะไรนี้แล้วครับ
Lần này thì chúng tôi sẽ chơi thật sự và chơi hết mình. Đó là một phiên bản mà các bạn chưa bao giờ thấy trước đây ạ.
We are going to give our best and this is the version that you have never seen before. And just wait.
Wow, that's awesome. I love your team spirit. Một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Tuxedo and XG khi họ đã giành được chiến thắng áp đảo trước team No Mercy và qua đó có được tấm vé tiếp theo. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ cùng nghỉ ngơi trong giây lát trước khi đến với trận đấu tiếp theo. Once again, congratulations to your win today, and we are looking forward to seeing your great performance in the next matches. And ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up the third match in today, and we will be right back in just a few minutes. So stick around, don't go anywhere. Hãy cùng chúng tôi quay trở lại với những diễn biến tiếp theo trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair. Và như vậy chúng ta đã tìm ra được 3 cái tên bước vào nhánh thắng. Trận đấu ngay sau đây, trận đấu cuối ngày sẽ là lúc chúng ta tìm ra câu trả lời. Cái tên cuối cùng nào sẽ bước vào nhánh thắng?
Welcome back to the stage of 2025 Delta Force Invitational World Fair. 3 representatives have made it to the winner bracket, and also 3 representatives will need to show their power to move on to 2025 Delta Force Invitational World Fair. The upcoming match will determine the final team to secure a spot in the winner bracket today.
Và không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, ngay bây giờ hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chào đón hai đội tuyển cuối cùng sẽ tranh tài trong trận đấu cuối ngày hôm nay.
No more waiting. This is the final match of today's competition. Let's meet the 2 teams right now.
Nhà vô địch Winter Warfare Master, một tập thể được sinh ra với duy nhất một mục đích, đó là chinh phục đấu trường quốc tế. Và tại Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare, đây chính là thời khắc để họ biến mục tiêu ban đầu thành hiện thực. Hãy cùng chào đón Hostile Response.
Winter Warfare Master Champions, a team with only one purpose: conquer the international stages. And at the 2025 Delta Force Invitational World Fair, this is the moment they turn their goal into reality. Let's welcome Hostile Response!
Và cuối cùng, nhà vô địch Delta Force Ultimate Tournament 2025, biểu tượng sức mạnh của chủ nhà tại mùa giải năm nay. Họ không chỉ bước ra sân khấu với danh hiệu cao quý, mà còn mang theo trọng trách bảo vệ niềm tự hào và ý chí không khuất phục và lời khẳng định trên mảnh đất này không một ai dễ dàng lấy đi vinh quang. Hãy cùng chào đón Rapid Lo-Fi!
And finally, the 2025 Delta Force Ultimate Tournament champions, the symbol of the power at this year's Delta Force Invitational World Fair. They not only step onto the stage with the noble title, but also carry the responsibility of protecting their pride. On this land, no one can easily take away the glory. Please welcome Rapid Lo-Fi!
Và ngay bây giờ không để cho các bạn chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng chúng tôi bắt đầu trận đấu cuối cùng tại ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của Delta Force Invitational 2025 World Fair.
And now the match between these 2 teams is about to start.
Woo, folks, we are back. Delta Force Invitational Warfare Stand or Fall Day 1 quarterfinals. We've been here for a while, but it's time for the last match of the day. One more best of 3 to determine who moves on to the upper bracket. Vivid, I'm so ready to be here. I'm so excited to get into the action and get into the gameplay quickly.
The time has absolutely flown by. I can't believe we're already on match number 4. This one is going to be exciting. I mean, we got Team Rapid Lo-Fi versus Hostile Response. Yep. Hopefully, we've saved the best for last. I mean, honestly, I don't know what we have, ahead of us here, but Yoj, we were kind of talking about it. You were kind of mentioning you think RFL is actually one of the favorites here this tournament.
Listen, as you take a look at some of the teams, you look at some of the laundry list of wins that these teams have, I think there maybe is a clear favorite here. But let's take a look at the rules again. If you're maybe just tuning in for this matchup, folks, I want to remind you how it's going to work. We have drawn a random map. We don't know what map it is. May have some inklings, but I do not know which map it is yet. A random map will be drawn. Each team will play an attack and a defense on that map. We have only seen 2-0 victories. Yes, this is a best of 3 in this matchup. If you win twice, you win the match. We have not seen us go to game 3 yet. This could be the time, though. There's that tiebreaker in the priority side selection. That only happens if we go to game 3. So if we trade wins, 1-1, we go to game 3, the priority side selection goes to the team that gets a little bit further down the map if it's a defensive win, or wins in a more handed fashion with more lives remaining if you are attacking wins on both sides. So we'll get into that if we get there. So far we haven't. So I will re-describe this if we go to game 3, but the very short version is what you see on your screen, which is basically the map is chosen. If you choose side as the priority selection team, you choose side, the map is chosen, then you get to choose if you want to attack or defend on that map. So it is very valuable to do better than your opponent, even if you tie. Let's take a look at our teams, though. Hostile Response first. Talk to me about this roster. I'm getting word that they're one of the squad leaders. It's Thermite. Watch out for Thermite on the map. What else can you tell me, Vivid?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be definitely paying attention to Thermite. Of course, we're also going to be eyes on with the commander here. We got Lu Wei up there at the top, going to be making sure those communications come through for the entirety of the team. They've got some really cool names here. I mean, just some names that kind of stick out to me, right? We got Turtle, just straight up Turtle. We got Soap, right? I love kind of checking out some of the names we have from some of our competitors. This team, Hostile Response, is filled with them. Love to see that. And, I mean, dude, do they have a tall task ahead of them or what?
Yeah, I think so. Now, this team did qualify for this position. They won the Winter Warfare Master WWM tournament to get to this stage. Nice. So this is an established team. They're not necessarily coming from a bunch of different individuals or a bunch of different squads together, but their competition is on paper one of the best rosters here. Rapid Lo-Fi. Watch out for this team, folks. All obviously at the top, we've got RLF Koba, that's Kobayashi, who's going to be their commander, a tried and true commander, somebody that's been commanding this team for a while. I think a key factor about this team, aside from a couple of their captains and some of their star players, is that this single stat, we said this before, and I get to say it again about a different team, RLF completed their qualifying run throughout the course of the qualifiers to lead up to this stage without dropping a single game across the group stages and the playoffs. Watch out for this team. This is a very strong roster, and they have met basically no opposition at this point. Watch out for Vico, apparently, their team star damage dealer. He actually received the MVP title during their qualifying run and had the most kills for their roster. So a lot of info around Vico. Watch out for this guy. I would have to assume he's going to be in a vehicle most likely, but you never know.
Yeah, usually we're actually used to, calling out some of the star players here, right? And that's usually somebody who's going to be picking up a lot of the kills. That's kind of the theme that we have seen today. Rapid Lo-Fi, they're actually noted down right here. They've got a couple of other, key assets, some stars on their team right here, right? We got Banana First, is actually noted down as a strategic player, right? Crucial in kind of setting up some of the plays for the team in general, making sure that they know how to, they're going to go ahead and approach some of the vehicles that the enemy team is bringing to the table. We also got a support star here, Lao. Recorded the most teammate revivals during that qualifying run as well. So, hey, listen, we've got, support stars with some of those revivals there. You know what I mean? Dude, kills are being something that we need to keep an eye on. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, watch out for Lao. LAO is going to be their support star. I like that shout out from you. Going to be looking to see Lao kind of leading the charge when it comes to the revive category as their support leader. I love this quote, by the way, from not their commander, but their captain. We'll get back to it here in a moment because I do want to take a look at this. We've been here for a while, all right? Here's our overall matches for the day. We've seen Project 1 versus Dead Dog and Idol. D&I end up coming out on top in that matchup. We then saw Ting Long take on RRQX7 Sins. Ting Long crushed it. Nearly perfect games from them. Another 2-0 victory. And then we just watched No Mercy versus TXD. And Toxido NXG won that matchup 2-0 as well. And here we are, the final match of the day. Hostile Response versus Rapid Lo-Fi. Will we see another 2-0? I don't know, but what we will see is another brand new map. I say brand new in the terms of this competition, not in the game. It is time to head to Threshold.
Yes. The main reason I'm saying yes is because we get to see a new map. That's the thing that I really like to see, right? But Threshold, of course, is a very good map. Quick note here. Hostile Response are going to be on the attacking side for our first game, and then Rapid Lo-Fi is going to be defending. Now, the really cool thing about Threshold, one thing that I like, we saw a little bit earlier too on Ascension, but the fact that Threshold, you start with a helicopter on the attacking side.
Yep.
Huge.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think starting with a helicopter is going to be a huge, massive value add if you can execute with it. Again, we kind of think back to Ascension, like you were saying, and how much value we saw the helicopter have for Ting Long. And then we also saw a team start with a helicopter that got basically no value out of it.
Yeah.
So it's just about executing in the air. I know the teams are thinking about it. Let's take a look at our predictions, though. And Vivid, this is the first time, man, we are actually the same.
There we go, finally.
We both say that Rapid Lo-Fi wins this 2-0.
Yeah.
I mean, the stats and the way they broke down their team, it doesn't feel too good to be true, but it's close. And so I had to go with them. There is a chance it's too good to be true. There's a chance. HR is a really good team. Like, this is a heavy-hitting matchup. I will say, with everything that's been happening in this competition, it's got to be a 2-0, right? We got to see 4 2-0s.
I'm feeling pretty confident with our prediction on this one. I'm not going to lie. I mean, the simple fact, you just had to tell me that they went straight up undefeated game-wise in their run to get here. That's absurd. How do you do that? I mean, that means you're constantly winning attack sides. You're constantly winning defending sides. 2-0 just seems like the most likely option here.
Yeah, I want to hear from chat, folks. We've got Prediction Live. I want to hear from you all. Is it going to be HR or is it going to be Rapid Lo-Fi? That's going to be RLF. Type in HR or RLF in the chat right now. Who you think is going to win this matchup? And if you want a little extra for me, I want to see if you guys think it's going to be a 2-1 or if it's going to be a 2-0. We've seen some global votes already come in. Ooh,
wow.
This is close. Rapid Lo-Fi barely losing out. I think the chat is betraying us. They say, no more will I vote with you, Goj. 52% for Hostile Response. Very close prediction here thus far.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? We might as well just say it's 50-50 at this point. Oh, wait a minute. Some votes are kind of coming in. We're seeing actually tilt in favor of Hostile Response. 1% actually moved that one right there. So incredible to see that you guys are still going ahead and throwing in your predictions. Make sure you guys keep doing that. The fans, though, they're not agreeing with us right now. I mean, you know, it's 50-50, but, you know, I thought it would kind of be a little bit more in Rapid Lo-Fi's favor, if I'm honest.
I think the thing to remember is, like, we have so much info around Rapid Lo-Fi. We've got a lot of stats around their individual players. They are technically completely uncontested. They haven't lost a game yet in the qualifying series up to this position. But I think the thing to remember is that these teams are all from all over the world, right? And so they haven't interacted with each other necessarily. And although they haven't seen any, you know, opposition where they played in their qualifying tournament, they may say opposition here. Like, just because you're 100% where you are from doesn't mean you're going to be 100% on land. And I think we've kind of already seen that be the case in our competition thus far. Some really good teams getting cut down immediately 2-0. So I'm not saying it's 100%, no questions asked they're going to win. HR, Hostile Response, a very good team. They won the Winter Warfare Master Tournament to get to this stage. So I'm not like saying chat is wrong. I'm just saying that I would like to be right for once. I'm not
Oh,
gonna
okay.
lie. Which means you're right with me, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
You have completely strapped your sidecar to my motorcycle, and we're rolling down the street.
And you haven't been right all day, so this is I don't know how I feel about this.
True.
We'll find out how this one starts off in just 4 minutes. Shout out to everybody getting ready quite fast for this one. It's going to be awesome to kind of jump into this. Man, threshold. Dude, this is going to be fun.
Talk to me about the map. Obviously, we start with the helicopter,
Yeah.
which is kind of make or break for some of these teams. Do you have a good helicopter player? We saw one for sure on the TL team. Didn't see any big breakout performances from, well, I guess the only other time we've seen a helicopter thus far, right?
Yeah.
And so this is our second map that we're going to have a chance to see some aerial combat. So we'll see if you can find some value on this map with it. During some of the qualifiers we casted over, again, a mixed bag of value.
Yeah.
Sometimes we saw a ton of value from it, sometimes we didn't. So I'll be very curious to see who their helicopter operator is. They planned for this, they prepped for this, they know they could draw this map or Ascension where you're getting a heli. So yeah, big question marks around how much value you get from the air. What else about this map, though? Anything kind of big standout from you of what we should look out for?
Gotta say, first of all, Threshold is a very fun map to play. I feel like, there's obviously that vehicle aspect that we'll get. That's typical with Warfare. We're definitely going to see that. But I feel like this map does a good job of kind of like separating that gameplay from vehicle to kind of like boots on the ground, right? If you think about it, if you're on the attacking side of things, it's almost like the entire like right side of the map kind of feels like it's open for at least those first 2 sectors to just you kind of like running it down. You're going to be inside of a building. You're not really going to be pressured too much by vehicles. And then the left side kind of features that big lane, that big road, that big garage on the left side, especially when you approach that B sector where those vehicles are going to kind of be flooded in through there. So it's like a 2-sided map where you're not really connected a lot of the times with your team if they're actually trying to press towards some of the points. Definitely one of the more iconic spots on this map for me is definitely those like yellow oranges tents.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the right
that
side,
choke
right?
point.
Yeah, it's so crazy because it's like there's like 3 different fights that are going on the same tent, but those tents are like super small. You've got like that inside fight where all the cars are in there and the head glitch are like impossible to push through sometimes. You got the people who are like up on top of the tents, and then there's this like tricky little thing that you can do where you can actually go out of bounds outside of that fence on the right side, and you can flank around some of the other tents.
Yeah,
so
you do it
it's
fast
like
enough,
yeah, exactly. It's like 3 different fights going on over there. So definitely synonymous with this map for sure. I'm sure we'll see all of our players kind of over there and fighting for some of that space.
Yeah, a great breakdown. A fun map to watch. For a while when this map first came out and we were casting over a lot of the gameplay, I had a chance to cast over a lot of Warfare Threshold when the map first dropped. Point A was basically null. It was almost always immediately was captured. You would kind of blow the holes in the walls, you blow through the barricades, and it was pretty easy. I will say the last several tournaments we watched on Threshold, we've seen people stuffed at the line on Point A. Take the heli. If you take the heli down early, if you get enough pressure down pretty early on the defense, and you're able to push up a little bit and almost spawn trap the team, it can be extremely hard to get out of that kind of gas station spawn point to actually get over to the courtyard and take that first point. That is something to watch out for. It's not a necessary A is a gimme anymore. People have kind of figured out how to play A pretty well. It will certainly come down to vehicle usage as per the usual. And really, again, my big question mark is how much value can that heli get?
So yeah, ever since kind of watching more and more Warfare competitions, I've also been kind of enlightened as to how hard A is to push. I feel like a lot of these these pros and these people here at these competitions, they put a lot more emphasis on that bridge that's off to the side of A, right? And it's kind of like crazy because a lot of the times at Warfare you kind of want to just run at the point. You kind of like brain up, just run at the point. Like me myself and like pubs, I just want to run at the point. But strategically speaking, the bridge is such a good spot because it overlooks the entirety of A. So if you as an attacker can actually get up on that bridge, then you can pretty much just take out all of the defenses from that single spot. So super pivotal point that we're going to have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that bridge is crucial. And I think it also is important because you can also pick up the players in rotation over to the point that spawn on that, if you're looking towards the spawn, on the right side of that spawn that we're trying to rotate over. So I think it's a really good shout. It's also a great place for the defensive vehicles to patrol as well. Oftentimes you'll see those vehicles patrol underneath that bridge, pick up kills, and then back off. So some fun moments on Threshold. Been around for a little while now and excited to get into it. You can kind of see over the shoulder of some of our players don't quite have everybody into the lobby yet, so we're going to be hanging out for a little bit. But the last match of the day, the last best of 3, head to Threshold. Chat, I've seen our predictions come through already. I've got to ask you, we were pretty split on the audience prediction. Do we go 2-1? Do you think at least both sides win a map? Or do you think it's going to be another 2-0? Because a pretty split prediction means I assume we go 2-1 based on y'all's prediction. But I want to hear like how confident you think HR or RLF are going to win this matchup. Is it going to be a straight up 2-0? Threshold 2, I mean, we got a second here. I mean, let's talk a little bit about it. Do you prefer to attack or defend on this map?
Dude, wow. Man, I feel like attack.
You like attacking on this map?
Yeah, I think I would prefer to attack, yeah. I just feel like a lot of the times I would prefer to attack. I feel like you're kind of limited on defense, right? Because when you think about it, on defense, you can only go so far past like the points, right?
Yeah.
Like the game literally tells you, hey, you can't go, into the attacker spawn. On the attacking side, it's more of like a free flow. You know what I mean? You can kind of go wherever you want. You can kind of get some flanks in. And me, I play Warfare probably differently than all these pros. They all like to jump in vehicles and play strategically. I genuinely just run and try to get as many kills as possible. Like that's it. You know what I mean?
I hear you.
So, finding little avenues or little spots I can kind of post up in and just catch some, defenders kind of rotating.
Yeah.
I think genuinely speaking, or like generally speaking, I think attacking probably.
You like attacking, yeah. Well, it's an interesting one too, because I think when you think about Threshold, right, you have your first couple points, you have A, but you're immediately into a split point. So you're immediately into B1, B2. It's a little bit linear, kind of similar to the end of Trainwreck, where you kind of have to go through B1 to get to B2. The weird part about Threshold, I think, and sometimes where people get really stuck, is that B2 is basically in the, I feel like, I call it the garage, right? The almost like hangar area with the big doors, whatever. And people just park vehicles, tank destroyers, lobs, just park it on the point. And sometimes it can be really hard to break through those B points. And so sometimes we'll see defense do pretty well on Threshold as well. I feel like this one's fairly even spread across the board. I think generally speaking in pubs, defense wins a slightly higher percentage, so maybe it tilts towards defense. But I like attacking on this map too. It does feel like when you've got a lot of momentum on this map, it's pretty easy to carry it forward too.
C, we've talked about A, we've talked about B. C, the split point, they're kind of like side by side. It's almost
two different buildings almost.
Like the buildings are pretty similar. Well, not inside, but outside it's kind of like symmetrical on the outside and everything like that. C is interesting as well because the giant crane you can get up on on the right side of the water. So annoying, by the way, right? Like, it doesn't matter what side you're on. If you're defending, you're probably going to get annoyed by somebody up on the crane. If you're attacking, you're probably going to get annoyed by somebody up on the crane. Like, it's just naturally how the map plays out. The one thing I do like about C is that it changes pretty quickly in terms of how those points actually interact with one another, because the buildings have those two bridges that connect in the middle. They are destroyed within like seconds of
especially in comp play.
Yeah. So the rotations from building to building is actually really hard.
Yeah, also, by the way, I think technically speaking, I'm assuming it's still the case in Victory Unite, with enough guided missiles, you can blow up C2.
Dude,
you can take the building off the map.
You've mentioned that last time we casted over Threshold. I've never seen it happen.
Really? I have to get confirmation from somebody behind the scenes that they can do it in Victory Unite. They added it in. This was a while ago. I mean, this is, since we've got a moment, I'll harken back. When they released Threshold, that was not the case. And they did an update to create a Threshold event where you can blow the building to pieces. And it's still active in the game from what I know. Which I'm pretty positive it's still active. So you can blow that to smithereens. Now, it takes a couple guided missiles.
That's crazy.
Which, I frankly, I don't think anybody would actually have to do. TXD maybe would, because of the way they play. But somebody in chat can tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah, you can definitely do that. But a fun map, and this will be this is our first what I would call like a short map, like first
three
sector map that we played today.
There's
only a couple in the game, Cracked being the other. So it'll be cool to see how this one plays out as we're getting our players all ready, making sure everybody's on the same playing field, making sure everybody's in the game. Staying patient again. We've now seen every player on this stage.
Crazy.
160, technically 161.
I knew you were going to call that 161.
Because of our substitute that came in mid-match. Very cool stuff. Yeah, a lot of folks, plus coaches in the war rooms on the side.
Yep.
That's been really, really cool.
What a cool little like thing too. I gotta give it a shout out there. Is substituting in. That's a really cool kind of layer to the competition today, right? Like
Yeah,
if you have somebody that you think is better on attack versus defense for whatever reason, whether it be vehicles or whatever. Super cool to kind of employ that. Didn't work out earlier. But you know,
I think they brought. So what I understand, and again, folks, we're gonna start the game as fast as humanly possible. Obviously, I'm not holding the magic button to start the game. We are just gonna hang out until it's all ready. Again, a LAN event like this, everything needs to be perfect. So they're just double checking. This is the 4th rotation of players on these setups today, which is insane, actually, how kind of fast we've been able to move with that being the case. You're logging in, logging out, getting all your settings correct based on what the player before you did, changed all your, like, the settings on the P. Like, it's a lot of stuff. So, and then, of course, getting your guns all set up as well. But anyways, yeah, so it's been a really cool event. I am really, again, surprised by the 2-0s. That was definitely not what I was expecting. I'm trying to think if there's anything else kind of blew my expectations out of the water. I think just generally the hospitality here has been great.
Yeah.
Vietnam's been really, really cool.
Yeah.
Glad to be here. Long travel days, but glad to be here. And seeing all the players and what they've been able to do and how excited they've been to compete as well. I don't know. Been really, really fun. Players almost ready. We're going to get them set up as much as possible, but let's keep talking kind of a little bit about this competition. I kind of want, while we've got a moment actually, let's go ahead and look forward a little bit, right? This matchup will determine who is going to be playing TXD in our bracket, right?
Yeah.
So TXD just took down No Mercy. They're going to be on what I'll call like the lower side of the upper bracket, the bottom half of the upper bracket.
Yep.
The top side of that upper bracket is going to be DNI versus TL. Okay, so we're trying to figure out the last team that makes the upper bracket. But down in the lower bracket, those are the games I believe we'll be starting with here in a little while. In the morning, we're going to be starting with some of those lower bracket rounds, which will be our first elimination round. So definitely keep your eyes on that. Tomorrow's going to be a blast. 4 days of competition, folks. Insane. Now, as you can tell, players not quite ready. So we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our final match of the day, folks. DFIW has been a banger. You're not going to miss it. right, folks, we are back. Delta Force Invitational Warfare Standard Fall quarterfinals, day 1. Thanks for staying patient, folks. It is the last matchup of the day, the final best of 3 of the day, and we have 2 heavy-hitting teams to close this thing out. We've already talked about the rosters. We already talked about our predictions. Got the players all ready to go. Had to get them on even playing fields. Had a couple PC swaps we had to do. But I believe our players are just about ready to hop into the map. So thank you so much for your patience. Hostile Response versus Rapid Lo-Fi. Woo! I am ready for the action.
Ready to jump into it as well. HR, Hostile Response versus RLF, Rapid Lo-Fi. We were kind of already talking about it. Our map has already been drawn. We're going to be on Threshold. We kind of talked about the fact that the attacking side is going to have immediate access to that helicopter. We have seen some nasty things in past competitions when it comes to warfare and how good some of these pilots are with those helicopters. We've kind of already talked about it just a little bit. Rapid Lo-Fi seemingly coming into this match as the favorite for sure. The fact that they've gone through some of their qualifiers, group stages and playoffs, undefeated without dropping a single game.
Undefeated, man. They have not dropped a single game. I'm telling you, they've got to be a front runner in this competition. These players staying prepared, getting ready, about to drop into the game. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. A minute and a half on the clock. We are locked and loaded. We are loading in, and I am so pumped about this matchup. Again, we have not seen a single best of 3 today, and I'm not trying to jinx it, but I really do feel like, as much as we predicted 2-0, the more we've talked about it, we've seen 3 best of 3s go to 2-0. I really think this is going to go the distance. I think we're going to get game 3. If I could change my prediction, I think I'd change it to 2-1. I still put RLF at the top.
Okay.
I still have them winning. I do think this could be the one that finally drags us to game 3. And the reason I say that is it just feels like inevitable at this point. Like, what are the statistics on 4 best of 3s that go 2-0 on randomly seeded teams in a competition of this caliber, right? All the teams qualified for this competition, they're all very good. Like, as much as we've never trashed a team, but as much as we've seen clear favorites, seen teams that were better, there was glimpses of greatness from some of those other squads. And so the chances of all of those teams falling with 0 wins feels too improbable. I'm feeling like it's going to go 2-1 in this matchup, and I know Hostile Response is a very good team.
So you want to switch yours to 2-1. I'm actually going to stand strong on 2-0.
Okay.
I mean, that's been the theme of the day.
Me being wrong all
yeah,
day?
well, that and also every other match going 2-0. I mean, that's seriously impressive. I'm not entirely sure how we've managed to go ahead and just skip over the fact that match or game number 3, the tiebreaker, is actually a possibility in these matches. But there we have it. Our countdown has hit 0. Our players are going to start loading into the map. I mean, once again, this is going to be Threshold. Game number 1 of match number 4. This is going to be our last match of the day. The first to 2. Hostile Response is going to be starting things off on the attack side. They're going to be able to showcase their ability with that helicopter immediately. Rapid Lo-Fi will have an incredible task of not only holding off the hostile attack from Hostile Response, but also kind of figuring out a way to deal with that helicopter.
Here we go, folks. It's Threshold time. If you have forgotten, as a reminder, we will play Threshold back-to-back games. Both teams will have a chance to attack. Both teams will have a chance to defend. But like Vivid said, it's going to be Rapid Lo-Fi on the defense to start and Hostile Response on the attack to start. Now, again, if you're maybe just tuning in, maybe you're just waking up, depending on where you're watching in the world, this competition with our tournament spectator, if the player is in red, they are attacking. If the player is in green, they are defending. On the scoreboard, over the shoulder cam, in the free cam, it's all going to be the same for you, nice and easy to follow. And all of our players put their team abbreviations in their names, which is really nice. So I like that from our admins here to make sure that we are very aware of what's happening. Again, we want to keep eyes on vehicle players. Let's see who some of our star vehicle players are. Let's keep eyes on our commander. Again, for those that may be just waking up, we've been live for over 8 hours, but we are playing Victory Unite 180 lives. Our commanders can issue orders. If the team executes those orders, that commander earns extra score that they can use to call in more vehicles, or maybe if you're a TXD fan, save them all for the very end and drop 7 guided missiles in a row. I don't know. I'm good for either. Whatever it takes to win, I'm in.
Absolutely, and you know, listen, it's awesome to kind of look at some of these shots going over the map. Let's jump right into the action, though. Hostile response versus Rapid Lo-Fi, immediately kicking things off. The tank destroyer is going to be trying to ram right up the staircase and break apart the building. I was just about to mention, right, we were looking at some of those shots of the map. I was just going to say that is not what the map is going to look like at all. So many of these buildings around the points are easily destructible, and we're immediately seeing that point made.
Good grief. Hostile response coming in with a quick set of pace. Good golly, they flew at this map. They blew the wall open, lost a vehicle in transition doing it, but we do have a vehicle off start on the point getting active. This is one of the only maps that you'll see, because it's a shorter map, where the defense and the offense both start with a vehicle. Now, we don't have, it looks like we don't have the helicopter yet here in Victory Unite, but we do have an attacking vehicle still alive right now on the ground. That's a tank destroyer, where I believe it was a lob, if I saw that correctly, for the defensive side. It's going to be playing back by that bridge that we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's very, really cool to see and tune into some of these competitions already, because I've seen a lot of the time the defensive side will actually sneak up to these boxes just like this. As you can see, GrabHex picking up a lot of eliminations from the side there on the head blitz. That sneaky spot that you can actually take control of if you have control of the bridge. That bridge right there on the left side of your screen, that's the one me and Goj were talking about in preparation for this match. And as you can see right now, from the attacking side of things, Hostile Response has zero investment towards that side of the map. I cannot imagine this attack is going to go well for them if they do not try to get some stake hold over there towards that bridge.
Yeah, a couple Seneva operators facing off, trying to open up some sort of visual cover for their team. We got some anti-tank mines on the backside for green, just to make sure. But listen, I might be mistaken here. Did Hostile Response choose a tank destroyer over a helicopter?
There it is.
Is that the play, or is the helicopter just late to the party? Okay, heli's late to the party. All right, I was a bit confused for a moment. Everything's fine. We will see the helicopter as expected. Tank destroyer and a helicopter is nice. Tank destroyer a little bit weak there, but getting the repairs in. Engineers nearby. So far, so good. Helicopter getting into the mix and see how much value it gets. Obviously, the defense have a lob, so they can fight this helicopter out of the skies if they're paying attention. Take a look at Kobayashi, their commander, setting the objective already on just holding A. That timer collapses. They will get that extra score. We've got to see what this helicopter can do, though.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you know, looking towards the bottom of the screen, the helicopter is not in commission right now. I'm not sure if it got blown up. Sometimes we've seen some weird things where, one, they'll take the helicopter spawn late, kind of throw off the defensive side of things, right? Like, kind of like make them forget about it as an option. And sometimes they'll land it and kind of keep it safe in some instances. So I'm not entirely sure if it got, you know, destroyed, if they're kind of holding on to it. But, dude, seriously, for Hostile Response, they've got to change something up. They cannot flood in here. It's literally like shooting fish in a barrel for the defensive side of things right now. If you're only going into one checkpoint towards this hill.
It looks like they're literally ramming their faces against a brick wall, and it's not paying off. Look at this angle that the defensive side has. This could be detrimental. It's actually going to force the tank destroyer up onto the point to make sure it doesn't go down. I have absolutely no clue what happened to that helicopter. We'll try to get a read on it. So, the assault vehicle has zero chance of staying alive. Now into lob, shooting down range, blows up the pieces. Tank destroyer forced onto the point. Nice, because they can get aggressive. Bad news if it goes down. So far, decently healthy, and they're getting nice value on the point. They're trading blows and keeping it in the neutral ground as of current.
Yeah, absolutely. The brute force tactic actually working out right. They were actually working on the point, working on capturing it for a little bit there, but Rapid Lo-Fi able to kind of bounce back, take control over the point once again, and you know, that being said, Hostile Response does still have some men over in the building that are kind of claiming some sort of a stakehold, but the point goes in favor of Rapid Lo-Fi once again.
Wow, talk about a nice hold from the defensive side. Again, it feels like our attack's just kind of slamming their head against the brick wall that is the exterior of this courtyard, and they've only been able to get on the point once. Found okay value, but almost lost their tank destroyer in transition. Here's another push. Tank destroyer gets onto the point, gets active. Several players there. Looks like we've got urgent deployment time active for the attackers. So they're trying to get extremely aggressive. Gee whiz, Vivid, we're less than 5 minutes in and we're already down to 114 tickets. We've lost 66 tickets over the course of less than 5 minutes. Talk about head against a brick wall. Not going well for the attackers here. Like we said, high level threshold. Point A is not a gimme. This is a difficult point on this map, if not executed correctly. Helicopter back into the mix. Take a look. Finally, we get eyes on the sky. Let's see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, and actually already seeing them kind of lighten the kill feed up very, very early on after they went ahead and took claim to that. But as we can see right now, right, an instant turn of attention, making sure that they try to invest as much as possible into destroying that helicopter. It can put down some serious damage if it is left unattended to. Helicopter doing a great job of using the building to go ahead and hide.
Yeah, and also doing a great job of pulling the fire from the lava. Our defensive vehicle, the only defensive vehicle on the map right now, can't look at the point where 2 attacker vehicles are swarming the point, and because of that, we're seeing a lot of value from the attack. Finally, the helicopter showcasing part of its true value. Should see some shots connect here. No! All right. A little bit of snaking, a little bit of dip, dive, duck, and dodging here with the helicopter. Oh! Okay, I lost my breath there for a moment. We're still alive. Got a little bit too fancy. And now we somehow didn't capture this point. Barely alive, but down goes another vehicle. Down goes another attacker vehicle. We've lost tank destroyer. We've lost assault vehicle. We are down to just the helicopter, and we didn't get the point. This is bad news if you're an attacking player.
Yeah, I mean, the flood is coming in from Rapid Lo-Fi as well. And if you take a look at the tickets, the damage has already been done. Down to 90 tickets in just 6 minutes in this match right now. This is already a win for Rapid Lo-Fi when you take a look at the grand scheme of things. So far, the helicopter has been able to stay alive, but the focus that is coming in, it's really, really hard for it to find any value now.
I actually liked the all-in from the attacking side. When the helicopter was on the map, they knew the lot was going to have to pay attention to the skies, and it opened up both of their vehicles to get to the point. The problem is they just didn't have enough infantry support to actually take it. The defense somehow outslayed them and blew up both of their vehicles on point without giving the point away. That's more of a tip of the cap to RLF's ability as opposed to a sell necessarily from HR.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, you can see just the lack of interest by HR towards that left side of the map. I mean, they're basically playing with like a third of the map right now.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
They're just like stuck in this corner, and it's just easy picking seemingly for RLF.
And sometimes massing can work. Unfortunately, at this level, it's not working right now, and I think we have to have an exchanging of strategies. Like, even if this was your plan going in, you have to pivot, you have to think on your feet, and I think them not changing strategies right now is a huge hindrance to their success, and unfortunately, because of the defense's success, they've called in a tank. Bad news. We've got a lava on the ground looking to the skies, and now, even if the attackers get more vehicles on the ground, there's a tank that's just paying attention to the ground. Bad news if you're an attacker. You might be stiffed at the line. You might be stuck on point A.
Yeah, I mean, slowly as this match continues on, even if they go ahead and capture A right now, the push towards the following sectors is going to be quite tough. The lack of vehicles for hostile response outside of that helicopter that is all but, sanctioned to behind a couple of buildings. It cannot get any value towards the point at all right now. So they basically have 0 vehicles. If you take a look at the contestation kind of coming in from the attacking side, yeah, it looks like they're capturing it. But if you actually take a look at the point, there's only like 2 members on the point. So as soon as the defense kind of is made aware of this, they'll just put bodies on the point and they'll start to capture it again.
Urgent deployment as well from the attacker side. So they're just trying to stack bodies. This is not their last effort, but it's probably the penultimate one. Look how much value Bino 96 and Lauer getting in that tank. That was like 7 kills around the point, and they've completely obliterated anything red around point A. They're going to entirely retake this point and likely hold them at the line. What a way to start off this match thus far. Here's maybe one of the last-ditch efforts coming in from a tank destroyer onto the point. The problem is they're losing a lot of life as the tank is getting mixy and is connected on a couple of shells. They have a clear advantage, and they're trying to capitalize on it.
I mean, I won't lie, from Louis right there. Oh, wow. The Lua rocket comes in from Pikey towards the end there to pick up the destruction of the tank destroyer on Lue. But I was going to go ahead and mention, Lue was on point A in that tank destroyer from the attacking side of things. If you took a look around him, there was 0, absolutely 0 members of his team around him. That's how disconnected it looks like for hostile response right there. There is no cohesion going on at all.
35 lives, folks. This map is moving quicker than any other map we've seen thus far. We're at just barely under 10 minutes of game time, and we are nearing the end of this game in theory. Hostile Response has time for essentially one more big push. We're not seeing the amount of medics that we expected to see, or at least not seeing them being able to pick up revives. The question is, how do you utilize your helicopter effectively? And another vehicle comes in for the attack, but guess what? The defense is ready. They know the wind condition. They have the advantage. They are never letting a vehicle hit the ground, not when they have such a clear advantage like this.
Yeah, as of right now, I'm very, very happy. Big smile on my face that I went ahead and predicted a 2-0 for Rapid Lo-Fi, because we are edging closer and closer to that coming to fruition. Another vehicle called in. I think that one actually made it to the ground, so maybe a little bit of momentum can start for a hostile response, but it's all but too late. 17 tickets remaining. We're 11 minutes in, Ghost.
Yeah, it's just too bad. I mean, we had RLF a little bit on their back foot. You're forcing them to one position on the map. I can love the strategy, but it was somewhat working. It's just taking way too long. Defense has been just tacking up score over and over and over again, and now they got a tank destroyer, a tank, and a lob on the map. I mean, what are you supposed to do? How are you supposed to compete with that firepower? Certainly not with the 1 or 2 vehicles you have on the ground. I mean, they got an assault vehicle, not going to do anything. Helicopter doing nice tricks in the sky, seeing a couple kills go its way. It drew aggro, but yet again, here's the thing. Down goes another attacker vehicle. Here's the thing about a heli. It is so powerful if it has backup on the ground drawing fire. The assault on the ground has to match the helicopter's power in the sky, or you're getting 0 value out of somebody up in the air, and you're just down in numbers, folks. We got 2 lives remaining. RLF look impenetrable. They look unstoppable, and they drop a perfect game 1. RLF go 1-0 in the series to start.
I mean, that was just insane from RLF. They had control of the entire map. To win the defensive side, you know, you really only need to control Sector A, or, you know, any of the sequential sectors after that. But, I mean, dude, they had control of the literal entire map. I saw members of RLF pushing into the spawn of HR. They were picking up kills over there. And, I mean, that was just domination. RLF controlling the vehicle game, controlling the buildings. They look good.
Oh, dude, they look good. They look like a bad group of folks. I mean, they looked just insane. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that match, though. I mean, it was a short one. It was like 11 minutes. Some of the highlights started with the strategy was very apparent from the get-go. The attackers beat their head against a brick wall, broke the brick wall, but couldn't break onto the point. They put it into neutral territory a couple times. They almost capitalized it finally when the helicopter joined the fight. Unfortunately, the helicopter was just playing defense the entire time, and when the attackers on ground tried to make some sort of headway, defense was always there. I would not be surprised when we take a look at the stats after this to see more revives on the defensive side than the offensive side.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If I want to go ahead and talk about the overall way that this map played out, I mean, hostile response just kind of tucked themselves in this corner over here outside of the archway into A and never really left it, right? They were kind of just maintained over there towards that gas station and towards that side of the road. I mean, obviously, we've got to tip our hats to RLF because they did a great job of containing them, but I never really saw any amount of interest from HR themselves to seemingly want to push outside of that area, right? They didn't want to go to the left over here to the street that's, you know, on the side of this building, the bridge. I don't even know if anybody actually on HR touched the bridge at all during that game. You know what I mean? Like, it was just, they just didn't care about the rest of the map.
Yeah, that is a great point. I have no clue. I mean, I do have a clue. As much as we're criticizing, you know, their play style, let's take a look at some of the scoreboard notes because I am very curious to see some of the numbers here. Okay, it does look like the HR actually did pick up. They hit 2 medics, literally 2. Everybody else is in single digits. There was Solali Ace at 46 revives and Bloodsport at 49.
And Thermite, right, in between them.
Oh, yeah, and Thermite at 39, thank you. Good shout. At 39. So they had 3 people reviving. Thermite, one of those star players they said watch out for. 3 people. That was it. Decent actually revives across the board with him with how short this game was. It felt like they didn't have any revives. Now, what they didn't have was kills. If you take a look at that category, hardly a kill to buy that they could find on the attacking side. Take a look at the defensive side, though. Top revives is only 21. It just felt like they just stayed on the map. I guess they were just winning their gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, HR had upwards of like, what, 130, something like that, revives total. If you actually take a look at RLF, their revives, I don't even know if they're barely maybe reaching like
60,
you know, something like that. Yeah, a crazy low number in comparison, but it just didn't matter, right? If HR is not finding kills onto RLF, then they don't need to revive.
No, I hear you. I agree. It felt like they were revives, but you're right. They just got out-fragged. And again, I think it was because they were grouped, right? It's a lot easier to shoot a bunch of friction in a barrel in a small barrel. If it's a really big barrel, you're going to miss some, you know what I mean? Like, it sounds stupid, but it was true. I mean, they just grouped in the corner, and with the vehicle advantages, they're just throwing shells downrange, picking up triples.
Yeah, absolutely. A dominating fashion there from Rapid Lo-Fi to kind of showcase, make a statement game as well in game number 1 of this match. Now you can see our players back in that war room. A little bit of a reset, right? Map on screen, making sure that they can kind of talk strategy and things like that. We look at RLF, and they're not really interested at all. They're kind of just all having casual conversations. If we take a look at the team stats right there, I mean, you know, relatively speaking, it's going to be kind of hard to take a look at these stats and kind of hit home on them because the match was just so short.
Well, the big one here, 8 vehicle destructions.
Yeah.
In what, 11 minutes?
Yeah, literally.
I mean, that's insane. That's a lot. They were really prioing making sure that their advantage in the vehicles was capitalized on. Once they had the advantage, they pushed it every single time. And it is just also, that's also there because HR had to play aggressive with their vehicles. Once they were running out of lives, they had to play aggressive on the points. So an interesting stat. It's not everything, but still pretty solid amount of kills for an 11-minute game, frankly. Very well done from Rapid Lo-Fi. Now, I want to remind people this because it feels like all hope is lost for HR, which is certainly not the case. They did not capture point 1. They did not capture point A on Threshold. Bad news. Good news is they are still in the fight. That was just game 1. It's a best of 3. Let's take a look at our MVP, though. It was Kobayashi, the commander for the roster. Man, I'd give Kobayashi the commander victory as well. I mean, perfectly executed plan. Stuff him to the line. They don't even capture the first point. I'm in on this. 15 kills, 15 assists, a couple vehicles down, 17K score in an 11-minute game. I'm in.
Yeah, the strategy for that one was, hey, go kill. You know what I mean? Just stop.
Hold the line.
Yeah, just
what it was.
Line,
Hodor,
you know what I mean?
man.
You know, blow up the vehicles and call it a day. Call it a quick one. 12-minute match right there. Koba, great strategy. Like that one.
Yeah, I did too. Again, they really held the line. Once they realized that HR was just going to fight in that corner, they just stayed on the point, held the line, and then their Lav on the far side was getting so much value. Never got blown up. That person never died. So really cool stuff here. Fun notes going into it. But to finish my thought, if HR get all, or if Rapid Lo-Fi get all the way to C2, but don't capture it, it's still technically 1-1. Now, of course, Rapid
Crazy.
Yeah, but it's still technically 1-1.
Okay.
Rapid Lo-Fi wins the tiebreaker. They have an advantage going into the last round, but it still forces us to game 3. So as much as that was a crush, we've got to remember this is not over. Rapid Lo-Fi have to push and fully take every single point in order to be a 2-0 victory. That is a tall task on Threshold.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're going to see, hopefully we'll see the rest of the map of Threshold.
We should.
In this upcoming game. Hopefully RLF can put a little bit of a better performance in terms of the attacking side of things. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, right? Usually one of the things that kind of plays a big part in the defense here is going to be the vehicles. And we saw how good they were at destroying vehicles, right? Just 8 in, 10, 12 minutes, like Guj was kind of saying right there. So definitely a good team when it comes down to the vehicle management. But yeah, I mean, we're going to need a big reset here for HR and, in terms of mentality to go ahead and face this RLF team. Now, granted, they are going to the defensive side of things, which, again, we try to coin as the quote-unquote easier side of things. Definitely more manageable because you don't have to be as cohesive. You have to go ahead and defend the point. So we'll have to see if maybe they're like a defensive-sided team here. But yeah, we'll have to see if RLF is an attack-sided team. Maybe, you know, maybe they're better at attack than they are at defense, which would be crazy.
Yes, can they be? Is the question. Can you
know.
do that? I don't know. Folks in chat, I hear some of you talking about who you think is going to win this. I think obviously there's a clear current leader, but not necessarily a winner yet. Are you still on side HER? Or are you kind of shifting ships here over to RLF? Let me know in chat. And do you think RLF can go the distance? Can RLF go all the way to the finish line here, take all of our points, take both C1 and C2, take the map? You gotta let me know in chat. Our best squad, of course, is gonna be Vico. We talked a little bit about Vico before with Grab, Snowflake, and Yuno here. You can see the scores and the kills across the board. Actually picked up quite a bit of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible stuff from Vico. I mean, hey, listen, we came into this match, hey, star player here. Make sure you go ahead and keep an eye on him. So incredible to kind of see that come to fruition. It's super crazy because, you know, 33 kills in just a short amount of time that we played right there. Super impressive stuff. That's why I'm going to be looking forward to game number 2 here. Maybe we'll have a full-length game and really see how much damage he can do.
Yeah, I like that breakdown. Now, I'm getting word, by the way, from production that I think, funny enough, as much as they crushed it on the defense, RLF taking a similar strategy from some of our other teams of making some mid-match substitution.
Wow.
Now, before I break these all down, I think it is worth noting that some of these substitutions, last guess was right. It may be because of the vehicles on the map.
Yeah.
There is a helicopter on this map. You don't get it on the defensive side. You only get it on the attacking side. So maybe they've got a heli operator that they've been leaving in the wing. This is like, if you're a baseball fan, this is like a pinch hitter. You bring him out in the perfect moment to try to make a big play for your team. So I'll be very curious to know if these substitutions are for that reason, or if maybe there's some other reason that we don't know of yet, but we should be able to show those here in a second. I think we've got the graphics for them, and I'll break it all down for you, but it's actually multiple substitutions from what I can tell, and even a swapping of players onto different squads too, which is pretty cool.
It looks like a total of 3 changes, but 2 substitutions for the team as a whole. One of those changes is going to be just, you know, one of the players is actually just switching squads, which is kind of interesting. That is very, very cool to kind of see that. But again, you know, a strategy, we're going to have 2 players kind of come into the competition that were previously not into it. I think it's super, super cool that that's kind of allowed in this competition. Again, it adds sort of that extra layer. And like Goj was kind of mentioning, and we kind of talked about before, on these maps where, there's a helicopter, it seems like that is going to be what this decision is revolving around for sure. Because it's really, really hard to, you know, if you're going to be a pilot in this game, you pretty much got to do it all the time. And if you're doing the pilot all the time, then you're not probably going to be as good at, you know, whatever else the team kind of wants you to do. So really, really cool to kind of implement the substitution here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at those whenever they're ready. We're just going to confirm on both sides that all substitutions are ready to go, and then we'll reveal those, but still some really cool stuff. And I think this is also, you know, while we've got a moment here preparing for what could be the last game of the day, could be penultimate game of the day, it's cool to see Warfare at such a high level. You know what I mean? You don't really consider sometimes when you're thinking of Warfare, all smiles for a couple of our players on main right now. You don't really consider all the nuances when you have a fully organized team of 20 players under a commander of the things you can do. Substituting, like, basically pinch hitters, substituting pinch pilots based on the map that you're playing, substituting certain players onto different squads to change their role so they've got a different squad captain that's giving them the orders they need to be an engineer this time around rather than a assault operator. Like, there's some really nuanced meta stuff that we get a chance to learn. And all love on main here for our players. We're all having a dang good time, ready to jump into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how this one ends up going. You're kind of talking about the possibilities in terms of, you know, kind of being the commander or being your squad leader and everything like that. Definitely want to see, you know, RLF go ahead and prioritize a little bit more of the map than we saw from HR. And you know what the funny thing is that HR is actually going to have to do the same thing. You know what I mean? If they don't defend, you know, the other half of the map, they're kind of just all sitting on that A sector building. it's not going to work out. They're not going to be able to defend it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I feel like that's a pretty, hopefully there's a coach on their side or somebody with a little bit more insight or somebody who's kind of looking at the game as an overarching thing, a macro thing, and being like, hey, listen, we need to, play the rest of the map.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, the more ground you can cover, the better it is. I mean, especially if you can shoot from multiple angles, and just not give away that information of like where you are at all times. But here's a quick look at some of the substitutes. I believe we've got a graphic for it now to take a look at, and fun things to talk about here. Again, I believe it's just RLF making the subs, which is the opposite of what happened last time. Remember, our subs came in for a team that was losing, and they just had to make a big change here. RLF was the winning squad by a mile. And so, I'm curious to see these subs. I think we've almost got that graphic ready, and we'll be able to showcase it of like how it all shakes out. Now, again, we don't know all the players and exactly how it all works in terms of what their roles are, but we can probably notice them as they come through. I'm getting word that all of these are finals, so it does look like we are moving some players around to some different squads. Should see that here in a second.
Yeah. We got to jump into the action, kind of get ready as well. As after winning game number 1, we've already got some celebrations on stage, kind of feeling good up there as well. So
there it is.
There we go, player substitution. We're going to be putting in Barry 1 in replace of Yuno. That's going to be our first player substitution. That's going to be on the rapid lo-fi side of things.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Again, we don't know these players fully, like top to bottom. I would expect this is for a pilot substitution. Not 100% certain, but certainly possible. Maybe somebody just wasn't feeling good. Like, we've got subs on the wings, or maybe they just really like the attacking side rather than defending. A lot of big question marks. Watch out for this new player, though. Barry 1. We'll see if maybe Barry 1 takes to the skies. The other substitutions coming in, by the way, it looks like we were talking about kind of moving some people around. New pilot is dropping out of squad 3, but is staying in the game, moving to squad 5. And so you're going to see Sora Tree drop out of squad 5 and Vitamin K jump into squad 3 if you know any of these players. And so new pilot just changing roles most likely. That's what we were talking before, of changing the squad, which usually means changing roles because each of our squads are designated to a specific role most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic kind of changes over there. We will kind of keep an eye to see if we can notice any of the changes that are going to be implemented right there. A lot of players to kind of keep track of, 40 of them in the server at one point, so sometimes we get a little lost in the sauce, but we'll try to keep a close eye on how things are happening. Definitely, obviously one of the more easy things to keep an eye on going to be who is going to be jumping into the pilot, see who's going to be operating the vehicles over there. Maybe a little bit of a change towards medics.
I need to see the back of this guy's jersey. This dude, he's dialed right now. I mean, watch out. This guy on the map is locked and loaded.
Dude, me and him are so locked right now.
Yeah, you're locked too?
Yeah, me and him we're locked in.
Okay, sounds good. You heard it here first. Pivot is locked. Let's get him a PlayStation, man. Let's get him down on the stage. Meaning play space station. Hey, you can't play Delta Force on console,
dude,
though. If you check it out.
Yeah. I see what you did there. Yeah, okay.
But we got to get you down on the stage. Maybe we could sub you in for...
Dude, if we're in real need of a sub for whatever reason, I got it. Chances I'll be, fluent in the language they speak, slim to none. But I'll be there.
But you got a gunny.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a gunny in you.
Yeah, I can play that role.
I could play like a squad captain IGL role. My gunny is weak at best. I'm not going to lie. I'm above average, but compared to the esports players on stage, not close. These guys are way better, and gals are way better than me. Excited to jump into the game, though, folks. Thanks for staying patient here. It looks like, it looks like all of our players are in.
Love to see right there.
We love to see that, a full lobby. Is this going to be the last game of the day? I want to know. You think RLF goes the distance, man? I want to see them blow up C2. I still haven't had any clear answer on whether or not that's possible in Victory Night. I know it's a thing in game, okay? I have casted over so many Warfare games on Threshold. I have seen it happen more than I can count on one hand, all right?
Dude, I'll trust you, man. You can blow up C2. I believe it. It sounds super cool. I've just genuinely never seen it happen. Like, I've never seen it happen in pubs. I've never.
I gotta pull back up Twitch chat and see if somebody can confirm that you could do it in Victory Unite, because there is a chance on the tournament server you can't do that because it feels a little like.
Yeah, it kind of feels, it's like.
Not cheese. I mean, you earned those guided missiles, but.
I would be interested to know how many it takes.
I think it's either 2 or 3. It's like not that many.
Yeah, that kind of sounds crazy.
Well, anyways, we're just waffling up here. Game's about to start, though, folks. Look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Thanks for staying patient. Minute and a half and counting. Vivid is locked in, and we are ready to rock and roll. RLF has to go the distance to win the map. Again, it's going to feel like a win when they get through point A. They have to win the map, which means they have to take every single point to win 2-0. Otherwise, we go to game 3. Of course, RLF, if they take point A, will have that advantage going into game 3. But that's the only delineator that they will have. It'll be our first game 3 on main. Otherwise, we're going to have to wait till tomorrow for a game 3, which is ridiculous. Dude, I want to see a game 3. I want to see it now. I'm cheering on HR now, even though it'll ruin my prediction. I'm all in on HR. Let's see what they can do on defense, folks. 45 seconds. Vivid, any final words of wisdom before the teams drop into what could be the last map of the day?
Dude, go out there, man. Absolutely crush it. You guys got this. You're rooting for HR. You want the match or the game 3 to happen.
I do.
Whatever. Here we go. Here are our substitutions. Here's one of the other ones that we were kind of talking about right there. Vitamin K is actually going to be jumping in.
Yep.
Saw him kind of jumping in
Sick
for the
name,
stage
by the
right
way.
there. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, he's going to crush it, dude. He's going to be ready to go.
And then Srirachi is the one going out, leaving, and Vitamin K coming in. Now, again, one thing that's not listed there is that New Pilot is dropping out of that squad 3 for Vitamin K. So Vitamin K is joining squad 3. New Pilot dropping out of that squad and joining squad 5 in position where Srirachi was. But let's hop into the game, folks. And of course, we have swapped sides. Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack. Hostile response on the defense. If you see red, it's Rapid Lo-Fi. If you see green, it's hostile response. Defending the map. Let's jump into Threshold. Will they get past point A? Will they get all the way to C1 and C2? I don't know, but I am pumped to see what happens here, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm actually just really, really excited to see how B kind of plays out. I really like the way that B kind of flows and everything like that. I feel like the transition from B1 to B2 is one that feels pretty good, especially on the attacking side of things. I mean, also on the defensive side of things, I feel like there's some pretty good spots where you can kind of hold it down. Very fun gunfights all around this map for sure. We'll have to keep a close eye as well on how the attack side decides to approach this. We saw HR kind of come in very, very early with that tank destroyer, kind of rolled it right up into the building and started to get active super, super early on. The helicopter didn't necessarily make an appearance for probably at least a couple of minutes into the match, so we'll have to see how different RLF does
Here we go.
But here we go, game number 2 of the last match of the day. RLF is on the attack side of things, and look at this, the vehicles are all out in full force for Rapid Lo-Fi.
And they split push. Take a look at this. RLF has sent 1 squadron, probably 2 squads over here on the right-hand side, and another 2 squads on the left-hand side, already splitting the map, which is what you wanted, Vivid. We'll see how much value they can get. Heli not immediately taking to the skies,
there we go.
but should be here shortly. Probably going to wait for the attack to kind of get lay of the land and figure out where that anti-aircraft vehicle is that's on the map. Of course, we can see it. They're trying to navigate their way over towards the point as they slowly but surely creep their way towards that right-hand side of point A, the same spot that we saw RLF holding with their lob.
This is kind of crazy what's going on right here. It doesn't look like the attack is like moving at all right now. I don't know if they're like waiting for something specific to happen, or you know what I mean, if they're waiting for some specific call right now. But Rapid Lo-Fi currently at a bit of a standstill on hostile response to kind of search around like, yo, what the heck is going on?
The question is this a strategy? Are they is this a game of who moves first? This can't be real, right? I've never seen this in my life.
Pondering here.
Helicopter's going down. There's no way we're giving that away to 3. We're gonna. I mean, I don't know.
RLF, again, kind of an awkward start to this match. Have to see kind of what's going on with them, if, you know, everything's all good. On the stage, this would be a crazy kind of strategy. I mean, it can't be a strategy. It just can't be.
What is happening right now? Are they BMing a bit? Like, are they just being like, we are the better team, we're not going to move for the first 2 minutes of the game?
That would be crazy.
That would be insane. I'm trying to look. I mean, we are on land. I guess we can look around a bit. I don't know. I'm just going to hang out.
I mean,
it does. I saw. Okay, I'll shout out our chatters while we're hanging out here. I don't know what's going on. Lally said this looks like operations.
It looks like operations. Man.
I am getting worried. I am getting worried. I believe there's going to be a reset here, so we're going to take a look at the stage and get that reset. I was about to say, man, that would have been the craziest ego play. Be like, yeah, we're just not going to move. You can take our vehicles. We don't care. We're not going to move for the first 3 minutes. Quick reset here, folks. No worries. I think we're just going to get a quick reset there. Probably something going on. We'll try to get word on what it was, but either way you look at it, got to make sure everything's perfectly fair on land. Make sure everything's ready to go. It looks like there was some sort of mishap going on. So quick reset, we'll be right back into the game as soon as possible. But we did see a helicopter spawn immediately, so that does confirm our suspicions. We knew that was the case,
yeah,
but
like,
HR made me question it because I didn't use it for the first like 3 minutes or so.
Yeah. It is kind of like one of those things where I think it's like mind games or something, right? Like where you don't want them to think about the helicopter, so you don't use it for like a couple minutes, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm in a helicopter. But
well, yeah, and you also don't want to be surprised by the AA gun on the lob of just getting fried out of the air right when you take to the skies.
Yeah.
So something else to consider. But all right, sweet. Well, we got a little bit of a moment here. We're gonna reset, get the players back in. But all right, Vivid. Let's see. I think looking at this matchup, the last thing we can kind of talk about here is, you know, RLF's history again. I think for those that maybe missed it, you take a look at RLF team, you know, some of these squads, a lot of these squads, they submitted some information of like, hey, you should know this about us. You know, we of course know where they got to this stage, like how they got here through the qualifying stage. But a lot of these teams, including HR, called themselves underdogs.
Yeah.
RLF is not one of those teams. They said Rapid Lo-Fi is one of the favorites in this tournament. So they know they're one of the best teams. They're coming in with a bit of an ego in a good way.
Yeah.
They know they're one of the best, and they've got these stats to prove it. Again, to remind you, this is the team that through their qualifying run, group stages, playoffs, finals, did not drop a single game. So the likelihood of them dropping a game, quarterfinals here on LAN, maybe a bit higher than the regional competition.
Yeah.
But it's not looking like it's going to be the case. They're looking near perfect at this point.
Yeah, I mean, after game number 1, right, kind of already proven why they were undefeated, a strong hold from them. Again, you know, you got to kind of think about it as well. It's a late game for them, right? When we think about the times of the matches, it's kind of late, right? 8:30 p.m.
I mean,
time.
it's a long day. It's not late in the day, but it is a longer day if you've been sitting around for a while.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've been, you know, staying warm in the back if they want to, and making sure they're ready to rock and roll.
It's not that late, but it's late.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I will say too, like, you know, the teams probably showed up. They had their schedule before. It is crazy because we've been going for, what is this, 9 hours now? Almost 9 hours, 7 minutes away from 9 hours. And every team is only playing one best of 3. We just are seeing every single team today.
Yeah.
So the cool part, I think, is that some of these teams are going to spend tonight, if they're not exhausted, spend tonight and maybe the morning VOD reviewing this tournament.
Yeah.
Because, well, they can. You can literally watch every single team, which player does what, how they play the game. You can learn some strategies. Now, you see the strategies that they utilize on the map that they were given, and those strategies can change. But you can get some of the play styles down, I think. It'd definitely be worth VOD reviewing.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll definitely come in handy. The hard thing is as well with the way that the format works, right? You know, you can see strategies, but you probably won't play the same map in your matchup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so it's like,
100%.
hey, you know, we know how they play this map, but we're going to be playing on this map.
Yeah.
So
hey, you could get the same map technically.
You could.
It is random.
Yeah.
But no, I totally agree. The map strategies are different. Playstyles are helpful. It probably is even more helpful just to VOD review your own team, see where things went wrong.
Yeah.
You know when calls were made by the commander, when calls were made by the squad, captains that didn't go very well either. So look back on that and say, hey, what information do we have? What information did we execute on? And how was it executed by our team? But, a lot of conjecture. I'm not the coach of these teams. We're here to yap about the consequences of their actions. You know what I mean? That's part of the game. But I like the hypothetical. I like the what if.
What if we get another 2-0?
I would have been flabbergasted by it.
Dude, if I would have told you yesterday that we got all 2-0s, you wouldn't have believed me.
No. I would have said there's no way.
Yeah.
I would have said there's no way, one. I would have also said you're crazy. And I would have also said, even right before this match, I did say, there's no way we get 4 2-0s, even though we've already seen 3.
Yeah.
And then I watched RLF defend on point A and be perfect, and now I'm a little bit suspicious that we're going to see 4 2-0s.
Crazy stuff here. RLF again up against HR Hostile Response. RLF is going to be on the attack. Could take it home 2-0. Continue on in the winner's bracket. We'll have to see if that can come to fruition. Quick little reset here, though.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in. I'm seeing chat respond to us. I'm going to ask the question again. Victory Unite players out there, can you blow up C2?
Dude, he's stuck on this.
Can you blow up C2 in Victory Unite? I know it's possible in normal. You can blow the thing to smithereens with a couple guided missiles. I'm gonna have to. I'm just gonna call the Delta Force staff and ask them. I'm telling you, this is a thing. I haven't seen it in Victory Unite competition yet, so I'm wondering if it's allowed. People may not know. We're also on a tournament server, so the crowd has no clue. But I need chat to answer me, all right? And maybe we'll ask a couple other questions. Let's see, chat. 2-0. Okay, let's chat. Who's been around? I want to hear from our chats. I'm sorry if you're on some of our other streams. I can't have 15 streams open, but I'm asking people at home to let me know who's been here since the beginning. Has anybody been here all 9 hours? I want to see you in chat. I only have Twitch and YouTube open on our official broadcast. Let me know. Okay, I am seeing, by the way, people saying that, yes, you can blow it up. 99% chance from some of our viewers. But who's been here since the beginning? Has anybody watched all 9 hours of the DFIW Day 1? Or you can comment in the YouTube or Twitch chat if you've been here from, for 6 of the 9, or you got some sleep in, you watched the first match, and then you slept and you came in for the last match. That feels fairly reasonable, depending on where you are in the world. Let me know. I see a couple folks in the Twitch chat saying they've been here since the beginning. I like that from you. And a couple folks in the YouTube chat, as big. And then the other question I've got for you while you guys are pondering, and our mobile users are probably somewhat delayed, the other question I have for you, who do you think is going to win this whole tournament? We've seen every team play technically today. Obviously not done with this match yet. Who do you think wins the whole tournament? This is a double elimination tournament. It could be one of the teams that gets sent to the lower bracket. It is still possible because of the way the format works, okay? So let me know. Who do you think is going to win the whole tournament? Is it going to be the team that's on our screen right now? It's going to be Rapid Lo-Fi? Do you think they're a top contender to win the whole tourney? Do you think it's going to be, one of the other teams that we saw earlier? Maybe one of the teams that went to the lower bracket? Is it going to be TXD, who's still waiting on their competition in the upper bracket? Could it be No Mercy? I don't know. There's a lot of options here with some really good teams. Obviously, Tanglong, technically our top team based just kind of on paper with the way some of the stats went. I don't know. It looks like a couple folks are predicting TL, which is going to be Tanglong, as winning the whole competition. Certainly possible.
No surprise.
It's not a surprise, but I mean, dude, there's a lot of teams that can win this whole tourney. I think tomorrow is going to be. Today has been a blast. I think tomorrow is going to be so much fun. That's not only our next. That's going to be our upper bracket semifinals. Basically, it's also going to be our first elimination round. People will go home tomorrow, which is crazy.
Tomorrow is going to do a great service to telling a lot of stories. We're going to see, which one of our teams because you know we're gonna have matches tomorrow between 2 winning teams, right? So that's gonna be cool. We're gonna have matches between losing teams essentially. Because we're gonna see. It's just gonna be a real big clash of hey, listen, did they just get a bad matchup in the winners bracket? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it's kind of an early unfortunate.
There were some tough matchups in the upper bracket.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. Okay, I'm also seeing another question for our chat and for you. You play a lot of Delta Force operations mostly, but you play Warfare as well.
Yeah.
I'm seeing our YouTube chat loves talking about weapon metas. We've seen a lot of M7s today.
Yeah.
You got a favorite weapon right now?
So operations, M7 is definitely my most used for sure. Warfare, I'm kind of like when I hop on Warfare now, like I used to care about it like a couple of seasons ago, where I would like hop on like the meta gun, like it used to be like the M4 and
like
everything like
KDA
that.
and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And now, kind of when I hop on, right, I kind of just still use that old build. So it's probably definitely like not the thing I should be using.
Yeah, it's still good
but,
though.
I'm seeing a lot of guys in the Warfare aspect here, play with the M7. So I feel like I should probably, just hop on the M7 wave as it currently stands. I mean, usually if it's pretty good in operations, it's usually pretty decent in Warfare as well. Definitely has been some differences over time for sure, but it seems to kind of always be the case.
This player, I love this player doing us the service, just clicking through all the weapons.
Yeah.
There's no way that guy's running a shotgun on Threshold. I mean, maybe for some of the CQB, there's a decent, I think it's SK12 build that people use on trench lines, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, shotguns, dude, I'm so far away from like ever using a shotgun in Delta Force, like I swear.
Not a shotgun stand?
Not a shotgun guy, no.
What's going on, dude? What do you have against shotguns?
What about like, I mean, like you said, operations, just, gold ammo rifles, the go-to.
Sure.
And then Warfare, a lot of the times you're just so far away from people that
it takes a very
crazy.
special map to see a lot of value from it. But there are some builds that are kind of gross, in a good way, a good gross. But yeah, it looks like a lot of folks in YouTube chat saying M7 the wave, still the wave, always been the wave, is the wave, is the gun. It is really good. We've seen a lot of folks use it. Makes sense. Also some cool Mana Brick skins.
Oh, dude. Huge fan of the Mana Brick skins. I myself have one. It's kind of like silver. It's all right. It's definitely not the best. Not the prettiest, but it gets the job done. Makes me look a little cool. Not as cool as some of these guys up here.
Dude, we were in the green room and some of the other talent from some of the other broadcasts.
Yeah.
We were trying to pull some good luck for them on some of their Mana Brick pulls, but it is... I wasn't helpful, I'll tell you.
I wasn't helpful either, actually.
Yeah. I think
got them closer. I mean, open 10 and got nothing, but that's just one step closer to actually opening the guarantee. So
that's a great mentality. That is true, though. Somebody asked where the prize is. Again, we're playing for $200,000, folks. It is a 4-day broadcast, though. Everybody walking away with at least a little bit of prizing, which is nice. Just because they earned their right to be here. You had to qualify for the competition. And so, it is what it is. But anyways, really cool stuff. And I think, one of the things that, as we look forward in the competition.
Operators.
What, talking about operators?
Yeah, dude. What's your favorite operator?
That is one of the things that we don't talk about enough in Warfare.
Yeah.
It is one of the biggest conversations in operations.
Yeah.
And in Warfare, it really is a difference maker. Utility from operators is so valuable.
I'd be curious to know, like, what you okay, so I feel like this answer would definitely be different for, like, pubs, normal matches, everything like that, and then, like, competitive matches. But who do you think the most used operator is, respectively, in each one of those categories?
Say that one more time. Most used operator
in like, pub matches, right? Like,
yeah.
In normal matches, and then versus competitive.
I think in pubs it's got to be Luna Stinger, no?
Yeah, Luna, probably. I think Luna, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, you see so much value from Luna in pubs, being able to see, use your recon arrow through smokes.
Trust me, the amount of arrows that go flying over my head, it's got to be Luna. Like, I feel like I'm, like, constantly on radar. Like, it's, like, nuts.
And then in theory, I think in comp, it's got to be a Luru.
Yeah, it's definitely
especially in this patch, I believe. I think Luru I think in this patch, if I remember correctly, had recently gotten the buff to put it back kind of into the meta. So the Incendiary is so valuable. Molly's, obviously his personal missile that he's able to shoot out, we've seen actually help take down some vehicles, really everything. Engineer class just so valuable in these comp matches. You got to have everything, but That's kind of where my head's at.
Personally, dude, I'm absolutely useless when it comes to team playing warfare. I'm just like Byron, D.
You mentioned that a couple times. That
Yeah,
you're really bad at warfare.
No, I'm like, dude, I'm
warfare.
telling you, I'll get you like 90, 100 kills, whatever. But I'm not reviving, and I'm probably not going to be on the point either.
Man, I really don't like you, I think.
Oh.
In game, though. In game.
Okay, cool. Okay. Well, dude, in operations, I'm all Luna, though. Like, I'm that guy.
Oh,
for
you're
it, you know
like
what I
the
mean?
support player
Yeah,
in operations.
yeah.
I got you. I was the cheapskate. Oh, sorry, I played like, solo trios or whatever. When I was playing operations, I was the cheapskate. I would always go Stinger.
Yeah.
I would just save so much value.
Classic.
Yeah. And then Byron, if I wanted to get sweaty.
Wanted to get like, clippy.
Yeah.
Clip,
Try to put some clips on the timeline. I don't know what to tell you.
It's crazy. I haven't actually seen any Byron clips from you. So how'd that
Listen,
go?
man, I've been in the lab, in the booth, all right? Good grief, dude. We're out here in Vietnam. Do you think I got time to put clips on the timeline right now? I'm putting clips on the timeline right now, casting over the gameplay.
Okay, fair.
I will say, too, I think, like, looking at our assault operators, dude, I saw a Raptor earlier from, like, a recon standpoint of getting some info in the sky.
Today?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, on...
I didn't catch that.
He was on trench lines. It was very brief. I only saw one.
Okay.
Was playing on trench lines and was using the drone to get info.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, there's only one, though. So, obviously not a majority pick. But we saw Nox from a top fragger. We saw Tempest quite a bit, actually, in Warfare.
I think we've seen, actually... we haven't seen Shepard. I was going to say, I think we've seen the operator then, but I don't think we've seen Shepard.
Not that we noticed on broadcast.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure somebody clicked. Well, I don't know. Maybe they did. I don't know if they clicked
Accidentally clicked Shepard?
Yeah, maybe so.
That's how we would have seen Shepard.
Yeah, the amount of info you can get from Raptor is cool. I like seeing that on one. I just don't know how valuable it is in like team play like this.
Yeah.
Everybody's in comms.
Yeah.
Like, that info is going around if you've got a good team. But anyways. Folks, thanks for hanging out with us here as we get our teams ready to go and almost ready, I believe, across the board. But, okay, we've talked operators, we've talked guns. I mean, we didn't talk really the utility. I mean, I think you're not a team player, which is fine.
Be real.
But if I'm going to be playing Warfare, I'm a team player. I'm either going for revives or I'm picking up vehicle kills. So I'm going to AT4s, maybe on an assault operator. Maybe I'm going to Luru. No. What's your favorite vehicle to use? Oh, you don't use vehicles.
Dude, I don't use
wait,
vehicles.
this guy
I
sucks.
hate vehicle gameplay. I just don't like it.
I love vehicle
Personally,
gameplay.
you know what I mean? It's like,
I am really not good at the helicopter. It takes a very special skill to use the helicopter effectively. I'm fine. I'm not great.
Yeah.
I love using the jet. Again, not great. I would say by far Tank Destroyer is the most fun, though, for me. The hit and run strat.
Really?
Oh, dude, it's so fun. I think you would like running the Tank Destroyer.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it would fit my playstyle, right? Like, kind of like in and out, just picking up kills. Like, it looks pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get really aggro with it. Okay, folks, we got a timer. Top right. Game is loaded up. Thanks for listening to the Vivid and Goj podcast here in Vietnam. That was fun. 1 minute and 40 seconds before we play what could be penultimate game, could be the last game of the day, could be the final deciding factor to see 4 2-0s in a row. Ridiculous stuff here in Vietnam. It's been so much fun today to be your hosts and casters for the day, but this could be the last game of the day. As a reminder, HR versus Rapid Lo-Fi. HR currently back against the wall. They have to win this game. Again, I really think it's going to come down to how aggressive RLF plays. They've got to take every single point to win. They've got to win the map on attack. Not an easy feat. It is something you like to do, but it's not an easy feat in Threshold. See what they're able to do here in about 60 seconds. All of our players should be ready to go. Commanders locked and loaded. They're probably selecting their commanders as we speak or are about to.
You know, while we're about to jump into the game, I will let you in on a little bit of a Vivid lore here. I already mentioned
okay.
I don't really like vehicle gameplay. I don't really ever even like hop
You're
in
not
that.
good at it.
Or no, well, I probably could be, but yeah, I'm definitely not. I've just never done it. I have zero experience. But here's the caveat to that. I've actually hopped into a helicopter on Threshold one time.
Yeah?
No troll. I lasted 5 seconds, crashed right into the building. Seriously, it was insane.
Hey, we're gonna keep you out of the vehicles.
Dude.
When we play later, I'm not good at heli, and I'm taking heli. All right, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my
That
gosh.
is bad news for Vivid. I don't like that from you.
Let's hope that Rapid Lo-Fi does not crash their helicopter
There's
in the
0%
first 5.
chance that is going to happen, folks. Here we go. Thank you again for being patient. It is time. Rapid Lo-Fi on the attack. Hostile response down the defense. If you see red, it's Rapid Lo-Fi. If you see green, it's hostile response. Defense versus the attack. The attack have to take every single point to win the map and therefore win this match. Last chance. Hostile response have got to win. They've got to hold on any of these points. Who knows? Maybe we'll see our first game 3 of the day. It's not feeling likely, but it is still possible. That's all that matters.
Threshold is underway once again. Rapid Lo-Fi running it right back to where we left off when we kind of jumped into that half match. The helicopter is going to be in the sky. It's going to be flying around quite early. The tank destroyer as well. Again, we're seeing that same exact thing that Goj kind of pointed out. Just a couple of players kind of invested right outside of this building, and they're kind of in that state of like pausing, right? Kind of waiting for some sort of attack to happen somewhere else. The helicopter is going to be parachuting people in. The flank is instantly going to be a part of the attack. Oh, and that's exactly when they start to run in the front.
This is so well coordinated. I don't know if it's the ice. I don't know if we're a little bit cold going in as HR, but this is not even close. Such a clean execution of point A. Everything worked flawlessly. The patience of the split, waiting for the flank, parachuting people in, heli in the sky. Already point A is falling to the attack, and I can't imagine they don't take this point instantly at the beginning of this map. We are 1 minute and 12 seconds in, and A is already in the neutral zone.
You know, we were kind of talking about the importance of the bridge. There's like 6 people from HR, right? The adjustment came in. They're actually towards the bridge over there. And right now, with this current strategy that Rapid Lo-Fi just did, it meant literally nothing right there for them. And with that being said, the vehicle position is going to have to be invested here from hostile response. But right around the backside of it, look, the tank destroyer is going to look to destroy this vehicle now that it's on the point.
Yeah, I love this play from RLF. They're able to swing in and match the vehicle on the point. They have the stronger vehicle in 1v1. We're forcing the lob back. It is literally on 1 HP, and it goes down. RLF are unstoppable, and they are counterattacking at the perfect moment. This is high-level warfare and great communication. Already, point A falls. 12 lives, 2 minutes. Bada bing, bada boom. We have won the tiebreaker. We have not won the match yet. Got to get to the finish line.
Blink, and you might have missed it. A day and night difference between the attacks that we just saw between Game 1 and Game 2. Rapid Lo-Fi just looked absolutely locked in. They had an answer to the answer of hostile response. As soon as that, push came back in from the defense, they instantly, rolled the vehicles in themselves and were able to go ahead and conquer this. I don't think I've ever seen this, by the way. The tank destroyer is on top of the tent.
Can you just close your eyes, pedal to the metal, and sneak through? Dude, I swear, we have watched so much warfare. I have not seen that, and maybe I'm missing something, but that should not have fit. I mean, hey, well done. They've, a play, and they're able to come around the backside, clear out some barricades, and make a play towards the point. Again, B1, B2 will then end at C1 and C2. So far, so good as they make an entryway on the backside, looking to actually approach maybe B2 first by the looks of it. We'll keep our eyes peeled, though. The other big question is I want to see if we could maybe pay attention back to that helicopter again and see who's flying it. I wonder if it's one of our subs.
Yeah, good shot right there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I will say, though, at some point during the transition between the 2 points, we did lose a vehicle on the defensive side of things. So, they've kind of lost their firepower in that regard. And because of that, we can see the attack onto B1 is going to happen quite quickly.
Yeah, Koba in one of the vehicles, that's going to be their commander. It does look like, oh, interesting. So it's actually new pilot that is the pilot. Now that does make sense. That is That's, you know, I should have known that was coming. Interestingly enough, that is the player that swapped squads.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why. I wonder if it's maybe just the play with the new player coming in, wanting to be on that squad 3 and kind of fill out maybe an aggressive squad that's playing either Assault or Engineer or otherwise. But new pilot taking the skies, living up to his namesake and finding the right angle. New pilot picking up one in transition over the top. B1 already falling to the attacking side.
Yeah, the helicopter was getting some value right there, but look at this. The B2 push is already in. They have full control over B2. Like, this looks like it's going to be captured very, very fast. The fact that we have the vehicle making sure that all of the rotations kind of coming in from the defense, they just can't happen. It's utter chaos right now on the side of HR. They have no control over any part of the map.
Also, I love this play from RLF. HR said, uh-oh, we're losing points. Urgent deployment time starts now. RLF says, we'll match you, and we're going to drop ours as well. We have the advantage. We know we have more score. If you're going to burn that resource, we will match you and still have more because of the way we're dominating this map. This is really good high IQ play from the commander.
Oh my gosh.
And we're getting so much value from this tank destroyer. This is an utter decimation. This is not even close. We're going to be moving on to C1 and C2 in less than 6 minutes.
Dude, we are on for record pace right now. Absolute domination from Rapid Lo-Fi. And yeah, I love the fact that you went ahead and pointed out kind of the reinforcement, right? Calling that in and an immediate response to the usage out of it from the defensive side of things. Like I said, they always have an answer to the answer, it seems like right there. I mean, Rapid Lo-Fi, they just look way too good. It'll be interesting to see how they approach C1 and C2. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get the vehicles involved, right? Because it is inside of buildings, but once again, these buildings are pretty destructible, and they're going to definitely start making quick work of all these walls, so that way the attack onto these points is made just that much easier.
Yeah, I like that call. May push for C1 first. Let's see. C1, the slightly smaller building, definitely different on the inside, but you're right, very similar on the outside. Don't be, don't be deceived here. C1 is not in the B1 building that you saw on the wall. So far, so good. Here's our first vehicle-on-vehicle battle. RLF versus HR. Who's going to get the better of their opponent? 2 tank destroyers. RLF smartly backs up, and then we get some assisted from the heli over the top. They know they have an advantage, and we push back out. Perfectly executed. Should see a win here. The engineers doing everything they can to keep it alive with helicopter in hand. This is great chemistry, great work to see our pilot and our tank destroyer working in tandem. Perfectly timed to go in and out of that fight.
That tank destroyer was actually one of the subs that we brought in for this game. That was Vitamin right there. That was making use of that tank destroyer over there. So great to see that as well. And as you can see right now, the vehicle economy for hostile response, they have nothing. And they are up against a huge lineup on the side of Rapid Lo-Fi, as Rapid Lo-Fi was making an early push towards C1, but I do believe hostile response actually responded quite well to that push, so they were not actually able to go ahead and capture that, but Koba's going to find himself back inside of that tank destroyer. So
can you believe that our first game we were like, oh my gosh, it was a 12-minute game? There is a chance this game is shorter and we go the distance. We are at 8 minutes right now. C1 in jeopardy. We finally are seeing a bit of hold here from the defense. They have to, and they've got to defend for 155 lives on these 2 points. An extremely tall task, nearly a miracle ask, especially with the amount of firepower that we have in the skies and on the ground for that RLF squad.
Look how hard the rotations are going to be to kind of just make it from your spawn to the point that you have to defend. The helicopter is going to constantly rain down and barrage. You have no answer for it. You've lost all of your vehicles. You've lost the vehicle fights. And now you're also about to lose C1. The transition, though, again, once again, you know what I mean? The rotation from C1 to C2 and C2 to C1 is what actually makes this point hard for attackers, because the bridges are blown up, right? So you have to go outside of the building and then enter in from, one of the 3 entrances, which is one on the side, one in the front, one in the back. The one in the back is usually not accessible. As I say that, though, Rapid Lo-Fi is actually flanking C2 which is essentially, the flank is only possible if you go into the spawn of the defense.
Yeah, Kobayashi just picked up like 5 with his tank destroyer that they just called in. I mean, they're getting so much. They've got 2 tank destroyers inside, just blasting anything that moves.
How do you get up here? The staircase can support this?
Yeah, look at that. Did you just drop off the side? I love these plays, man. Listen, I mean, the tank destroyers are pretty mobile, so you should be able to kind of sneak your way into these buildings if you want to. I know you can get into C2 as well pretty easily, actually, just through the doors. So you should see them kind of blow open doors, give their infantry some room to work, and then likely follow them in. Here we go, Kobayashi going to play entryman in a tank destroyer. What are you going to do about it? We don't even have any mines it down. We don't have anything to stop these tank destroyers from just doing whatever they want. C1 is gone. C2 about to follow.
140 tickets still remain. You were mentioning the time of this match. If somehow Rapid Lo-Fi were to capture this one quite quickly, it would literally be like a sub-11, sub-12-minute match. The rotations are kind of coming in now from C1 to C2. How much of a defense are they going to leave themselves onto C1 to make sure that the defense cannot step back in? And look at this. This is just, they're just getting everything they want.
Can I buy a rocket on the defensive side? Finally, I think somebody pulled one out and took some damage out on the tank destroyer. They just can't even pull the rockets up in time before they get blown to smithereens. This is unbelievable. We see an artillery strike being called in from the attacking side. RLF should see some value with this, maybe playing just on the outside of the building. You could call it straight on top of the building. There is an opening in the ceiling, but our attackers have stowed away a lot. They're going to get into that, see what they can do with it. Still a vehicle advantage. It looks like they lost one of their tank destroyers in the chaos of C2. We are seeing a small hold here for the defense. Heli's still in the skies. Probably not getting a crazy amount of value now that they have full control over C1, but it's just about done its job. And another, I believe, tank destroyer being called in. And oh, yeah. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Air superiority. Helicopter in the skies. New pilot says, no, no, no. No vehicles for you, defense. Good luck holding C2.
Gosh, it makes me want to get so much better with the helicopter. Instead of crashing into buildings, I could be blowing up all the vehicles, getting spawned in right there. Now the flank is coming in. We've seen some boots on the ground try to make this flank. We've now seen vehicles make the flank as well. They've got to thwart out the last couple of remaining defenders, and if they are actually able to do that on C2, they have enough vehicles on top of the helicopter in the sky to make sure that none of the rotations can actually happen, and I think that's finally going to come to fruition. C2 is now being captured. It's all about whether or not Rapid Lo-Fi can cut off the rotation from the spawn over to C2 to make sure that they can go ahead and capture it. But the reinforcement is called in there. 35 seconds.
They have to.
Yeah,
I mean, the defense has to call out all stops. They just got enough score to use their urgent deployment time. That's going to be a really quick respawn for the defense. It's a nice boon to get bodies onto the point. They've got a quote-unquote small advantage they can use. The problem is the amount of vehicles on the outside of this building. I mean, you got to get a respawn beacon inside the building to even have a chance to keep bodies on the point. So far, they've been able to hold. They got to do it for the next 123 lives. Artillery's picked up 1 so far. Urgent deployment now done. I can only expect to see C2 now creep back to the attacking team, and they just put a lot right on top of this diagram.
Look at that. I like that.
Yeah, after it's over.
Yeah, earlier on they used it in response, and this one they used it after it ran out to make sure that they have the best chance of going ahead and securing C2. If you look over towards the left side of your screen, there's no green at all over there. A couple of green members lurking in C1 trying to play that tug-of-war game, but there's only a couple of members. One left actually in C1. The vehicles are all over C1, making sure that they defend it, while everybody boots on the ground is making sure that they try to capture C2. Look at all of the reinforcements from the defensive side, try to make it to the building, but the helicopter, the vehicles, they're cutting them off.
There's just no chance. I mean, this is just an utter slaughter. It's just unbelievable. Really well executed. I love the call out you had about the urgent deployment time. They wanted to match before. This time they use in response when they know that they can do this right here on your screen. We see a respawn beacon being thrown down here for the defense as a last-ditch effort. I don't know where it is on the map, but it's not looking like it's getting a lot of value right now because all of a sudden C2 falling to the hands of the attackers. It is inevitable at this point. Artillery barrage to add insult to injury. RLF dominate the competition, go 2-0, send HR down to the lower bracket, and for the very first time, we have gone through an entire tournament day with not a single game 3. All 2-0s, and for the first time, we were technically both right in predictions. Let's go.
There we go. Yeah, me and Goes on the same page, being correct at the same exact time. Rapid, lo-fi, utter domination there on Threshold. The defense held out on Sector A, something that we hardly ever see. Somehow, some way, the attacking side was almost faster than holding that first point right there, right? I think the match ended up ending at like 14 minutes and 20 seconds. The highlights, of course, on that match. Early on, we could see the helicopter flying around. You might be like, well, Vivid, I just saw the helicopter at the end of the game. That's right, it survived the entirety of this match. Was getting value the whole time. Super hard for HR to ever find any sort of momentum.
Really cool moment there for Point A. I really liked the execution at the beginning of that game. If you want to learn how to take Point A and Threshold with like a bunch of your friends or something, rewatch that like 15 times. It just really well executed to attack from multiple angles, utilize your helicopter, sure, but also counterattack at the right moment with your tank destroyer to take down the one vehicle that was forced onto point. I mean, just really systematic, perfect gameplay to start things off. And then we got to B, it was like we blinked and they took both points. It really was just the momentum was on their side and they had the vehicle advantage and they just flawlessly executed it. Obviously, we saw some weird stuff, the tank destroyer driving over top of the tents, and then we got to point C1 and C2, and it felt like a matter of time. Defense was able to put a little bit of a hold on C2, but giving away C1 gave the attackers an advantage and a stepping stone to success. They were going to have to play tug of war somehow, but because of the vehicle advantages, they kept most of their vehicles back on C1 while they pushed aggressively for C2. They withstood the big tactical respawn that came through, the urgent respawn deployment that came through from the defense, and then they counterattacked with their own, and there was enough pressure to take both points and take them extremely fast. Vivid, talk me through this scoreboard. Again, a very quick game, so not crazy stat lines. Take a look at the top.
Yeah, isn't that going to be crazy for it? I was like, yeah, we went all the way to the distance. We're all the way on C, but you got to take into account very fast match because it's just simply how fast they went ahead and ended it towards the top though. Koba, no surprise though, picking up 22 kills. Not actually the most, not even close to the most with Vico down there. Star player coming in for RLF, 35 kills. Enough to boot him a grand total of 14,800 points as well.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it before. Vico in the qualifiers was their top Slayer, had the most total kills across the board, and I think today that was the case as well.
Yeah.
And still a perfect team. Group stages to playoffs, to finals of the qualifiers, into the quarterfinals. They are perfect thus far throughout 2 different tournaments, which is crazy to say. Haven't lost a single game yet. RLF certainly a contender for the championship already in this competition as they move on into the upper bracket to take on TXD, and that's going to be a really fun matchup to watch tomorrow, I'm sure.
Dude, based on how some of these matches went throughout the day, I'm very, very excited for a couple of these teams to kind of meet up, right? I mean, how dominant was that from Rapid, Lo-Fi? I mean, we had Tang Long earlier. How cool is that matchup between these teams going to be, right? A bunch of different combinations of matchup that I'm very, very looking forward to. I mean, look at the stats here. 360 total kills. Only 3 vehicle destructions?
I'm doing the math. I don't know. It's close. There wasn't that many vehicles even spawned.
Yeah, I just thought it would be a little bit more.
I wonder if it counted the heli shooting the one before it landed. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, true.
Because I don't know if that's calculated or not. So sick, by the way.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, yeah, that happened.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the MVP from that matchup. I think we know who it is. Kobayashi, back-to-back MVPs as the commander.
Yeah.
Well earned. Again, flawless strategy, very well executed. Team was nearly perfect in their chemistry and the following of Koba's orders. So a big tip of the cap to Koba and his team. But as the commander, you have a chance to earn a lot more score by doing the objectives, getting your team to do the objectives.
Yeah.
I just also really liked the way he used that urgent deployment time as a counter and called in everything that they needed to call in to have a victory. So a big shout out to the commander. It's a tall task to be a commander in a competition of this scale. You got to talk to essentially 20 players, at least 4 other squad leaders to get your team to do what you want. It's a big task, and he was up for the task.
Yeah, there's so much going on. I would not want to be the one up there on stage, kind of expected to perform at the top of my team's scoreboard. While I was trying to control everybody, kind of tell everybody, hey, this is the plan that we're kind of doing, but works out so well. Some of these players down there are just so incredibly talented. The ability to kind of go ahead and multitask like that, super impressive. And yeah, I mean, we saw how, you know, cohesive the whole team seemed. Like, just a quick highlight real quick, you know, towards the end there, C1 and C2, it looked like everybody rotated over to C2, just except for those couple of vehicles and like 1 or 2, you know, boots on the ground over there towards C1 to hold that down while they made that push over to C2. That's what made the map so fast, is how good they work together as a team.
Yeah, and again, when you got the vehicle advantage, you got to be able to use it effectively. They used it effectively.
Yeah.
They used it to hold their point while they push over to take security of the game. They were not going to wait for anything. Counterattack, perfect execution. Very well done from RLF. They're going to be joining the likes of the other winners from the last several matches. Really fun stuff across the board. We saw 4 total best of 3s, and again, we've said this like 10 times, but 2-0s every single time. Crazy. Didn't see a single game 3, which means tomorrow we will have to see a game 3 so you can actually see how it all works with the priority selection and all of that good stuff. So really excited about that. I also want to take a look at the bracket to showcase what matches we'll be seeing tomorrow, because again, we've got just finished the quarterfinals, we've got our semifinals, but it's a double elimination bracket. So we've got all of the lower bracket that we got to run through as well over the next couple days. There's a reason we're here for 4 full days, folks. We got a lot of games to get through, all going to be best of 3s as well. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this competition front to back. Not done today, but we are done with the games today. And I'm excited to hear from, of course, RLF about what they thought. Likely going to hear them say, yeah, business as usual, we take care of business, we're going to move on. But I will be curious to see if maybe there's some strategy. And let's take a look at that bracket like I was talking about to kind of showcase what's going to be happening the next couple days. Again, we have all of our upper bracket teams solidified. Take a look at it, folks. Dead Dog and Idol, we saw them at the very beginning of the day. They're going to be facing off against the feared TL Tinglong team in our upper bracket semifinals. TXD going to be facing off against Rapid Lo-Fi, also feared. Both teams very, very strong today. Going to be facing off as well tomorrow. And then down the lower bracket, the other 4 teams that ended up losing going to be facing off against each other. So it's going to be Project 1 versus RRQX7 Sins, and it's going to be No Mercy versus Hostile Response in the lower bracket. It's going to be our first round of the lower bracket as well tomorrow. So we're going to see those 4 matches tomorrow. We did 4 best of 3s today. We've got 4 best of 3s tomorrow. The 2 early lower bracket rounds and then the 2 upper bracket semifinals rounds. And again, for those 2 lower bracket rounds, our first elimination rounds, Vivid.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for one of our teams tomorrow for sure. A lot to play for tomorrow, absolutely. If you guys are wondering when you should tune in, well, you should tune in the entire day because it's all going to be awesome. But if you have a favorite team up there, you can kind of see right above those games what match it'll be. You know, match number 5 is actually going to be the loser bracket. Match number 5 and 6 are going to be the losers bracket games first, and then we'll see those winner bracket games just shortly afterwards, match number 7 and 8. So 4 matches again tomorrow for us. Again, very, very excited for them because, dude, I feel like, you know, the way that the bracket is going to play out, especially after what we saw today, right? A bunch of 2-0s, winners, losers in there, them going against each other respectively, it's just going to be awesome.
Yeah, and again, like, I think some of these teams are going to get better as we go. Some are established teams that have been playing together as a team of 20 for a little while. Some of these teams are kind of hodgepodge, pulled together multiple orgs to create these squads. I think the chemistry is going to grow. We could see a historic lower bracket run from one of those 4 teams. They're not bad teams. They earned their spot here. They just had maybe a bad day, just a bad matchup. couldn't get things going. Their opposition was very strong, so it'll be really fun to watch those lower bracket rounds. When their back is against a wall, you have to win if you want to stay in this competition. You also have to win if you want to stay here. These folks are going home if they're done tomorrow, and so I'm pumped to watch those first early matches. If you want to watch elimination rounds, that's when you need to show up. It's at the very beginning of the broadcast, same time, same place, same socials. Everything's the exact same tomorrow. And then in the second half of the day, like Vivid said, we're going to check out those upper bracket rounds where it's not everything, but it is a huge win if you win that match because you go to the winners finals, which is wild. That's going to be basically semifinals of everything. So some really important games coming up even tomorrow in day 2, which we're kind of naming our second quarterfinals day. And then day 3, you will see our semifinals matchup. That's going to be our upper bracket finals. You're going to see our next couple lower bracket rounds, our extra elimination rounds, as we kind of travel further down the line of our competition. And then, of course, semifinals and then finals. Big day, last day of the weekend. Get to see the big grand finals matchup and a couple of lead-up matchups, which I think will be really, really fun to watch, which will be our upper bracket finals, which is actually on the finals day, and then the lower bracket finals as well to make it to the big finals matchup. That's how that all works. So, and again, we're going to have match schedules every day. If it's confusing, you can screenshot this if you're watching on mobile, or just take a picture of it if you're watching on PC, and tune in if you've got a favorite team. Hopefully you tune in for most of our competition. And some of you have been up all night or up all morning or up all day, depending on where you are in the world. So we've got a great time with you. Thanks for hopping in and hanging out with us here in the chat. For now, I think that's mostly all, Vivid, for you and I. Kind of recapping the day. Any like crazy surprise? I mean, the big surprise is duos across the board. We don't need to keep our
duos.
Any other big surprises from you? Anything that caught you off guard about anything you saw today? It was about a 10-hour show or so.
I mean, straight up, just Team TL, Tang Long up there, match number 2 of the day.
Yeah, that was
genuinely a jaw-dropping experience just to sit here and watch how well they played Warfare today. So awesome stuff throughout the day, or throughout the match that we just watched. RLF, their best squad. Just going to, include Limitless there. We got Trin, Pikey, and Lau. No surprise there, right? Looked like they had pretty even kills across the board. Now remember, this is like, oh, dude, we've seen matches today or games today where they've had upwards 70, 80 kills, and you're like, well, they've got like 20.
That's a lot of kills.
It's a lot of kills in like 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of kills for a short map, especially from an entire squad. This is definitely going to be one of your aggro assault squads, I would assume. So very well done. This is going to be our best squad of the match. And I'm really impressed with this RLF squad. I think on paper, from what we saw today, surprises for me, I felt like RLF and then TL are the top 2 teams on paper. Yeah, they looked the strongest at least. Not necessarily going to be the case. We won't necessarily see them in finals, but they feel the strongest right now. So I'll be curious to see if they're able to carry that momentum forward, if they're still going to be the same team tomorrow and the next day and the next day. This is a marathon tournament. You got to show up every single time you're on stage playing at the best game that you can possibly play if you want to be the champion of DFIW. But Vivid, I think that's all that we have, for us at least, in the booth. We're going to have a chance to hear from the host and our players down on the stage here shortly. So any final words from the broadcast from you, man? This was a great, almost 10-hour show.
Yeah, absolutely stoked, right? I think day number 1 went very, very smoothly. Thank you to all of the people at home that watched. Thank you to all of the players down on the stage, giving it their all, and thank you to everybody kind of involved in putting the show on today. Very excited to be back again tomorrow for pretty much the same rundown. 4 more matches tomorrow. Very, very excited to see how it all plays out. I feel like tomorrow will be big in terms of telling a story, to see how the rest of the week will go. Excited for it.
Yeah, and chat, I'm telling you, man, we gotta hear from you all in chat about your predictions. Now you know some of the teams. Maybe some of the teams you didn't understand. Yeah. Now you know. We're gonna hear some of your predictions tomorrow, and I think our predictions might shore up a little bit as well now that we've seen the caliber of teams here on main stage. But we've got our amazing host down on the stage. That's all from us here in the booth. Let's head down to the stage to hear from our host and our players from RFL to see what they have to say about their dominating win. We will see you tomorrow.
Các bạn thân mến, hãy cùng quay trở lại với sân khấu lớn để cùng đến với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu cuối cùng. Như vậy là chúng ta đã khép lại ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của giải đấu năm nay với rất nhiều những diễn biến hấp dẫn và 4 cái tên sẽ xuất hiện tại nhánh thắng bao gồm DNI, Tanglong, Tostido NXG và Rapid Lo-Fi. Cùng với đó thì 4 đại diện sẽ phải tiếp tục đối đầu ở nhánh thua và sẽ phải chiến đấu hết mình nếu như không muốn phải rời khỏi giải đấu sớm, bao gồm 4 cái tên Project One, RIQ, Seven Sins, No Mercy và Hostile Response. That wraps up the opening day of Delta Fox Invitational 2025 World Fair, and we have 4 representatives appear in the winning bracket, including the team DNI, Tanglong, Tostido NXG, and Rabbit Lo-Fi. And we have 4 representatives who face up to avoid going home early, including Project One, RIQ, Seven Sins, No Mercy, and Hostile Response. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng chúng tôi đến với phần phỏng vấn cho trận đấu cuối cùng để chúc mừng cho đội thắng cuộc trong trận đấu này, đó chính là Rabbit Lo-Fi. Và hãy cùng xem là Quavi đang cảm thấy như thế nào sau chiến thắng này nhé. Standing next to me right now is Quavi from Rabbit Lo-Fi. And right now let's head into the final post-match interview today. Xin chào Quavi. Bạn có thể chia sẻ ngay cảm xúc lúc này khi mà có được chiến thắng đầu tiên của đội mình tại giải đấu năm nay hay không?
Trước khi chia sẻ cảm xúc thì em xin được gửi lời cảm ơn đến các nhà tài trợ AMD, Gamer cũng như Garena và ban tổ chức đã tổ chức cho một cái sự kiện hoành tráng như thế này. Và hiện tại thì cảm xúc của đội em cũng như riêng em rất là vui.
He just said, we just asked about his feelings for the first winning of today's tournament. He also say, I would like to say thank you to all the sponsors and all of the organizers for holding this kind of big event so that we can have a chance to compete. And we are so happy to be here today.
Wow, phải nói rằng là có rất là nhiều cảm xúc lẫn lộn lúc này đúng không? Khi mà họ đã có thể vượt qua được một trận đấu mà phải nói rằng họ có một chiến thắng rất là nhanh. Thế thì nhìn lại trận đấu này, đâu là khoảnh khắc mà Quavi cảm thấy là hài lòng nhất?
From this very match, which one is the most memorable moment for your team?
Cảm xúc mà em cảm thấy hài lòng nhất của đội mình là đẩy ra farm đội kia như farm bot.
So he was just satisfied of every single moment of that, but the most memorable moment was just like when the moment they realized that they are going to win the game, and that would be a remarkable moment for the team.
Chúng ta sẽ cùng gác lại trận đấu ngày hôm nay. Khi mà mình đã có được tấm vé đi tiếp vào nhánh thắng rồi thì đối thủ tiếp theo mà các bạn sẽ gặp đó chính là Tostido NXG. Bạn nghĩ sao về đối thủ này và mong chờ điều gì ở cái cuộc đối đầu này?
So your next component is going to be Tostido NXG. What are you looking forward to the match and what do you expect from the next match?
Mọi người đều biết là Tostido là một ứng cử viên vô địch, nhưng mà em nghĩ là ngày mai tụi em vẫn sẽ làm khó được họ.
Right. Everyone knows Tostido is a strong component and everyone is voting for the champion for Tostido, but we are going to make them feel a little bit difficult for tomorrow match.
Vâng, và chắc chắn là những fan hâm mộ của Việt Nam thì cũng sẽ mong chờ điều đó trong trận thi đấu này. Vậy thì cuối cùng bạn có một lời nhắn nhủ nào đó muốn gửi tới những khán giả hâm mộ, những người đã và cũng sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho Rapid Lo-Fi trong những trận đấu sắp tới hay không?
What are you going to say to all the fans out there who always support and vote for the team?
Em xin được gửi lời cảm ơn tới tất cả những bạn đang xem trên sóng trực tiếp. Một lời cảm ơn chân thành nhất, cảm ơn đã ủng hộ Rabbit Lo-Fi.
From the bottom of my heart, I would like to say thank you to all the fans who always support us and our team. Thank you so much.
Vâng, những cảm xúc rất là tuyệt vời và một lần nữa xin được chúc mừng cho Rabbit Lo-Fi với một chiến thắng phải nói là rất áp đảo. Và chắc chắn là họ sẽ mang lại những cảm xúc tuyệt vời hơn nữa ở trong những trận đấu sắp tới. Và các bạn khán giả thân mến, xin được cảm ơn Quavi với phần phỏng vấn sau trận đấu vừa rồi. Và một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn các bạn khán giả đã đồng hành cùng với chúng tôi trong ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của Delta Fox Invitational 2025 Warfare. Và hy vọng rằng là ngày thi đấu ngày mai chúng ta sẽ được tiếp tục theo dõi những trận đấu với rất nhiều những diễn biến bất ngờ, nơi mà không điều gì có thể đoán trước. Còn bây giờ thì xin chào và hẹn gặp lại các bạn vào ngày mai. That wraps up the opening day of Delta Force Invitational 2025 Warfare with a lot of thrilling matches today, and we believe that surprise will keep going tomorrow, so please don't miss it. Goodbye, and we will see you tomorrow.
No retreat. Strike back and take our objective. This is our final stand. We must defend the position at all costs.